Hey there, horror enthusiasts. Today, we're going to dive into the world of camping horror, where the chills and thrills are in full swing. So, if you're a fan of the spine-tingling, the pulse-pounding, and the downright scary, then camping horror is definitely your cup of tea. Thanks for joining us today, and don't forget to follow and subscribe for more thrilling content. Stay spooky, my friends. The wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows of the ranger station. Rain lashed against the glass, blurring the already fading light of the late afternoon. It had been like this for days, an endless torrent that seemed determined to wash away the entire Adirondack wilderness. I huddled closer to the wood-burning stove, the flames casting flickering shadows on the rough-hewn walls. It was the only source of warmth and light in this isolated outpost, miles from any semblance of civilization. I hadn't seen a single visitor for a week. The storm had kept everyone away, which was unusual even for this time of year. Usually, there'd be at least a few hardy hikers or fishermen braving the elements, seeking refuge in the station's rustic comforts. But not this time. It was just me, the relentless storm, and the oppressive silence of the mountains. A shiver ran down my spine, and it wasn't just from the cold. There was a strange feeling in the air, a prickling sensation that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was like something was watching me, something unseen lurking in the shadows just beyond the reach of the firelight. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just the isolation and the storm playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, a gnawing sense of unease refused to be silenced. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the swirling mist, a man stumbling towards the station. He was drenched to the bone, his clothes plastered to his gaunt frame. He looked wild-eyed and desperate, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I hurried to the door, a flicker of relief momentarily banishing the unease. Finally, another human being. "Help me," he rasped, his voice hoarse and strained. "Please, you have to help me." I pulled him inside, ushering him towards the warmth of the stove. "What's wrong? What happened?" He just shook his head, his eyes darting around the room as if searching for something. "They're coming," he mumbled, his voice barely above a whisper. "They're coming for us." "Who's coming?" I asked, concern growing in my voice. He looked at me, his eyes wide with terror. "I don't know," he said, his voice trembling. "But they're here. I can feel them." He wouldn't tell me his name or what he was doing out in the storm. He just kept muttering about them and how they were going to get us. There was something deeply unsettling about him, something that made my instincts scream at me to be cautious. Hours crawled by. The storm raged outside, and the strange man remained huddled by the stove, his eyes fixed on the flames, muttering incoherently. I tried to engage him in conversation, to glean some information about who he was and what he was so afraid of, but my attempts were met with evasive answers and a growing sense of panic. "You have to lock the doors," he suddenly hissed, his voice raspy and urgent. "Don't let anyone else in. They can't get you if you don't let them in." "Who can't get me?" I asked, my voice tight with apprehension. "What are you talking about?" He shook his head, his eyes wide with fear. "I can't tell you." You wouldn't believe me. But you have to trust me. They're out there, waiting. They can't be seen, can't be heard, not until it's too late. His words sent a chill down my spine. I glanced towards the door, half expecting to see something sinister lurking just outside. The wind howled, and the windows rattled, as if something was trying to force its way in. You have to barricade the door, the man insisted, his voice rising in pitch. And the windows. They can't get through solid barriers. Not yet. He scrambled to his feet, his movements jerky and erratic. He started pacing the room, his eyes darting around as if searching for unseen threats. He was clearly in the grip of some kind of paranoia, but there was something in his frantic demeanor that made it hard to dismiss his warnings entirely. Suddenly, he lurched towards the door, fumbling with the lock. I have to get out of here, he muttered. I have to warn them. I grabbed his arm, trying to restrain him. Warn who? Who are you talking about? He struggled against my grip, his eyes wild. They're coming, he gasped. They're coming for all of us. He wrenched his arm free and stumbled towards the door again. But before he could reach it, he collapsed to the floor, his body racked with tremors. I knelt beside him, checking for a pulse. It was weak and thready. He was burning with fever. I realized then that he wasn't just scared. He was sick, delirious. But even in his feverish state, his words echoed in my mind, fueling the growing sense of dread that had taken root in my gut. They're coming. Who were they? And what did they want? The man's collapse sent a fresh wave of panic through me. I was alone, cut off from the outside world, with a delirious stranger who kept muttering about unseen threats. I felt a desperate urge to flee, to abandon the station and run as far away from this place as possible. But I couldn't leave him. He was sick, vulnerable. It went against every instinct I had as a park ranger to abandon someone in need. I checked his pulse again. It was still faint, but steady. He was alive, at least for now. I covered him with a blanket and tried to make him comfortable. Then, I turned my attention to the outside world, hoping to find some way to contact help. I picked up the phone, but the line was dead. Static crackled through the receiver, a chilling reminder of my isolation. I tried the radio, but all I got was a cacophony of white noise. The storm had completely severed my connection to the outside world. A sense of dread washed over me. I was trapped, alone with a madman and whatever horrors he believed were lurking outside. I paced the room, my mind racing, trying to come up with a plan. Should I try to leave on foot? Could I make it through the storm to the nearest town? Just as I was about to give in to despair, a knock echoed through the station. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. Who could that be? The man's words echoed in my mind, "Don't let anyone else in." I cautiously approached the door, peering through the peephole. A figure stood on the porch, silhouetted against the swirling mist. It was a young man, his face pale and drawn, his clothes soaked through. He looked exhausted and terrified. He saw me and let out a sigh of relief. "Thank God," he said, his voice trembling. Can you help me? I'm lost. I've been hiking for hours, and I can't find my way back to the trail. I hesitated, torn between my duty to help and the strange man's warning. But the hiker looked so desperate, so vulnerable. I couldn't just leave him out there in the storm. With a deep breath, I unlocked the door and let him in. The hiker practically fell through the doorway, his relief palpable. He slammed the door shut behind him, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and gratitude. He was young, maybe early 20s, with a shock of unruly brown hair and a thin, athletic build. His backpack was soaked, and his face was streaked with mud and rain. "Thank you," he gasped, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I thought I was done for. I've been wandering for hours. Lost the trail in the storm. I forced a smile, trying to project an air of calm I didn't feel. "You're safe now. Come in, get warm." I led him over to the stove, where the strange man still lay huddled under the blanket. He hadn't moved since collapsing, but his eyes were open, watching the hiker with an unnerving intensity. "Who's that?" the hiker asked, his voice wary. He came in a while ago," I stammered, unsure how to explain the man's bizarre behavior. "He's not feeling well." The hiker nodded, but I could see the suspicion in his eyes. I couldn't blame him. The whole situation was unsettling, even to me. "I'm Ben," the hiker said, extending a hand. "Alex," I replied, shaking it. Ben sat down by the stove, his gaze flickering nervously between me and the strange man. "What's wrong with him?" he asked, his voice low. "I don't know," I admitted. "He's been delirious, talking about things." I decided not to mention the man's warnings about them. I didn't want to scare Ben any more than he already was. Besides, I still wasn't sure if the man was just crazy or if there was something more to his ramblings. "This storm is insane," Ben said, breaking the tense silence. "I've never seen anything like it." I nodded in agreement. The storm seemed to be growing in intensity, the wind howling like a chorus of tormented spirits. The windows rattled violently, and the old ranger station creaked and groaned under the onslaught. "Do you think it will let up soon?" Ben asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. I shook my head. "I don't know." The forecast wasn't good. A heavy silence settled over the room. I could feel Ben's eyes on me, and I knew he could sense my unease. I tried to act normal, to maintain a facade of calm, but it was getting harder by the minute. The strange man's warnings, the dead phone lines, the relentless storm, it all added up to a growing sense of dread that I couldn't shake off. The silence was shattered by a sudden, ear-splitting shriek. It came from the strange man. He shot up from beneath the blanket, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his face contorted in a mask of terror. He scrambled back from Ben, his hands clawing at the floor, his body trembling violently. "They're here," he screamed, his voice raw and guttural. "I can feel them. They're inside." Ben jumped to his feet, his eyes wide with alarm. What's happening? Who's here? I didn't know what to say. The man's outburst was terrifying, and I could see the fear growing in Ben's eyes. I tried to calm them both, but my words felt hollow even to my own ears. The strange man continued to shriek and writhe on the floor, his body contorting in unnatural ways. He began scratching at the walls, leaving deep gouges in the wood paneling. His fingernails seemed to lengthen and thicken, becoming more like claws. "He's sick," I said to Ben, trying to sound reassuring. "He needs help." But even as I said the words, I knew they weren't true. There was something deeply wrong with the man, something that went beyond any illness I had ever seen. He suddenly stopped scratching and turned his head towards us. His eyes were completely black, the pupils dilated to the point where they consumed the entire iris. A low growl rumbled in his throat. Ben gasped and stumbled back. "What the hell is wrong with him?" he whispered, his voice trembling. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I was too horrified by what I was seeing. The man was no longer human. Something else had taken over, something dark and malevolent. He lunged at Ben, his clawed hands reaching out. Ben cried out and dodged out of the way, narrowly avoiding the attack. The man crashed into the wall, leaving a deep dent in the wood. I knew then that we weren't safe. We had to get out of there. "Come on!" I yelled to Ben, grabbing his arm. "We have to go." We ran towards the door, the man's screams echoing behind us. He was on his feet again, scrambling after us, his movements inhumanly fast. We burst out of the station and into the storm. The wind and rain lashed at us, blinding and disorienting. But we couldn't stop. We had to keep running. As we fled into the darkness, I could hear the man's chilling laughter echoing through the trees. It was a sound that would haunt my nightmares for years to come. The storm raged around us, the wind screaming like 1,000 tortured souls. Rain lashed at our faces, blurring our vision. We stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our skin, thorns tearing at our clothes. But we didn't dare slow down. The chilling laughter continued to echo through the trees, a constant reminder of the horror we were fleeing. "Where are we going?" Ben gasped, his voice barely audible above the wind. "I don't know," I yelled back, my heart pounding in my chest. "Just away from that thing." I could hear Ben's ragged breathing beside me, his footsteps heavy and uneven. He was exhausted, terrified. But he kept running. We both did. We had to. We burst out of the thick undergrowth and into a small clearing. The ranger station was no longer visible, swallowed by the darkness and the storm. But the laughter was still there, closer now, mocking our desperate flight. "We have to hide," I said, my voice barely a whisper. We crouched behind a large fallen log, our breaths coming in ragged gasps. I could feel the adrenaline coursing through my veins, my senses heightened. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of fear through me. I reached into my backpack and pulled out my flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing the dense forest surrounding us. But there was no sign of our pursuer. "Do you think we lost it?" Ben whispered, his voice filled with hope. I shook my head. I don't know. But we can't stay here. We need to keep moving. I pulled out my ranger's kit, checking the contents. I had a first aid kit, a compass, a map, and my service weapon, a Glock 17. It wasn't much, but it was something. Do you know how to use that? Ben asked, his eyes fixed on the gun. I nodded. I'm a park ranger. It's part of the job. I checked the magazine. It was full. I chambered around, the metallic click echoing in the silence. I felt a surge of confidence, a sense of control in the face of overwhelming fear. Come on, I said, my voice firmer now. Let's go. We moved cautiously through the clearing, our eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of movement. The laughter had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that was even more unsettling. It felt like we were being watched, hunted. As we reached the edge of the clearing, I saw something move in the shadows. A dark shape, tall and slender, with long, spindly limbs. It was moving towards us, slowly, deliberately. I raised the gun, my finger tightening on the trigger. Who's there? I called out, my voice echoing through the trees. The figure didn't answer. It just kept coming, its movements fluid and unnatural. I knew then that we were not alone. Whatever was out there, it was not human. And it was coming for us. The figure emerged from the shadows, and my breath caught in my throat. It was tall and gaunt, its limbs impossibly long and thin, like a spider's legs. Its skin was pale and translucent, almost glowing in the darkness. Its head was elongated, with no discernible features, just a smooth, blank surface. It moved with an eerie grace, gliding over the uneven ground as if it were floating. It made no sound, its footsteps silent on the forest floor. It was like something out of a nightmare, a creature that defied all the laws of nature. I tightened my grip on the gun, my finger hovering over the trigger. My heart pounded in my chest, and my breath came in ragged gasps. Fear threatened to overwhelm me, but I fought it back. I had to stay calm. I had to protect Ben. Stay behind me, I whispered to Ben, my voice trembling. He nodded, his eyes wide with terror. He clutched at my arm, his fingers digging into my flesh. The creature stopped a few feet away from us, its blank face tilted slightly, as if studying us. I could feel its presence, a cold, malevolent energy that seemed to drain the warmth from my body. I raised the gun, aiming for the creature's head. Stay back. I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. The creature didn't react. It just stood there, its blank face staring at us. I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot echoed through the forest, the sound deafening in the silence. The creature didn't flinch. The bullet seemed to pass right through it, leaving no mark. I fired again. And again. But it had no effect. The creature remained unfazed, its blank face still fixed on us. A wave of despair washed over me. I had no weapon that could harm this thing. We were completely defenseless. The creature took a step towards us. then another. It was slow, deliberate, as if savoring our fear. I grabbed Ben's hand and pulled him back. "Run!" I yelled. We turned and fled, the creature's silent pursuit close behind us. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. But we didn't stop. We couldn't. The creature was faster. It glided over the uneven ground with ease, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly through the forest. It was gaining on us. I could hear its soft footsteps behind us, closing the distance. I could feel its cold presence, like a shadow creeping over my soul. We were running out of time. We stumbled into another clearing, this one larger than the last. The moon peeked through the storm clouds, casting an eerie glow over the scene. I could see the creature now, standing at the edge of the clearing, its silhouette stark against the pale moonlight. It was waiting for us. We had nowhere to run. We were surrounded by trees, the forest closing in on all sides. There was no escape. I pushed Ben behind me, shielding him with my body. I raised the gun again, my finger trembling on the trigger. I knew it was useless, but I had to do something. "Stay back!" I yelled, my voice hoarse and desperate. The creature didn't move. It just stood there, its blank face staring at us, its presence filling the clearing with a suffocating dread. Then it began to change. Its body rippled and distorted, its limbs lengthening and contorting. Its skin stretched and thinned, becoming almost translucent. Its head elongated, the blank face disappearing, replaced by a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. It was no longer humanoid. It was something monstrous, something out of the darkest depths of a nightmare. I screamed, the sound echoing through the clearing. Ben whimpered behind me, his body shaking with fear. The creature lunged. I fired the gun, emptying the entire magazine into its grotesque form. But the bullets had no effect. They passed right through it, leaving no mark. The creature was upon us. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the attack never came. I opened my eyes, my heart pounding in my chest. The creature was gone. Vanished. I looked around, searching the clearing for any sign of it. But there was nothing. Only the trees, the moon, and the storm. We were alone. But the silence was deafening. It was a silence filled with dread, a silence that screamed of unseen horrors lurking just beyond our perception. I knew then that we were not safe. We had escaped this creature, but there were others. They were out there, in the darkness, waiting for us. And they would find us. The silence was broken by a blood-curdling scream. It wasn't my scream, nor was it the creature's. It was Ben's. I spun around, my heart seizing in my chest. Ben was no longer behind me. He was several yards away, running blindly towards the tree line, his face contorted in terror. And then I saw them. They weren't just one creature. There were dozens of them, maybe even hundreds. They emerged from the darkness, their forms shifting and distorting, their limbs elongated and grotesque. They were like a swarm of nightmares, their presence suffocating, their silence more terrifying than any scream. They converged on Ben, their movements swift and silent. He tripped and fell, his scream cut short as they descended upon him. I watched in horror, paralyzed by fear, as they engulfed him, their forms merging and shifting, their limbs intertwining, their mouths opening to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't even scream. I was frozen, trapped in a nightmare, watching as Ben was consumed by the darkness. Then, as quickly as they appeared, they were gone. Vanished into the night, leaving behind only an echoing silence and the lingering scent of something ancient and foul. I stumbled towards the spot where Ben had fallen, my legs shaking, my body trembling. There was nothing left of him. No blood, no bones, no trace that he had ever existed. He was gone. I sank to my knees, my mind reeling, my stomach churning. I had failed him. I had brought him here, to this place of horrors, and now he was gone. I looked up at the moon, its pale light casting long shadows across the clearing. The storm had subsided, the wind reduced to a gentle breeze. The forest was silent, but it was a silence that held 1,000 unspoken horrors. I knew then that I had to leave. I had to escape this place, this nightmare. I had to get back to civilization, to the world of light and reason. I staggered to my feet, my body aching, my mind numb. I turned and ran, fleeing the clearing, fleeing the forest, fleeing the horrors that lurked within. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I knew that if I did, I would see them, waiting for me, their forms shifting and distorting in the darkness. I ran until I couldn't run anymore. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs ached. I ran until I collapsed, exhausted and broken, on the edge of the forest. And even then, I didn't stop. I crawled, dragged myself along the ground, until I reached the road. I lay there, gasping for breath, my body trembling, my mind filled with the horrors I had witnessed. I had escaped, but I knew that I would never be the same. The Adirondacks had changed me. They had shown me the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the world, the horrors that hid in the shadows. And I would never forget. I made it back to civilization, battered and bruised, my mind teetering on the brink of madness. I told my story to anyone who would listen, the police, the park rangers, the doctors. But no one believed me. They said I was suffering from shock, from exposure, from the trauma of being lost in the wilderness. They were wrong. I knew what I had seen. I knew what had happened. The Adirondacks were not what they seemed. There was a darkness there, an ancient evil that lurked beneath the surface, waiting to consume those who strayed too far from the beaten path. I tried to warn people, to tell them to stay away from the mountains. But they just laughed, dismissing me as a crazy old man. They didn't understand. They couldn't. I left the Adirondacks, but the Adirondacks never left me. The memories haunted me, the nightmares plagued me. I could still see Ben's face, contorted in terror, as the creatures descended upon him. I could still hear his screams echoing in the silence of the night. I tried to move on, to rebuild my life. But the past was always there, a shadow hanging over me, a constant reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. I became a recluse, shutting myself off from the world. I couldn't bear to be around people, to see their faces, to hear their laughter. It was a constant reminder of what I had lost. I spent my days wandering the streets, a ghost among the living. I watched the people go about their lives, oblivious to the darkness that lurked just beyond their perception. I wanted to warn them, to tell them to be careful. But I knew it was pointless. They wouldn't believe me. So I remained silent, a prisoner of my own memories, haunted by the horrors of the Adirondacks. And I waited. I waited for the day when they would return. I knew they would. They always did. They were out there, in the darkness, watching, waiting. And one day, they would come for me. Sarah's always been a bit of a lone wolf. Not in a weird way, just independent. Hiking's her thing. Me? I'm more of a Netflix and chill kind of guy. So when she started planning this solo trip to the Black Hills, I was a little uneasy, but I tried to play it cool. "It'll be good for you," I said, trying to sound all supportive and whatnot. Truth is, I hate the idea of her being out there all alone. Those woods are dense, man. Real dense. I read this article once about a guy who got lost out there, just vanished off the face of the earth. Never found him. Anyway, I drove her to the trailhead early Friday morning. She was all decked out in her hiking gear, those sturdy boots she loves, cargo pants with a million pockets, and that ridiculous hat with the mosquito netting. She looked like she was ready to trek across the Amazon, not just spend a few days in South Dakota. "Got everything?" I asked, for like the 10th time. "Yep," she said, giving me that quick, confident smile that always makes my stomach do a flip-flop. "Map, compass, first aid kit, bear spray, the works." "Okay, good. Just be careful, all right?" She laughed, that light, airy laugh that makes her sound like a Disney princess. "Always am. Don't worry so much, I'll be fine." And with that, she slung her backpack over her shoulders, gave me a quick hug that smelled like sunscreen and bug spray, and headed off into the woods. I watched her go, that uneasy feeling twisting in my gut. I hung around the parking lot for a while, just staring at the trailhead, feeling the knot of worry tighten with every passing minute. Finally, I told myself to snap out of it. She's a grown woman, perfectly capable of taking care of herself. I got back in my car, cranked up the AC, and headed home. But the whole drive back, I couldn't shake this feeling that something was off. The next day was Saturday. I woke up with that same nagging feeling in my gut. Tried to shake it off, told myself Sarah was probably fine, just enjoying the peace and quiet. But I couldn't help checking my phone every 5 minutes, hoping for a text. Nothing. To distract myself, I decided to tackle that mountain of laundry that had been piling up for weeks. Seriously, it was like Mount Everest in my laundry basket. As I was sorting through the clothes, I found Sarah's favorite flannel shirt, the one she always wears when we go camping. It still smelled like her, that faint scent of wood smoke and vanilla. I held it up to my face for a moment, just breathing in that familiar scent, and suddenly that feeling of dread came back full force. I tossed the shirt into the laundry basket and tried to focus on the task at hand. The day dragged on. I tried watching some TV, but nothing held my interest. I tried reading, but the words just swam in front of my eyes. All I could think about was Sarah out there in the woods, alone. Finally, around midday, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Sarah. I practically ripped my phone out of my pocket and tore into the message. Having a great time. Trail is beautiful. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave. See? I told myself. She's fine. Just overreacting as usual. I typed back a quick reply, glad to hear it. Stay safe. Then I went back to my laundry, feeling a little lighter, a little less like the world was about to end. I even managed to fold a few shirts without getting distracted. Progress. Sunday morning rolled around, and I woke up feeling off. Like something was just not right. Couldn't put my finger on it, but that knot in my stomach was back with a vengeance. I checked my phone. No new messages from Sarah. She's probably just busy hiking, I muttered to myself, trying to convince myself that everything was fine. But the doubt was creeping in. Usually, she'd send at least one text a day, just to check in. I tried to go about my usual Sunday routine, coffee, pancakes, maybe catch a game later. But I couldn't focus. Every little creak in the house made me jump. Every time my phone buzzed, which was just spam calls, of course, my heart would leap into my throat. Finally, in the afternoon, my phone actually did buzz with a new message. Sarah. I snatched it up, eager to hear how she was doing. But as I read the message, a chill ran down my spine. So peaceful here. No one around for miles. Just the sounds of nature. Okay, on the surface, it seemed normal enough. But something about it felt wrong. First of all, no emojis. Sarah loves her emojis. Every text is usually peppered with little smiley faces, hearts, whatever. This was just plain text. And the wording itself. So peaceful. No one around for miles. It was like she was trying too hard to sound okay. Like she was trying to convince herself that everything was fine. I read the message again and again, each time that feeling of unease growing stronger. I tried to shake it off, but I couldn't. Something was definitely off. Monday was a blur. I went to work, but I couldn't concentrate on anything. My boss kept shooting me these weird looks, probably wondering why I was staring blankly at my computer screen instead of doing actual work. I tried to explain that my girlfriend was missing in the wilderness, but it came out sounding like some lame excuse a kid would make to get out of a test. I spent most of the day refreshing my inbox, hoping for another message from Sarah. But nothing came. By the time I left work, I was a wreck. I drove home in a daze, barely registering the traffic around me. When I got back to my apartment, I did the first thing that came to mind. I grabbed my phone and tried calling Sarah. It went straight to voicemail. I tried again, and again, and again. Same result. No signal. Panic started to set in. I paced around my apartment like a caged animal, my mind racing with all sorts of terrifying scenarios. Was she injured? Lost? Had she encountered someone or something out there in the woods? I tried to tell myself to calm down, that there was probably a perfectly reasonable explanation for her lack of communication. Maybe her phone battery died. Maybe she was in a spot with no reception. Maybe she just wanted to disconnect for a while and enjoy nature. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Really wrong. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Sarah's face, her smile, the way her eyes crinkled when she laughed. I imagined her out there in the darkness, alone and scared. I had to do something. I couldn't just sit here and wait. Tuesday morning, I woke up with a new resolve. Screw work. Screw everything. I was going to find Sarah. I threw some clothes on, grabbed my keys, and headed out the door. The drive to the Black Hills was a blur. I barely remember any of it. All I could think about was getting to Sarah, making sure she was okay. When I finally reached the trailhead, it was like stepping into another world. The air was still and heavy, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves or the chirping of birds. It was beautiful, in a way, but also unsettling. Like something was watching me from the shadows. I found Sarah's car still parked in the lot, exactly where she'd left it. My heart sank. If she'd come back, she would have driven home, right? I took a deep breath and started down the trail. The path was narrow and winding, the trees forming a dense canopy overhead. The sunlight filtered through the leaves and patches, creating an eerie, dappled effect on the forest floor. I walked for what felt like hours, my anxiety growing with every step. I kept imagining Sarah's face, her voice, the way she always squeezed my hand when she was scared. Then, I saw it. A flash of color in the distance. It was Sarah's backpack, lying abandoned on the side of the trail. My heart pounded in my chest as I ran towards it. I knelt down and picked it up, my hands trembling. It was her backpack, no doubt about it. But where was she? I unzipped the main compartment and rummaged through the contents. Her water bottle, her first aid kit, her compass, everything was there. Except her phone. Then I saw it, tucked into a side pocket. Her phone. I pulled it out and quickly pressed the power button. The screen lit up, displaying a single, unfinished text message. Don't. Don't what? Don't go any further? Don't trust anyone? Don't look behind you? A wave of fear washed over me. Something was terribly wrong. I scrolled through her recent messages, hoping to find some clue, some indication of what had happened. And that's when I saw it. A photo she'd sent earlier that day. It was a selfie of Sarah, standing in front of a massive, ancient tree. She looked different. Her eyes were wide and hollow, her smile strained. And in the background, behind her, I could just make out a set of footprints. But they weren't human footprints. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold Sarah's phone. I stared at that photo, zooming in on those footprints, trying to make sense of it all. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before, long and narrow, with what looked like 3 toes. They looked almost reptilian. A shiver ran down my spine. What the hell had Sarah stumbled upon out here? I had to find her. I had to know she was okay. I shoved the phone into my pocket and continued down the trail, my pace quickening. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming like silent giants. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. Every sound, the snapping of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant cry of a bird, made me jump. I don't know how long I walked. It felt like hours, but it could have been minutes. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that dense, oppressive forest. Finally, the trail opened up into a small clearing. In the center, a campfire smoldered, the embers glowing faintly in the fading light. A few logs were arranged around the fire pit, as if someone had been sitting there recently. I approached cautiously, scanning the area for any sign of Sarah. But there was nothing. Just the empty clearing, the dying fire, and an unsettling silence that hung heavy in the air. Then, I saw it. A splash of crimson on the forest floor. Blood. My heart pounded in my chest as I knelt down for a closer look. It was definitely blood, still fresh, still sticky. There were several drops scattered across the ground, leading off into the trees. I followed the trail of blood, my fear growing with every step. The trees seemed to press in on me, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. The air grew colder, the silence more profound. I felt like I was being watched. Like something was following me, just out of sight. The trail of blood led me deeper into the woods, away from the clearing and the dying fire. The trees grew thicker, the undergrowth denser, the air heavy with the smell of decay. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed around me. I felt a growing sense of dread, a primal fear that gnawed at my insides. I was alone in this vast, ancient forest, following a trail of blood that led to God knows where. Was this how Sarah felt? Lost, scared, hunted? I pushed aside a low-hanging branch and stumbled into another small clearing. And that's when I saw it. A small, crudely built shelter, fashioned from branches and leaves. It looked like something a child might build in their backyard, not something you'd find deep in the wilderness. I approached cautiously, my heart pounding in my chest. Was this where Sarah had been staying? Was she inside? I peered inside the shelter, but it was too dark to see anything. I reached into my pocket for my phone, fumbling for the flashlight app. The light flickered on, illuminating the interior of the shelter. It was empty, but there were signs that someone had been living there. A sleeping bag lay crumpled in the corner. A few empty food wrappers were scattered on the ground. And in the center of the shelter, a small pile of something lay heaped on the dirt floor. I knelt down for a closer look, my stomach churning. It was a pile of bones. Small, delicate bones. Animal bones. But they weren't just scattered randomly. They were arranged in a pattern. A spiral. A spiral that seemed to writhe and pulse in the flickering light of my phone. I recoiled in horror, my mind reeling. What the hell was going on here? What kind of sick game was being played? And then I heard it. A sound from the depths of the forest. A low, guttural growl, like something out of a nightmare. I froze, my blood turning to ice. Something was out there. Something was watching me. That growl sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I spun around, my phone's flashlight beam dancing wildly in the darkness, trying to find the source of the sound. But I couldn't see anything. Just trees, shadows, and the oppressive darkness. The growling came again, closer this time. It was a deep, guttural sound, full of menace and hunger. It sounded like some kind of animal. But not any animal I'd ever heard before. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. I had to get out of there. I had to find Sarah. But my legs felt like lead, my body frozen in fear. Then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing in the darkness. They were yellow, like a cat's eyes, but much larger, much more intense. They were watching me, tracking my every move. I stumbled backward, tripping over a root and falling to the ground. My phone slipped from my grasp, the flashlight beam skittering across the forest floor. I scrambled to retrieve it, my hands shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The growling grew louder, closer. I could feel the creature's presence, its hot, fetid breath on my neck. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing myself for the attack. But it never came. I opened my eyes cautiously, my heart still pounding. The eyes were gone. The growling had faded into the distance. I scrambled to my feet, my legs trembling. I had to get out of there. Now! I ran blindly through the forest, the branches whipping in my face, the undergrowth tearing at my clothes. I didn't care. All I cared about was escaping that creature, that thing that was stalking me. I ran until I couldn't run anymore, until my lungs burned and my legs ached. Finally, I collapsed on the forest floor, gasping for breath. I lay there for a long time, listening to the sounds of the forest. The wind rustling through the leaves. The distant hoot of an owl. The chirping of crickets. But there was no growling. No eyes. No creature. I was alone. Or was I? I slowly got to my feet, my body aching, my mind reeling. I had no idea where I was, how far I'd run, or even which direction I should go to get back to the trail. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again, but I forced it down. Freaking out wouldn't help. I needed to think clearly. Taking a deep breath, I tried to get my bearings. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, casting long, ominous shadows through the trees. The air was growing colder, and a light mist was starting to rise from the forest floor. It was getting dark. I had to find shelter. and I had to find Sarah. I started walking, choosing a direction at random, hoping it would lead me back to the trail. The forest seemed to stretch on forever, the trees an endless maze of trunks and branches. Every sound, the snap of a twig, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, sent a shiver down my spine. I walked for what felt like hours, but I didn't see any sign of the trail. The sun had almost disappeared below the horizon, and the forest was growing darker by the minute. I was losing hope. Then, I saw it. A faint glow in the distance, like a campfire. Could it be? Could it be Sarah? I hurried towards the light, my heart pounding with renewed hope. As I got closer, I could see that it was indeed a campfire, burning brightly in a small clearing. And there, sitting beside the fire, was a figure. It was Sarah. Relief washed over me like a tidal wave. I ran towards her, calling her name. Sarah. Sarah, it's me. She turned towards me, her face illuminated by the firelight. But it wasn't the Sarah I knew. Her eyes were wide and vacant, her expression blank. She looked different. And then I saw it. Standing behind her, its hand resting on her shoulder, was the creature. The creature with the glowing yellow eyes. It was tall and gaunt, its skin a sickly pale green. Its limbs were long and spindly, its fingers tipped with sharp, black claws. Its face was a grotesque mask of bone and the creature's growl echoed through the clearing, a sound that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, couldn't even scream. Terror had paralyzed me completely. Sarah, or whatever she was now, just sat there, staring blankly into the fire. She didn't acknowledge my presence, didn't even seem to see me. It was like she was empty. A shell. The creature took a step towards me, its claws scraping against the ground. Its eyes burned into me, filled with a cold, malevolent intelligence. I knew in that moment that I was no match for it. I was going to die. But then, something unexpected happened. Sarah, or the thing that wore Sarah's skin, turned her head and looked at me. And for a fleeting moment, I saw a flicker of recognition in her eyes. A spark of the Sarah I knew and loved. She opened her mouth, as if to speak. But before she could utter a word, the creature's hand clamped down on her shoulder, silencing her. It glared at me, its eyes filled with rage. And then, it lunged. I screamed and threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its claws. I scrambled to my feet and ran, the creature's growls echoing behind me. I didn't look back, didn't dare to. I just ran, blindly, desperately, hoping to escape the nightmare. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like an eternity. But eventually, I stumbled out of the forest and onto the trail. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, my body trembling with fear and exhaustion. I lay there for a long time, trying to catch my breath, trying to make sense of what had happened. But it was no use. It was all too much. Too unreal. Too terrifying. I eventually managed to get to my feet and stumble back to my car. The drive home was a blur. I don't remember much of it. All I could think about was Sarah, and the creature, and the horrifying events of the past few days. I haven't been back to the Black Hills since. I can't. The memories are too painful, too real. I still have nightmares about that creature. I still see its eyes glowing in the darkness. I still hear its growls echoing in my ears. And I still wonder what happened to Sarah. Is she still out there, somewhere in that dark and ancient forest? Or is she gone forever, lost to the creature that stole her away? I don't know. And I don't think I ever will. The crisp mountain air whipped through my hair as I surveyed the breathtaking vista from my ranger station. Towering pines stood sentinel against the vibrant hues of a setting sun, casting long shadows across the rugged terrain. Mount Rainier, a majestic giant cloaked in snow and ice, dominated the horizon, its peak piercing the clouds like a celestial spear. I've always felt a profound connection to this place, a deep sense of belonging amidst the untamed wilderness. As a park ranger at Mount Rainier National Park, I've spent countless hours exploring its hidden trails, marveling at its diverse wildlife, and assisting visitors in their quest to experience the park's raw beauty. Today was like any other, a steady stream of hikers and nature enthusiasts seeking adventure and solace in the park's embrace. I answered questions, provided directions, and shared my knowledge of the local flora and fauna. But beneath the surface of this tranquil routine, a growing unease gnawed at me. Over the past few months, a string of missing person cases has cast a pall over the park. Hikers venturing into the wilderness have vanished without a trace, leaving behind only unanswered questions and a lingering sense of dread. The park officials have assured the public that these incidents are isolated and unrelated, but I can't shake the feeling that something more sinister is at play. The disappearances are eerily similar, each hiker vanishing without a trace, their last known whereabouts deep within the park's labyrinthine trails. Search parties have come up empty, finding no signs of foul play or any indication of what might have befallen these unfortunate souls. As I prepare to lock up the ranger station for the night, a shiver runs down my spine. The wind howls through the trees, carrying with it a whisper of something unknown, something unsettling. I can't help but feel that I'm being watched, that unseen eyes are following my every move. There's a darkness lurking in the heart of this pristine wilderness, a malevolent presence that I can't ignore. I'm determined to uncover the truth behind these disappearances, to shed light on the shadows that have fallen upon Mount Rainier. The case that truly shook me to the core involved a young woman named Emily. She was an avid hiker, a seasoned adventurer who knew these trails like the back of her hand. One crisp autumn morning, she set off on a solo trek, eager to immerse herself in the park's splendor. She never returned. Search and rescue teams combed the area for days, but Emily vanished without a trace. Her disappearance weighed heavily on me, a constant reminder of the lurking darkness that seemed to be consuming the park. I couldn't shake the feeling that Emily's case was connected to the others, that there was a pattern hidden in the chaos. My patrols became more vigilant, my senses heightened, always scanning the surroundings for any sign of disturbance. An eerie feeling clung to me like a shroud, the sensation of being watched, of unseen eyes following my every move. The once familiar trails now seemed ominous, the rustling leaves and creaking branches whispering secrets I couldn't decipher. strange occurrences became more frequent. Fleeting shadows danced at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I turned to face them. The wildlife seemed agitated, their calls filled with an unusual urgency. I even stumbled upon a patch of ground where the vegetation was inexplicably withered and blackened, as if scorched by an unseen fire. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in shades of purple and orange, I ventured off the beaten path, drawn by an inexplicable pull. Deep in the woods, far from any marked trail, I stumbled upon a sight that sent chills down my spine. A backpack lay abandoned beneath a towering fir tree, its contents spilled across the forest floor. My heart pounded in my chest as I recognized the embroidered initials on the backpack. It belonged to Emily. The backpack lay nestled amidst the undergrowth, its once vibrant colors dulled by the damp forest floor. A gaping tear marred its side, and its contents were strewn about, a testament to a desperate struggle. Emily's belongings, once cherished possessions, now lay scattered and forgotten, a poignant reminder of her tragic fate. A wave of nausea washed over me as I knelt beside the backpack, my fingers tracing the tattered fabric. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Emily had met a gruesome end, and I was standing amidst the remnants of her final moments. The park, once a sanctuary, now felt like a haunting ground, its beauty tainted by the lurking evil. The conviction grew within me that something sinister was responsible for Emily's disappearance and the others. It wasn't just a series of unfortunate accidents. There was a deliberate hand at play, a malevolent force orchestrating these tragedies. I had to bring this to the attention of my superiors, to warn them of the danger lurking within the park's boundaries. With a heavy heart, I returned to the ranger station, the weight of my discovery pressing down on me. I recounted my findings to the head ranger, detailing the location of the backpack and my growing suspicions. But my concerns were met with indifference, dismissed as the ramblings of an overactive imagination. "There's no evidence of foul play," the head ranger said dismissively, his eyes fixed on the paperwork before him. "These are just unfortunate accidents, a sad reality of the wilderness. You're letting your emotions get the better of you." Frustration gnawed at me, the feeling of helplessness amplified by the dismissive attitude of my superiors. They were blinded by their adherence to protocol, their unwillingness to acknowledge the possibility of something more sinister at play. But I wouldn't be deterred. I owed it to Emily, to all the missing hikers, to uncover the truth. Despite the warnings and the lack of support, I resolved to continue my investigation. I would delve deeper into the park's secrets, follow the trail of disappearances, and expose the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of this pristine wilderness. The ranger station's flickering fluorescent lights seemed to mock my determination as I delved into the park's archives. Dust motes danced in the pale light, illuminating stacks of forgotten files and faded photographs. The musty scent of old paper filled the air, a testament to the countless stories and secrets hidden within these walls. I immersed myself in the park's history, poring over records of past disappearances, searching for any patterns or connections that might have been overlooked. The official reports were frustratingly vague, attributing the vanishings to disorientation, wild animal attacks, or simple misadventure. But my gut screamed that there was more to these stories, a hidden truth buried beneath the surface. As I dug deeper, I stumbled upon a collection of local legends and myths, tales passed down through generations of indigenous people and early settlers. These stories spoke of mysterious creatures inhabiting the mountain's depths, shadowy beings that preyed on unsuspecting travelers. There were whispers of ancient rituals and sacrifices, of a dark power that demanded appeasement. One recurring theme caught my attention, a creature of immense power, dwelling in the heart of the mountain, known as the Shadow Walker. Legend had it that the Shadow Walker roamed the wilderness, cloaked in darkness, its presence heralded by an unnatural chill and a sense of overwhelming dread. It was said to lure hikers off the trails, their cries echoing through the valleys before fading into an eerie silence. The folklore resonated with me, its chilling tales mirroring the recent disappearances. Could there be a connection between these ancient legends and the current events plaguing the park? Was the Shadow Walker more than just a myth, a terrifying reality lurking in the shadows? The thought sent a shiver down my spine, but also ignited a spark of determination within me. I would venture into the park's uncharted territories, the areas where most of the disappearances occurred. I would seek out the truth, armed with my knowledge and a growing sense of foreboding. The Shadow Walker, if it existed, would be exposed, its reign of terror brought to an end. Dawn painted the sky with hues of gray and purple as I prepared for my foray into the unknown. A knot of apprehension tightened in my stomach, but it was overshadowed by a steely resolve. I had to find answers, for Emily, for the missing hikers, and for my own sanity. I meticulously packed my backpack with essentials: a compass, a map, a first aid kit, extra layers of clothing, high-energy snacks, and a powerful flashlight. My trusty multi-tool hung from my belt, a reassuring weight against my hip. A tremor of fear ran through me, but I pushed it aside, focusing on the task at hand. With a deep breath, I stepped into the wilderness, leaving behind the familiar trails and venturing into the uncharted depths of the park. The air grew heavy with an unnatural silence, the usual symphony of birdsong and rustling leaves replaced by an eerie stillness. A sense of isolation washed over me, amplified by the towering trees that seemed to close in from all sides. The terrain grew treacherous, the path riddled with hidden roots and loose rocks. The vegetation took on an otherworldly quality, the trees gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Strange symbols, etched into the bark of ancient trees, caught my eye, their cryptic messages sending shivers down my spine. As I pressed deeper into the wilderness, a sense of unease settled over me. The air grew thick with an unseen presence, a feeling of being watched, of being followed. I scanned the surroundings, my senses on high alert, but found nothing but the dense foliage and the oppressive silence. Then I stumbled upon it, a hidden cave, nestled amidst a cluster of moss-covered rocks. An unnatural chill emanated from its depths, and the air crackled with an eerie energy. The entrance was shrouded in shadow, beckoning me closer, promising answers to the questions that haunted me. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, I approached the cave, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The strange symbols I had seen earlier adorned the cave walls, their intricate patterns hinting at a hidden meaning. A sense of dread washed over me, but I couldn't turn back now. I had to know what secrets lay hidden within the belly of the mountain. My flashlight beam danced across the uneven walls of the cave, revealing a damp, earthen chamber. A musty odor hung in the air, a mix of decaying leaves and something ancient, something indescribably primal. The strange symbols I'd seen outside were etched deeper into the cave walls here, forming intricate patterns that seemed to writhe and shift in the flickering light. A sense of foreboding pressed down on me, heavier with each step I took. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the drip of water echoing through the cavern. The air grew colder, seeping into my bones, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me. As I ventured deeper, the cave opened into a larger chamber, the ceiling disappearing into a black abyss. My flashlight beam struggled to penetrate the darkness, but I could make out piles of debris scattered across the floor. A closer look revealed remnants of camping gear, a tattered tent, a rusty lantern, a half-buried backpack. My heart pounded in my chest as I recognized the faded logo on the backpack. It was the same brand that Emily carried. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced myself to continue. This was more than just a cave. It was a graveyard of lost souls. Amongst the debris, I found more personal effects, a worn hiking boot, a tarnished locket, a child's stuffed toy. Then, something glinted in the dirt. I knelt down, brushing away the earth to reveal a human bone, bleached white and eerily smooth. More bones lay scattered nearby, a grim testament to the cave's dark secrets. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This cave was connected to the missing hikers, a place where their trails ended, their lives extinguished. The legends, the Shadow Walker, it all felt terrifyingly real. A low growl echoed from the depths of the cave, sending a surge of adrenaline through me. I whipped around, my flashlight beam frantically searching the darkness. 2 points of eerie light glowed from the shadows, piercing the blackness like a predator's eyes. A monstrous shape began to emerge from the darkness, its form shifting and distorted in the dim light. It was tall and gaunt, with limbs that seemed to bend at unnatural angles. Its skin was pale and stretched taut over its bones, and its eyes burned with an unholy light. The creature let out another growl, a sound that reverberated through the cavern, chilling me to the core. I knew then that I had stumbled upon the heart of the mountain's darkness, the source of the disappearances, the terrifying reality behind the legend of the Shadow Walker. The creature emerged from the shadows, its form solidifying into a grotesque mockery of a human. Its limbs were elongated and skeletal, ending in sharp claws that scraped against the cave floor. Its skin was a sickly pale, stretched taut over its bones, revealing the intricate network of veins beneath. Its face was gaunt and angular, with deep-set eyes that burned with an unholy light. A guttural growl rumbled from its throat, echoing through the cavern. The sound sent shivers down my spine, and I instinctively took a step back. The creature's eyes followed my every move, their intensity boring into me. Panic surged through me, but I knew I couldn't give in to fear. I had to escape, to warn others about the horrors lurking within the mountain. With a surge of adrenaline, I turned and fled, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the cave walls. The creature's growls echoed behind me, growing louder with each passing moment. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding on the cave floor, gaining on me. My heart hammered in my chest, and my lungs burned with exertion. I stumbled over rocks and debris, my flashlight slipping from my grasp. The cave plunged into darkness, the only light coming from the creature's glowing eyes, which were closing in on me. Just as I thought I was trapped, I spotted a narrow opening in the cave wall. With a desperate lunge, I squeezed through the opening, scrambling out into the cool night air. I didn't stop running, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The forest seemed to blur around me, the trees a dizzying array of shadows. The creature's growls still echoed in my ears, fueling my flight. As I stumbled through the undergrowth, I tripped over a root, falling to the ground with a thud. I lay there for a moment, catching my breath, my body trembling with fear and exhaustion. Then, I noticed something strange. The ground beneath me was marked with a series of symbols, etched into the dirt. They were the same symbols I had seen in the cave, the same symbols that adorned the creature's skin. I followed the trail of symbols, my curiosity overcoming my fear. The trail led me deeper into the wilderness, away from the familiar paths. I had a growing sense that I was being led somewhere, that the creature was drawing me further into its domain. The trail ended abruptly at a clearing, where a towering stone monolith stood bathed in moonlight. The same symbols were carved into its surface, their intricate patterns glowing with an eerie light. I felt a presence behind me, and I turned to see the creature standing at the edge of the clearing. Its eyes burned with an unholy light, and its clawed hands reached out towards me. I knew then that I had stumbled upon something far more sinister than I could have ever imagined. The creature, the symbols, the monolith, they were all connected, part of a dark and ancient power that I had unwittingly awakened. Driven by a primal instinct to survive, I fled. The creature's guttural cries echoed through the trees, a terrifying soundtrack to my desperate flight. I scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning with exertion. The forest floor seemed to tilt and sway beneath my feet, the world a dizzying blur of shadows and moonlight. The trail led me deeper into the mountain's embrace, the terrain growing steeper and more treacherous. The air grew thin and cold, the silence broken only by the pounding of my own heart. The vegetation thinned, replaced by jagged rocks and scree slopes. I felt a sense of unreality, as if I had stepped into a forgotten realm, a place untouched by human presence. Strange, twisted trees dotted the landscape, their branches gnarled and skeletal. The ground was littered with bones, bleached white by the elements. The air hummed with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of ancient power. I felt a growing sense of dread, a certainty that I was venturing deeper into the creature's domain. The trail led me to a narrow pass, the path winding between towering cliffs. The moonlight cast long, eerie shadows, transforming the familiar landscape into a nightmarish vision. As I rounded a bend, I gasped in astonishment. Before me lay a hidden valley, bathed in an ethereal glow. A waterfall cascaded down a sheer cliff face, its waters crashing into a crystal-clear pool below. Strange, luminescent plants grew in abundance, their leaves shimmering with an otherworldly light. In the center of the valley stood a cluster of ancient stone structures, their walls adorned with the same symbols I had seen in the cave and on the monolith. I cautiously approached the structures, my footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. The buildings were weathered and crumbling, their roofs long since collapsed. The symbols on the walls were faded but still discernible, their intricate patterns hinting at a long-forgotten language. As I explored the ruins, I realized I had stumbled upon an ancient settlement, a place lost to time. A sense of awe mixed with trepidation washed over me. Who were these people who had lived here, in this remote and hidden valley? What was their connection to the creature, to the symbols, to the mountain itself? I found remnants of their lives scattered amongst the ruins, pottery shards, tools fashioned from bone and stone, fragments of woven cloth. The settlement was eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. It was as if its inhabitants had vanished without a trace, leaving behind only ghosts and whispers of a forgotten past. As I delved deeper into the ruins, I discovered a hidden chamber beneath one of the structures. The chamber was circular, its walls lined with intricate carvings. In the center stood a stone altar, stained with what appeared to be dried blood. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just a settlement, it was a place of worship, a place of sacrifice. The creature, the symbols, the monolith, they were all connected to some dark and ancient ritual. I felt a cold presence behind me, and I turned to see the creature standing in the entrance to the chamber. Its eyes burned with an unholy light, and its clawed hands twitched with anticipation. I knew then that I had stumbled upon the heart of the mountain's secrets, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. The creature was not just a predator, it was a guardian, a protector of this ancient and unholy power. And I was an intruder, a trespasser in its domain. The chamber reeked of decay and something ancient, something foul. The air hung heavy, thick with the stench of blood and burnt offerings. Torches flickered in niches along the walls, casting an eerie glow on the grotesque carvings that adorned every surface. The symbols I'd seen throughout my journey were etched here with disturbing detail, intertwined with depictions of monstrous figures and scenes of ritual sacrifice. The creature stepped into the chamber, its eyes burning with an unholy light. It moved with an unnatural grace, its clawed feet silent on the stone floor. It gestured towards the altar, its meaning clear. This was a place of worship, and I was the intended sacrifice. Panic clawed at my throat, but I forced myself to remain calm. I had to find a way out, to escape this nightmare. I scanned the chamber, searching for an exit, a weapon, anything that could aid me in my fight for survival. My gaze fell upon a pile of bones in the corner, the remnants of past victims. Among them, I spotted a long, sharpened bone, likely used in some gruesome ritual. I lunged for it, grasping the bone in my hand. It felt cold and smooth, a stark contrast to the warmth of my own flesh. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched. I raised the bone in defense, bracing myself for the impact. The creature's claws raked across my arm, tearing through my jacket and drawing blood. I cried out in pain, but I didn't let go of the bone. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I thrust the bone towards the creature, striking it in the chest. The creature recoiled, a guttural hiss escaping its lips. I pressed my attack, striking again and again, driving the creature back. The creature's movements became sluggish, its attacks less ferocious. It stumbled backwards, its eyes flickering with confusion and pain. I seized the opportunity, scrambling past the creature and towards the chamber entrance. I burst out of the chamber, the creature's enraged roars echoing behind me. I didn't look back, my only thought was escape. I fled through the ruins, my heart pounding, my lungs burning. As I ran, I heard the chanting of voices, growing louder with each passing moment. I emerged from the ruins into the valley, where a group of figures stood gathered around a bonfire. They were cloaked in dark robes, their faces obscured by hoods. They turned towards me, their eyes glowing in the firelight. I recognized the symbols emblazoned on their robes, the same symbols I had seen throughout my journey. These were the cultists, the worshippers of the creature, the orchestrators of the disappearances. They raised their hands towards me, chanting in a language I didn't understand. The creature emerged from the ruins, its eyes fixed on me with a predatory hunger. I was trapped, surrounded by enemies, with nowhere to run. I knew then that I had stumbled upon a secret far greater than I could have ever imagined. The creature, the cultists, the mountain, they were all connected, part of a dark and ancient power that I had unwittingly awakened. And I was about to become its latest victim. The cultists surged forward, their chanting reaching a fever pitch. The creature stalked towards me, its eyes burning with predatory hunger. I raised the bone, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I knew I couldn't fight them all, but I would go down swinging. Just as the cultists were upon me, a blinding light erupted from the monolith. The ground shook beneath my feet, and a deafening roar echoed through the valley. The cultists stumbled back, their chanting faltering. The creature let out a shriek of rage, its eyes wide with fear. The monolith pulsed with light, the symbols on its surface glowing with an otherworldly intensity. A wave of energy emanated from the monolith, washing over the valley. I felt a surge of power coursing through me, my fear replaced by a strange sense of calm. The cultists screamed in terror as the energy engulfed them. Their bodies contorted, their flesh melting away, their bones turning to dust. The creature thrashed and writhed, its form flickering in and out of existence. Then, with a final agonizing shriek, it vanished into thin air. The light subsided, leaving the valley in an eerie silence. The cultists were gone, their robes and belongings scattered across the ground. The creature was gone, its presence erased from the mountain. The monolith stood silent, its symbols glowing faintly in the moonlight. I stood there, trembling, my mind reeling from the events of the night. I had witnessed the power of the mountain, the ancient force that had protected this valley for centuries. And I had survived. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my clothes torn, my body battered and bruised. I told my superiors about the creature, the cultists, the valley. They listened with skepticism, their faces etched with disbelief. But I knew what I had seen, what I had experienced. The mountain held secrets, dark and ancient secrets, and I had stumbled upon them. I resigned from my job, unable to bear the weight of my knowledge. I left Mount Rainier behind, but the memories of that night haunted me. I knew the creature was gone, but the cultists, they were still out there, somewhere. I often wonder if they will return, if they will seek to awaken the creature once more. And I wonder if I will be ready for them. The mountain still calls to me, its secrets beckoning. I know I should stay away, but the curiosity, the need to understand, is too strong. I fear I will return one day, drawn back to the place where I faced the darkness. And I fear what I might find there. The crisp mountain air whipped through my hair as I drove the familiar route to the ranger station. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky with streaks of orange and pink. Another day, another patrol through the vast wilderness of Yosemite National Park. My name's Alex, and I've been a park ranger for the past 7 years. I've always loved the solitude of the wilderness, the feeling of being surrounded by nature's raw beauty. But lately, that sense of peace has been replaced by a gnawing unease. It started with the disappearance of a hiker, a young man named David Miller, who vanished without a trace a week ago. We organized search parties, combed through miles of trails, and even brought in search dogs, but there was no sign of him. The only thing we found was his abandoned campsite, his tent flapping in the wind, his belongings scattered around as if he'd left in a hurry. The feeling of dread intensified with each passing day. David's disappearance weighed heavily on me, a constant reminder of the dangers that lurk beneath the park's serene facade. I couldn't shake off the feeling that something sinister had happened, something that went beyond a simple case of a lost hiker. The radio crackled to life, interrupting my thoughts. Dispatch was calling, their voice a calm contrast to the growing anxiety in my gut. Ranger Alex, we've received a possible lead on the missing hiker case. A group of campers reported finding a backpack near Eagle Creek. Could you head over and investigate? My pulse quickened. Could this be a break in the case? I acknowledged the call and steered my truck towards Eagle Creek, a remote area in the northern part of the park. The dirt road was rough and uneven, and the dense forest canopy cast long shadows, deepening the sense of isolation. As I approached the location, I noticed a group of campers huddled together, their faces etched with worry. They pointed towards a clearing where a faded blue backpack lay abandoned amidst the tall grass. I approached cautiously, my senses on high alert. The backpack was worn and dusty, a tattered trail map sticking out from one of the side pockets. I recognized it instantly as David's. My heart sank. Finding his backpack only fueled a growing sense of dread. Where was David? Had he simply wandered off, or was there something more sinister at play? I knelt down and carefully examined the backpack. It was empty, except for a few energy bar wrappers and a crumpled water bottle. But something caught my eye, a small, leather-bound journal tucked into a hidden compartment. I opened the journal, my fingers trembling slightly. The pages were filled with David's neat handwriting, documenting his journey through the park. The entries were filled with excitement and wonder, capturing the awe of a young man exploring the wilderness for the first time. But as I flipped through the pages, the tone of the entries changed. The excitement gave way to anxiety, then fear. The last entry, scrawled in hurried handwriting, sent a chill down my spine. Something is following me. I can hear it moving through the trees, always just out of sight. I don't know what it is, but it's not human. I'm scared. The words hung in the air, heavy with foreboding. I closed the journal, a cold knot forming in my stomach. David's words confirmed my worst fears. Something was out there, something dark and dangerous. And now, it seemed, it was my turn to face it. A wave of nausea washed over me as I read David's final entry, his fear palpable in the frantic scribbles. I closed the journal, the leather cold against my fingertips. The campers watched me with anxious eyes, their whispers a low hum in the stillness of the forest. "Did you find anything?" a young woman asked, her voice trembling. I looked at them, my face grim. "It's his journal," I said, holding it up. He wrote about something following him." A collective gasp arose from the group. Fear was contagious, spreading through them like wildfire. I could see it in their eyes, the same fear that had haunted David, the same fear that was now creeping into my own heart. I reassured the campers that we would continue the search, that we wouldn't rest until we found David. But the words felt hollow even to my own ears. Deep down, I knew that something terrible had happened, something that defied rational explanation. After securing the backpack and calming the campers, I radioed dispatch to report my findings. They instructed me to continue searching the area, to look for any signs of David's whereabouts. But as I ventured deeper into the dense undergrowth, a sense of unease settled over me. The forest seemed to close in, the towering trees casting long shadows that danced and writhed in the fading light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, and the only sounds were the rustling of branches and the occasional cry of a distant bird. I followed a narrow trail that snaked through the undergrowth, my eyes scanning the forest floor for any sign of David. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of a struggle. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in an eerie twilight, I stumbled upon a small clearing. And there, in the center of the clearing, I saw it. A figure, hunched over on the ground. My heart pounded in my chest. Could it be David? I rushed towards the figure, my hope battling with a growing sense of dread. But as I got closer, I realized it wasn't David. It was something else. Something that made my blood run cold. The figure was hunched over a mangled carcass, its back to me. I couldn't make out what kind of animal it was, but it was clear that it had been brutally killed. The flesh was torn and shredded, the bones exposed, and the ground was stained with blood. The figure turned its head, and I caught a glimpse of its face. It was pale and gaunt, with hollow eyes that seemed to burn with an unnatural light. Its mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. I stumbled back, my breath catching in my throat. The creature looked up at me, its eyes locking onto mine. And in that moment, I knew that I was looking into the face of something truly evil. Panic seized me. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a gnarled tree root. I fell to the ground, the impact knocking the wind out of me. Scrambling back, I frantically searched for my radio, my fingers fumbling with the buttons. Dispatch, dispatch, this is Ranger Alex. I need backup at. My voice faltered. I couldn't remember the grid coordinates. My mind was a chaotic mess of fear and adrenaline. The creature rose from its gruesome feast, its movements fluid and unnervingly silent. It took a step towards me, its eyes gleaming in the dim light. I could see the blood staining its ragged clothes, the matted hair clinging to its skeletal frame. It was like something out of a nightmare, a creature that defied all logic and reason. I scrambled back, my hands searching for something, anything, to defend myself. I found a rock, small and jagged, and gripped it tightly. It was a pathetic weapon against such a monstrous creature, but it was all I had. The creature continued its advance, its movements deliberate and predatory. It was toying with me, savoring my fear. I could smell its fetid breath, a mixture of decay and something indescribably foul. I hurled the rock at the creature, but it missed, sailing harmlessly past its head. The creature let out a low growl, a sound that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. I knew I was no match for it. I was trapped, cornered like a helpless animal. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the attack never came. I opened my eyes cautiously. The creature was gone, vanished without a trace. I lay there for a moment, my body trembling, my mind reeling. What had I just seen? Was it real, or was I losing my mind? I stumbled to my feet, my legs shaky. I had to get out of there, to report this thing. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something on the ground. A small, leather-bound journal. David's journal. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the worn leather. I opened it to the last page, the page with David's final entry. But the words were different. They were no longer a plea for help, a desperate cry for salvation. They were a warning. "Don't follow me," the entry read. "It's not what you think. It's not human. And it's hungry." The words seemed to burn into my brain, their chilling message echoing in the silence of the forest. I knew then that I had stumbled upon something far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. Something that lurked in the shadows, something that preyed on the lost and the vulnerable. And it was watching me. I staggered back to my truck, David's journal clutched tightly in my hand. The setting sun cast long, eerie shadows across the forest floor, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a sense of unease that chilled me to the bone. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I managed to unlock the truck and climb inside, slamming the door shut behind me. I leaned back against the seat, my chest heaving, my mind racing. What had I just witnessed? What kind of creature was that? And what had happened to David? I opened his journal again, hoping to find some answers, some clue to his fate. But the pages only offered more questions. David's entries grew increasingly frantic, filled with paranoia and fear. He wrote about being followed, about seeing shadows lurking at the edge of his vision, about hearing whispers in the dead of night. He described the creature in terrifying detail, its gaunt frame, its hollow eyes, its grotesque grin. He wrote about its unnatural strength, its ability to move silently through the forest, its insatiable hunger. The final entry was a desperate plea for help, a chilling premonition of his doom. "It's found me," he wrote. "I can't escape. It's going to." The sentence ended abruptly, the last few words scrawled in a frantic, almost illegible hand. I closed the journal, my heart heavy with dread. David was gone. Taken by something evil, something that lurked in the shadows of the forest, something that preyed on the innocent. I looked out the window, my gaze sweeping across the darkening landscape. The forest seemed to hold its breath, its silence heavy with secrets. I could feel its eyes on me, watching, waiting. I knew then that I wasn't just dealing with a missing hiker case. I was facing something far more sinister, something that threatened not only my sanity but my very life. I started the truck and pulled away, leaving the clearing behind. But as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that the creature was out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. I had to warn the others. I had to tell them about the creature, about the danger that lurked in the heart of the park. But who would believe me? Who would listen to the ravings of a park ranger who had stumbled upon something too terrifying to comprehend? I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles white. I was alone in this fight, a lone man against an unseen enemy. But I wouldn't give up. I would find a way to stop the creature, to avenge David's death, to protect the innocent. I had to. It was my duty. The drive back to the ranger station was a blur. My mind was a whirlwind of fear, confusion, and a growing sense of responsibility. I had to tell someone about what I'd seen, about the creature lurking in the woods. But who would believe me? I imagined their reactions, the skeptical looks, the thinly veiled amusement. Ranger Alex has finally cracked, they'd whisper behind my back. Too much time alone in the wilderness. But I couldn't stay silent. David's fate weighed heavily on me. He deserved justice, and the other hikers deserved to be warned. When I arrived at the station, the atmosphere was tense. The search for David had been scaled back, but the mood was somber. I found Ranger Mike, a seasoned veteran with a weathered face and a no-nonsense attitude. He was the closest thing I had to a friend in the park. "Mike, I need to talk to you," I said, my voice urgent. I found something disturbing. He looked at me, his brow furrowed. "What is it, Alex? Another dead end?" I hesitated, unsure how to begin. "It's not a dead end," I said, my voice low. It's something else entirely." I led him to my office and closed the door behind us. I took a deep breath and recounted the events of the day, the discovery of David's journal, the encounter with the creature, the chilling warning in the final entry. Mike listened intently, his expression growing increasingly grave. When I finished, he was silent for a moment, his eyes fixed on the floor. "Alex," he said finally, his voice heavy, "what you're describing, it's impossible. There's no such creature." "But I saw it, Mike," I insisted. "I saw it with my own eyes." He sighed. "I know you believe what you saw, Alex. But sometimes, when we're under stress, our minds can play tricks on us. We see things that aren't there." "But the journal, Mike," I said, desperation creeping into my voice. "David saw it too. He described it in detail." Mike took the journal from my hands and flipped through the pages. He read David's entries, his face pale and drawn. When he finished, he looked up at me, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and disbelief. "I don't know what to say, Alex," he said, his voice barely a whisper. This changes everything." He looked at me, his eyes searching mine. "We need to tell the others," he said. "We need to warn them." I nodded, a surge of relief washing over me. Finally, someone believed me. Finally, I wasn't alone in this fight. But as we prepared to alert the rest of the rangers, a chilling thought struck me. What if it was too late? What if the creature had already found its next victim? We gathered the rangers in the briefing room, the air thick with apprehension. Mike took the lead, explaining the situation with a gravity that silenced any lingering doubts. He laid out the facts: David's disappearance, the journal entries, my encounter with the creature. He even showed them the journal, the chilling words a testament to the horror we were facing. The initial reaction was a mix of disbelief and fear. Some rangers scoffed, dismissing it as a tall tale, a product of stress and overactive imaginations. Others were visibly shaken, their eyes wide with fear. "This is crazy," one ranger muttered, shaking his head. "There's no such thing as monsters." "Maybe not," Mike countered, his voice firm, "but something's out there. Something that killed David." He outlined a plan. We would increase patrols, warn visitors to stay on the marked trails, and avoid venturing into the deeper parts of the forest. We would also contact the authorities, inform them of the situation, and request assistance. But even as we formulated our plan, a sense of dread hung over the room. We were facing an unknown enemy, something that defied logic and reason. We were ill-equipped to deal with such a threat, our training and experience inadequate against a creature that seemed to exist outside the realm of the natural. As the meeting dispersed, I couldn't shake off the feeling that we were already too late. The creature was out there, lurking in the shadows, watching our every move. It was only a matter of time before it struck again. That night, I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned in my bed, my mind haunted by images of David's final moments, of the creature's grotesque form, of its chilling grin. I felt a profound sense of helplessness, a fear that gnawed at my soul. I got out of bed and went to the window. The moon cast an eerie glow over the forest, its silence broken only by the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. I stared out into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. Suddenly, I saw movement in the shadows. A figure, tall and gaunt, emerged from the trees. It was the creature. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The creature stood there for a moment, its eyes fixed on me, its grin widening. Then it turned and vanished back into the darkness. I stumbled back from the window, my heart racing. The creature was here. It had followed me. It was watching me. I knew then that I was no longer safe. The creature had marked me as its next victim. The following days were a torment. The creature's appearance at my window shattered any remaining sense of safety. I felt like prey, constantly watching my back, jumping at every shadow, every creak in the floorboards. Sleep became a luxury I could no longer afford. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by stress and exhaustion. But deep down, I knew the truth. The creature was real, and it was toying with me, slowly tightening its grip on my sanity. One night, I was driving home from a late shift at the station. The road was deserted, the only sound the hum of my engine and the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead. As I rounded a bend, my headlights fell upon a figure standing in the middle of the road. My heart lurched. It was the creature. I slammed on the brakes, the truck skidding to a halt. The creature stood motionless, bathed in the harsh glare of my headlights. Its eyes, dark and hollow, seemed to bore into my soul. I couldn't breathe. Fear paralyzed me, gripping me in its icy claws. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but face the horror that stood before me. But I couldn't move. I was trapped, a deer caught in the headlights. The creature took a step towards the truck, its movements slow and deliberate. I could hear its ragged breathing, a rasping sound that sent shivers down my spine. I fumbled for my radio, my fingers trembling. Dispatch, dispatch, this is Ranger Alex. I need backup, urgent. My voice faltered. The creature was now right in front of the truck, its face inches from the windshield. Its eyes, filled with malice and hunger, locked onto mine. I screamed, a primal cry of terror that echoed through the empty night. I threw the truck into reverse and slammed my foot on the accelerator. The tires spun, spitting gravel, as I backed away from the creature. I didn't stop until I reached the safety of the ranger station. I stumbled out of the truck, my legs shaking, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I burst into the station, my face pale, my eyes wild with fear. The other rangers stared at me, their faces a mixture of concern and confusion. I tried to explain what I had seen, but the words caught in my throat. I could only point towards the road, my voice a strangled whisper. It's out there, it's coming. They followed my gaze, their eyes searching the darkness. But there was nothing there. The creature had vanished. I knew they didn't believe me. They thought I was crazy, hallucinating. But I knew the truth. The creature was out there, and it was coming for me. The encounter on the road pushed me over the edge. The fear, the constant paranoia, the lack of sleep, it was all taking its toll. I was a wreck, haunted by nightmares and visions, my nerves frayed, my mind on the verge of collapse. The other rangers, despite their initial skepticism, couldn't ignore my deteriorating state. They insisted I take some time off, to rest and recover. But how could I rest when I knew the creature was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity? I packed a bag and left the park, seeking refuge in the anonymity of a nearby town. I rented a small cabin, hoping to find some peace, some respite from the horrors that haunted me. But the creature followed me. I saw it everywhere, in the shadows of the trees, in the reflection of the lake, in the faces of strangers. Its presence was a constant weight on my shoulders, a suffocating reminder of my impending doom. One night, I woke up to a scratching sound at my window. My heart pounded in my chest. I knew who it was. I crept towards the window, my breath held tight. I peered through the blinds, my eyes widening in horror. The creature was standing outside, its face pressed against the glass. Its eyes, dark and hollow, burned into mine. Its grin was whiter than ever, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth. I stumbled back from the window, my heart racing. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers trembling as I dialed 911. Hello, police? There's something outside my house. It's not human. My voice cracked. I couldn't explain. How could I describe the creature, the horror, the fear that consumed me? The operator's voice was calm, reassuring. "Sir, please stay calm and tell me your address." I gave her the address, my voice barely a whisper. "Please hurry," I pleaded. "It's trying to get in." I hung up and grabbed a knife from the kitchen. I held it tightly in my hand, my knuckles white. I was ready to fight, to defend myself, to do whatever it took to survive. The scratching at the window grew louder, more insistent. I could hear the creature's ragged breathing, its low growl vibrating through the walls. Suddenly, the window shattered. Glass shards flew across the room, and the creature lunged through the opening. I screamed and charged towards it, the knife raised high. The creature snarled and swiped at me with its claws. I ducked and slashed at its arm, the knife slicing through its flesh. The creature roared in pain and stumbled back. I pressed my attack, slashing and stabbing, driven by a primal fear and a desperate need to survive. The creature fought back, its strength immense, its claws tearing at my flesh. But I was fueled by adrenaline, by a desperate will to live. The cabin was a chaos of snarls, screams, and the clash of metal against bone. I fought with everything I had, my body aching, my vision blurred with blood and sweat. Finally, with a desperate lunge, I plunged the knife deep into the creature's chest. It let out a guttural roar, its body convulsing. Then it collapsed, its lifeless eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. I stood there for a moment, my chest heaving, my body trembling. I had done it. I had killed the creature. But as I looked down at its lifeless form, a chilling realization washed over me. This wasn't over. This was just the beginning. The police arrived, sirens wailing, lights flashing. They found me sitting on the floor of the cabin, amidst the shattered glass and blood stains, the creature's lifeless body sprawled at my feet. They were horrified, their faces pale, their voices hushed. They questioned me, their words a blur, their questions echoing in the silence of the cabin. I tried to explain, to recount the events that led to this gruesome scene, but the words wouldn't come. I could only point at the creature, my voice a hoarse whisper. "It's dead. I killed it." They looked at me with a mixture of pity and fear. They saw the blood on my clothes, the wild look in my eyes, the trembling of my hands. They thought I was insane, a danger to myself and others. They took me away, strapped to a stretcher, the sirens wailing a mournful dirge as we sped through the night. I was admitted to a psychiatric hospital, my mind deemed unstable, my sanity questioned. I spent weeks in that sterile, white-walled room, surrounded by doctors and nurses who spoke in hushed tones and treated me with a mixture of caution and pity. They diagnosed me with PTSD, with delusions, with a break from reality. They tried to convince me that the creature was a figment of my imagination, a product of stress and trauma. They showed me pictures of bears, of mountain lions, of other wild animals, trying to convince me that I had misidentified a common predator. But I knew the truth. The creature was real. I had seen it, fought it, killed it. And I knew that it wasn't alone. There were others out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next victim. They were the things that nightmares were made of, the creatures that haunted the deepest recesses of our minds. And they were coming for us all. I was released from the hospital eventually, deemed stable enough to return to the world. But I was a changed man. The fear, the paranoia, the knowledge of the creature's existence, it had all left an indelible mark on my soul. I never returned to the park. I couldn't bear the thought of setting foot in that wilderness again, the place where I had encountered the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of reality. I live a quiet life now, a shadow of my former self. I avoid crowds, I stay away from the woods, I keep the lights on at night. I am a prisoner of my own fear, trapped in a world where the monsters are real and the shadows hold unspeakable horrors. And every night, as I lie awake in my bed, listening to the silence of the night, I hear the whispers in the wind, the rustling of leaves, the creaking of the floorboards. And I know that they are coming for me. I've been a park ranger in the Smoky Mountains for about 5 years now. I've always loved being outdoors, and the solitude of the mountains has always been a kind of therapy for me. But lately, things have been off. It started a couple of weeks ago. I was on patrol, hiking one of the less frequented trails, when I came across these weird tracks. They were unlike anything I'd ever seen before. Kinda like a mix between a dog and a bird, but huge. I mean, each print was easily the size of my head. I took a few pictures and sent them to a buddy of mine who's a wildlife biologist. He said he couldn't identify them, which freaked me out a little. I mean, this guy knows his stuff. If he couldn't tell what made those tracks, then what the hell did? Anyway, I tried to put it out of my mind. Figured it was probably just a bear with some weird deformity or something. But then, a few days later, I started hearing things at night. Strange noises coming from the woods. Like a kind of low, guttural growling mixed with this high-pitched screeching. It sent chills down my spine, man. I told myself it was probably just coyotes or something, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. There was something unnatural about those sounds. Something that made my skin crawl. Then, yesterday, it happened again. I was on patrol, and I found more of those tracks. This time, they were closer to the trail, like whatever made them was getting bolder. And the tracks were fresh, too. Like, really fresh. I felt this cold dread wash over me. I knew something was wrong. Something was out there, watching me. And it wasn't anything I wanted to meet. So, after finding those fresh tracks, I decided to head back to the ranger station. I mean, it was getting late, and I didn't want to be out in the woods after dark with whatever made those prints roaming around. But as I was heading back, I noticed something I'd never seen before. There was this opening in the side of the mountain. Like a small cave hidden behind a thicket of bushes. It looked kinda creepy, but my curiosity got the better of me. I mean, I hiked these trails 100 times, and I'd never seen this cave before. It wasn't on any of the park maps. I figured I should probably check it out, make sure it wasn't some kind of hazard or anything. So, I pulled out my flashlight and cautiously approached the cave. The entrance was narrow and damp, with moss and vines clinging to the rocks. It felt cold, like unnaturally cold. A shiver ran down my spine, and I had this sudden urge to turn back. But something was pulling me towards the cave, like an invisible force. I took a deep breath and stepped inside. The air was thick and heavy, with a musty smell that made my nostrils sting. The beam of my flashlight danced across the rough walls, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. I could hear water dripping somewhere in the depths of the cave, and the sound echoed eerily in the silence. I took another step forward, and then another. The further I went, the colder it got. And the feeling of being watched, it intensified. Like something was lurking just beyond the reach of my flashlight, its eyes fixed on me. I knew I should turn back. This was a bad idea. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I had to see what was inside. Like it was important somehow. The deeper I ventured into the cave, the more uneasy I felt. The air grew heavy, like a weight pressing down on my chest. The only sound was the drip, drip, drip of water echoing through the cavern. It felt like the cave was breathing. My flashlight beam struggled to pierce the thick darkness, and the shadows seemed to dance and writhe in the corners of my vision. I kept expecting to see something lurking just beyond the light, something with glowing eyes and sharp teeth. Then I heard it. A faint whisper tarried on the damp air. It sounded like voices, but not human voices. It was more like a chorus of whispers, a low, guttural chanting that seemed to come from the very walls of the cave. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I strained to listen, but the whispers faded, replaced by an eerie silence. I told myself it was just the wind, playing tricks on my ears. But deep down, I knew it was something more. As I pushed further into the cave, the sounds grew louder. The whispers became clearer, and I started to make out other noises, a scratching sound, like claws on stone, and the faint echo of something moving in the darkness ahead. My flashlight flickered, casting long, dancing shadows on the cave walls. I fumbled with the switch, my hands shaking. The beam died for a moment, plunging me into absolute darkness. Panic surged through me, and I frantically clicked the switch until the light flickered back to life. When I could see again, I noticed something strange. The air in front of me seemed to shimmer, like heat rising from asphalt. And through the shimmering air, I could just make out a shape, a tall, slender figure, standing motionless in the darkness. I gasped, my breath catching in my throat. The figure didn't move, but I could feel its eyes on me, watching me, studying me. I wanted to run, to scream, but my legs felt like lead, and my voice was trapped in my throat. Then, just as suddenly as it appeared, the figure vanished. The shimmering air dissipated, and the cave was plunged back into darkness. I was left alone, with only the echoing drip of water and the pounding of my own heart for company. I was shaking like a leaf, man. That figure, whatever it was, had freaked me the hell out. I wanted to turn back, but something kept urging me forward. Like I had to see what was at the end of this damn cave. So, I kept going, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The whispers and scratching sounds were getting louder now, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. I was seriously starting to regret coming in here. Then, I rounded a corner, and the cave opened up into a larger chamber. And that's when I saw them. Markings on the walls. They weren't like anything I'd ever seen before. Strange symbols and patterns carved into the rock face. They looked ancient, like they'd been there for centuries. Some of them were geometric shapes, circles, triangles, spirals. Others looked like, well, I don't even know how to describe them. They were like twisted, alien figures with too many limbs and eyes. I shone my flashlight over the markings, trying to make sense of them. But the more I looked, the more uneasy I felt. There was something wrong about them. Something deeply unsettling. They seemed to writhe and shift in the flickering light, as if they were alive. I reached out and touched one of the symbols, tracing its outline with my finger. It felt cold and smooth, like polished bone. As I touched it, I felt a jolt, like static electricity, and a wave of dizziness washed over me. I pulled my hand back quickly, my heart racing. What the hell were these things? Were they some kind of ancient language? Or something else? I had no idea, but I knew I didn't like them. They filled me with a sense of dread, like I was staring into the face of something evil. I took a step back, wanting to get away from the markings. But as I did, I noticed something else. There was a faint glow coming from the far end of the chamber. A soft, red light, pulsing like a heartbeat. Curiosity, or maybe just plain stupidity, got the better of me. I had to see what it was. So, I took a deep breath and started walking towards the light, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. The red glow was getting stronger now, pulsing like a beacon in the darkness. As I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small alcove in the wall of the chamber. I cautiously approached, my flashlight beam illuminating the space. And that's when I saw it. Sitting on a small rock ledge was a statue. It wasn't very big, maybe a foot tall, but it was strange. It was made of some kind of black, glassy material, like obsidian, and it was shaped like a humanoid figure, with long, slender limbs and a disproportionately large head. But the creepiest thing about it was the eyes. They were glowing red, just like the light I'd been following. They seemed to bore into me, watching my every move. I felt drawn to the statue, like it was calling to me. I wanted to touch it, to hold it in my hands. But something held me back. A deep, primal fear, warning me to stay away. I cautiously reached out a hand, my fingers hovering just above the statue's surface. It felt warm, almost hot, and it seemed to vibrate with a strange energy. I could feel a tingling sensation in my fingertips, like I was about to get an electric shock. I hesitated, my mind screaming at me to back away. But the urge to touch the statue was overwhelming. It was like it was hypnotizing me. Finally, I couldn't resist any longer. I gently touched the statue's head, my fingers tracing the smooth, obsidian surface. As soon as I made contact, a jolt of energy surged through my body. I gasped and stumbled back, my vision blurring. The cave seemed to spin around me, and the red eyes of the statue burned into my brain. I shook my head, trying to clear my vision. When I could see again, the statue was still there, its eyes glowing as brightly as ever. But something had changed. The air around it seemed to shimmer and distort, and the whispers in the cave had grown louder, more urgent. I knew I had to get out of there. Now! I stumbled back from the statue, my heart threatening to burst out of my chest. The red ice seemed to burn into me, and the whispers in the cave were swirling around my head like a swarm of angry bees. I turned to run, but it was too late. A shape emerged from the shadows at the back of the alcove. It was tall and slender, just like the figure I'd seen earlier, but this time I could see it clearly in the red glow of the statue's eyes. It wasn't human. Its skin was pale and smooth, almost translucent, like stretched parchment. Its limbs were long and thin, ending in clawed hands that scraped against the rock floor. But it was the face that truly terrified me. It had no nose or mouth, just two enormous, black eyes that seemed to absorb all the light around them. The creature moved with an unnatural grace, gliding towards me like a specter. I was frozen in place, my legs refusing to obey my commands. I wanted to scream, but no sound came out. It stopped just a few feet in front of me, its eyeless face tilted slightly, as if studying me. I could feel its gaze piercing through me, examining my every thought and emotion. Then, it raised one of its clawed hands and slowly reached towards me. Its touch sent a wave of icy terror through my body. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. But the touch never came. I slowly opened my eyes, and the creature was gone, vanished into thin air. I was left alone in the chamber, with only the pulsing red light of the statue and the echoing whispers for company. But I knew one thing for sure, I wasn't alone in that cave. Something was watching me, something ancient and evil. And it was just waiting for the right moment to strike. I didn't waste a second. I turned and bolted, scrambling back the way I'd come. The whispers seemed to be right behind me now, urging me on, mocking my fear. I sprinted through the chamber, past the strange markings on the walls, not daring to look back. The red glow of the statue's eyes faded behind me, but I could still feel its presence, like a burning ember in my mind. The tunnel seemed to stretch on forever, the darkness closing in around me. I stumbled over rocks and slipped on the damp floor, my flashlight beam dancing wildly. I could hear the creature behind me, its claws scraping against the stone, its ragged breathing echoing through the cavern. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my blood ran cold. The creature was gaining on me, its pale form a blur in the darkness. Its eyeless face was contorted in a silent snarl, its long limbs propelling it forward with terrifying speed. I whipped back around and pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But I couldn't stop. I knew if I did, the creature would catch me, and it would be the end. The tunnel narrowed, forcing me to slow down. I squeezed through a tight passage, scraping my skin against the rough walls. I could hear the creature close behind me, its frustrated growls echoing through the confined space. Then, disaster struck. My foot caught on a loose rock, and I went sprawling. The flashlight flew from my grasp, clattering to the floor and plunging me into darkness. I scrambled to retrieve it, my hands frantically searching the cold, damp stone. But it was too late. The creature was upon me, its claws reaching for me, its foul breath hot on my neck. I cringed, bracing for the impact. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for the creature's claws to tear into me. But the pain never came. Instead, I heard a deafening roar, followed by a shower of rocks and debris. I opened my eyes to see that a section of the tunnel had collapsed, burying the creature beneath a pile of rubble. Dust filled the air, choking me and making it hard to see. I coughed and sputtered, scrambling back from the cave-in. My flashlight, which I had miraculously managed to hold onto, flickered weakly, casting long, distorted shadows on the dust clouds. I could hear the creature thrashing beneath the rocks, its enraged roars muffled by the debris. But it was trapped. For now, at least. I didn't hesitate. I scrambled to my feet and ran, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I didn't look back, didn't stop until I burst out of the cave entrance and into the cool night air. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. I lay there for a long time, just staring up at the starry sky, trying to calm my racing heart. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together. I was battered and bruised, my clothes torn and covered in dust. But I was alive. I looked back at the cave entrance, a dark maw on the side of the mountain. It looked peaceful, almost inviting, in the moonlight. But I knew the truth. Something evil lurked within those depths, something that I had barely escaped. I turned and stumbled away from the cave, my mind reeling from the horrors I had witnessed. I didn't know what to do, who to tell. Would anyone believe me? Or would they think I was crazy? One thing was certain, I couldn't stay in the Smoky Mountains any longer. This place held too many dark secrets, too many terrifying memories. I stumbled back to the ranger station, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. I had to tell someone about what I'd seen, but who would believe me? I mean, a creature with no eyes and claws that could disappear into thin air? It sounded like something out of a horror movie. I found my boss, Ranger Bill, in his office. He looked up in surprise when he saw me, covered in dust and scratches. "What the hell happened to you?" he asked, his eyebrows furrowed. I hesitated, unsure how to explain. I found a cave, I stammered. There was something in there. Ranger Bill sighed. "Look, I know you're new to the Smokies," he said, "but you gotta be careful out there. There are bears, mountain lions, even the occasional bobcat. You can't just wander off the trails." But it wasn't an animal, I insisted. It was different. It had no eyes, and it... Ranger Bill cut me off. "Look, I appreciate your concern," he said, "but I think you just had a close encounter with a wild animal. It happens sometimes. Just try to stick to the marked trails from now on, okay?" I knew he wasn't taking me seriously. I could see it in his eyes. He thought I was just another rookie ranger, spooked by the shadows in the woods. I tried to protest, but the words caught in my throat. How could I explain something that sounded so unbelievable? In the end, I just nodded and left his office. I felt defeated, alone. No one believed me. The next day, I went back to the cave. I had to see it again to prove to myself that I hadn't imagined it all. But when I got to the spot where I remembered the cave entrance being, there was nothing there. Just a solid wall of rock. I checked my map, my GPS, even my compass. I was in the right place. But the cave was gone. Vanished. I stood there for a long time, staring at the rock face, my mind reeling. Had I gone crazy? Was it all just a hallucination? Or was there something more sinister at play? I left the Smokies a few days later. Packed up my stuff, said goodbye to Ranger Bill, who still looked at me like I was a bit off my rocker, and hit the road. I didn't have any plans, no destination in mind. Just needed to get as far away from those mountains as possible. But it didn't matter where I went. The memories followed me. The whispers, the red eyes, the creature's eyeless face, they haunted my dreams, turning them into nightmares. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, convinced that the creature was lurking in the shadows of my room. I tried to tell myself it was all in my head, that I just had a bad experience, a close call with a wild animal. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. The cave, the statue, the creature, they were real. And I couldn't escape them. I started seeing things. Shadows moving in the periphery of my vision. Hearing things. Whispers on the wind, scratching sounds in the night. I knew it was just my imagination, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I tried to go back to my old life, but it was impossible. I couldn't hold down a job, couldn't focus on anything. I was a wreck. One night, I was driving through a small town, somewhere in the Midwest. I was exhausted, my eyes heavy, my mind racing. As I drove past a wooded area, I saw something out of the corner of my eye. A figure, standing at the edge of the trees. Tall and slender, with pale skin and long, clawed hands. I slammed on the brakes, my car skidding to a halt. I stared into the darkness, my heart pounding in my chest. But the figure was gone. I sat there for a long time, my hands gripping the steering wheel, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I knew then that I would never be free. The creature, or whatever it was, had followed me. It was out there, somewhere, watching me, waiting for me. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it would find me again. The forest has always been my sanctuary. Ever since I was a kid, I'd spend hours wandering through the trees, fascinated by the sights, sounds, and smells of nature. It felt like home. So, becoming a forest ranger was a natural choice for me. I love the solitude, the quiet, the feeling of being completely immersed in the wilderness. Most days are pretty routine. I patrol the trails, making sure no one's lost or hurt, keep an eye out for any signs of fire or illegal activity, that kind of thing. Sometimes I help researchers collect data on the local wildlife. It's peaceful, honest work. My partner, Mark, and I have been working this section of the forest for years. We've seen it all, from lost hikers to grumpy bears to the occasional weirdo who thinks they can live off the land. Mark's a good guy, always cracking jokes and keeping things light, even when we're dealing with some difficult situations. But lately, things have been off. I've noticed a few things that just don't seem right. A couple of weeks ago, I found a dead deer near the creek. It had these weird bite marks, like nothing I'd ever seen before. And the animals have been acting strange, skittish, like they're spooked by something. I've even heard some weird noises at night, like branches snapping and, I don't know, almost like something crying. I mentioned it to Mark, but he just laughed it off. Said I was working too hard and needed a vacation. Maybe he's right. But I can't shake this feeling that something's not right in these woods. The next morning, I woke up with that same uneasy feeling gnawing at me. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just nerves, but it was like a knot in my stomach that wouldn't go away. Mark was supposed to meet me for our morning patrol, but he was nowhere to be found. I checked his cabin, but it was empty. His truck was gone too. That wasn't like him at all. Mark was always punctual, almost to a fault. I tried calling his cell, but it went straight to voicemail. A wave of panic washed over me. Something was definitely wrong. I grabbed my gear and headed out, following the route Mark was supposed to be patrolling. I scanned the trail, looking for any sign of him, but there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign of a struggle. It was like he'd vanished into thin air. As the hours passed, my anxiety grew. The sun was starting to set, and the forest was getting darker. The shadows seemed to stretch out like long fingers, reaching for me. I could hear the wind whispering through the trees, and every rustle of leaves made me jump. I finally decided to head back to the ranger station and report Mark missing. I tried to stay calm, but my voice was shaking as I explained the situation to the dispatcher. They promised to send out a search party first thing in the morning. That night, I barely slept. All I could think about was Mark and what could have happened to him. I kept replaying our last conversation in my head, trying to remember if he'd said anything that might give me a clue. But there was nothing. Just that same uneasy feeling, growing stronger with every passing hour. Dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of gray and orange. I met the search party at the ranger station, a mix of park officials and volunteers, their faces etched with concern. We split into groups, each assigned a different section of the forest to comb through. I led my group towards the area where I'd last seen Mark, my heart pounding with a mix of hope and dread. We searched for hours, calling out Mark's name, our voices echoing through the trees. The forest seemed to hold its breath, watching us, waiting. Every fallen log, every dense thicket, fueled my anxiety. Was he injured? Lost? Or worse? Just as I was starting to lose hope, I spotted something glinting in the sunlight. It was Mark's ranger hat, lying on the ground near a cluster of bushes. Relief washed over me, quickly followed by a surge of fear. The hat was covered in blood. My blood ran cold. I knelt down, my hands trembling as I picked up the hat. The blood was still fresh, sticky. My eyes darted around, searching for any other sign of Mark. Then I saw it. A trail of blood leading deeper into the woods. My heart hammered in my chest. I motioned for the others to follow me, my voice a hoarse whisper. We moved cautiously, following the crimson trail, the silence broken only by the crunch of leaves beneath our feet. The trail led us to a small clearing. And there, in the center of the clearing, was a sight that made my stomach churn. Mark's backpack lay discarded on the ground, its contents spilled out. His radio was smashed, the antenna bent at an unnatural angle. And then I saw him. Mark was lying on his side, his uniform torn and bloodied. He wasn't moving. A scream caught in my throat. I rushed towards him, my mind refusing to accept what my eyes were seeing. But as I got closer, a wave of nausea washed over me. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Mark's body, it wasn't just lying there. It was being held. Something was crouched over him, its back to me. It was huge, easily twice the size of a man, with thick, muscular limbs and a hunched posture. Its skin was a sickly pale color, almost translucent, and I could see dark veins pulsing beneath the surface. The creature was feeding on Mark. I could see its jaws working, tearing into his flesh. Blood oozed from the wounds, staining the ground crimson. The sight was so gruesome, so utterly horrifying, that I almost vomited. I wanted to scream, to run, to do anything but stand there and watch. But my legs felt like lead, and my voice was stuck in my throat. I was paralyzed with fear. The creature suddenly stopped moving and lifted its head. I caught a glimpse of its face, and a wave of terror washed over me. It was a grotesque parody of a human face, with bulging eyes, a flattened nose, and a wide, lipless mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. Its skin was stretched taut over its skull, revealing the contours of the bone beneath. The creature's eyes met mine, and I felt a chill run down my spine. It stared at me for a moment, its gaze filled with a cold, predatory intelligence. Then, it let out a low growl, a guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through my very bones. I snapped out of my trance and turned to run. My legs finally obeyed, and I sprinted back the way we'd come, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't look back, but I could hear the creature moving behind me, its heavy footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. I burst out of the clearing and into the woods, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But I couldn't stop. I had to get away. The creature was still following me. I could hear its growls getting closer, its footsteps getting louder. I was running out of time. I scrambled through the trees, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I didn't dare slow down, not even for a second. The creature was still on my trail, its growls echoing through the woods like a death knell. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth, getting closer with every passing moment. The sound of its heavy breathing filled my ears, a terrifying reminder of its relentless pursuit. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw its pale form moving between the trees, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. Panic clawed at my throat, threatening to choke me. I pushed myself harder, my lungs burning, my legs aching. But I knew I couldn't outrun it forever. It was faster, stronger, and more relentless than anything I'd ever encountered. I stumbled over a fallen log, my ankle twisting beneath me. Pain shot through my leg, and I cried out, falling to the ground. I tried to get up, but my ankle throbbed, and I could barely put any weight on it. Despair washed over me. I was trapped. The creature's growls were getting closer. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding the earth, feel the vibrations in my bones. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. But the attack never came. I cautiously opened my eyes and saw the creature standing a few feet away. It was watching me, its eyes fixed on mine, its expression unreadable. It let out a low growl, a sound that sent shivers down my spine. Then, it turned and walked away. I lay there for a moment, my heart pounding, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I couldn't believe it. I was alive. But the relief was short-lived. I knew the creature was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next opportunity. I was no longer safe in these woods. I managed to limp back to the cabin, my ankle throbbing with every step. The pain was excruciating, but the fear was worse. It was a cold, gnawing fear that settled deep in my bones, a constant reminder that I was now alone in these woods. I stumbled through the door and collapsed onto the couch, my body trembling with exhaustion and terror. I fumbled for the first aid kit and clumsily bandaged my ankle. The adrenaline was wearing off, and the pain was becoming unbearable. I reached for my phone, intending to call for help, but then I hesitated. Who would believe me? What would I even say? I saw a monster eating my partner in the woods. They'd think I was crazy. Or worse, they'd think I was responsible. I threw my phone aside in frustration. I was alone. Completely and utterly alone. The silence in the cabin was deafening. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside the window, sent shivers down my spine. I kept imagining the creature lurking just outside, its eyes peering through the darkness, waiting for me to let my guard down. I couldn't stay there. The cabin felt like a tomb, a coffin waiting to be sealed. I needed to get out, to find somewhere safe, somewhere the creature couldn't reach me. But where could I go? The nearest town was miles away, and I could barely walk. Besides, even if I made it to town, who would believe me? I was trapped, both physically and mentally. The creature had not only taken Mark, but it had also taken my sense of safety, my sanity. I was no longer the confident, capable ranger I once was. I was a broken man, haunted by the horrors I had witnessed. Night fell, and the darkness pressed in on me like a suffocating blanket. I huddled in a corner of the cabin, clutching a hunting knife, my eyes darting around, searching for any sign of movement. The shadows seemed to writhe and twist, taking on monstrous shapes in my terrified mind. I hadn't eaten all day, but the thought of food made my stomach churn. I couldn't shake the image of Mark's mutilated body, the creature's jaws tearing into his flesh. The smell of blood, the sound of crunching bones, it all played on a loop in my mind, a gruesome horror movie I couldn't escape. I tried to distract myself, to focus on anything but the terror that consumed me. I turned on the radio, but the static only amplified the silence, the feeling of isolation. I tried to read, but the words swam before my eyes, meaningless and blurry. My mind was unraveling. I was losing my grip on reality, slipping into a dark abyss of fear and paranoia. Every sound, every shadow, seemed to be a harbinger of the creature's return. I jumped at the slightest creak of the floorboards, my heart pounding in my chest. I saw the creature's face in the flickering flames of the fireplace, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. I heard its growls in the wind howling outside, its footsteps in the rustling of leaves. I was going crazy. I knew it, but I couldn't stop it. The fear had taken root deep inside me, poisoning my mind, twisting my perception of reality. I was alone in the wilderness, surrounded by darkness and the unseen presence of the creature. I was a prisoner in my own mind, trapped in a nightmare with no escape. I couldn't take it anymore. The silence, the darkness, the constant fear, it was driving me insane. I had to do something, anything, to break free from this nightmare. I grabbed my hunting knife, the cold steel of comfort in my trembling hand. I knew it was a futile weapon against the creature, but it was all I had. It was a symbol of defiance, a way to reclaim some sense of control in this chaotic situation. I crept out of the cabin, my injured ankle protesting with every step. The moon was hidden behind a thick layer of clouds, casting the forest in an impenetrable darkness. I could hear the wind whispering through the trees, carrying with it the sounds of the night, the hooting of an owl, the rustling of leaves, the distant howling of a coyote. But beneath those natural sounds, I could hear something else. A low growl, barely audible, but unmistakable. The creature was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching me. I moved cautiously through the trees, my senses on high alert. I scanned the shadows, searching for any sign of movement. My heart pounded in my chest, a drumbeat of fear echoing in my ears. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I whirled around, knife raised, my breath catching in my throat. But there was nothing there. Just the shadows, dancing and shifting in the darkness. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. It was just my imagination, playing tricks on me. I had to stay focused, stay alert. But the feeling of being watched persisted. I could feel the creature's presence, a cold, malevolent aura that seemed to seep into my very bones. It was toying with me, stalking me, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. I couldn't let it win. I had to fight back, even if it meant certain death. I would not go down without a fight. I raised my knife, the blade glinting in the faint moonlight. "Come and get me," I whispered, my voice hoarse but defiant. "I'm not afraid of you." The forest held its breath. The wind died down, the leaves stopped rustling. The only sound was my own ragged breathing. Then I heard it. A low growl, closer this time, filled with a chilling hunger. The creature was coming. The growl ripped through the silence, closer now, sending a jolt of adrenaline through my veins. I gripped the knife tighter, my knuckles white, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The creature was close. I could feel its presence, a palpable weight in the air, a suffocating sense of dread. Then it emerged from the shadows. It was even more terrifying than I remembered. Its pale skin seemed to absorb the moonlight, its eyes glowed with an eerie luminescence, and its lipless mouth was twisted into a grotesque snarl, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It moved with an unnatural grace, its long limbs carrying it effortlessly through the undergrowth. I stood my ground, my fear battling with a surge of adrenaline-fueled defiance. I raised the knife, the blade trembling in my hand. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. The creature paused, its head cocked to one side, as if studying me. It let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through my very bones. Then it lunged. I barely had time to react. I stumbled backward, my injured ankle giving way beneath me. I fell to the ground, the knife slipping from my grasp. The creature loomed over me, its shadow engulfing me in darkness. I scrambled backward, my hands scrabbling for the knife. The creature reached for me, its long claws raking the ground inches from my face. I kicked out, my foot connecting with its chest. The creature staggered backward, momentarily surprised. I seized the opportunity. I lunged for the knife, my fingers closing around the cold steel. I rolled to my feet, the knife raised in defense. The creature lunged again, its jaws snapping shut inches from my face. I ducked, the creature's claws tearing through my shirt. I slashed at it with the knife, the blade slicing through its pale skin. The creature roared in pain, its blood splattering on the ground. It stumbled backward, its eyes filled with rage. It lunged again, and again I dodged, slashing at it with the knife. We fought, a desperate dance of death in the moonlight. I was outmatched, outclassed, but I refused to give up. I fought with the ferocity of a cornered animal, fueled by fear and adrenaline. Finally, I saw my chance. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched. I sidestepped, the creature's momentum carrying it past me. I plunged the knife into its back, the blade sinking deep into its flesh. The creature let out a deafening roar, its body convulsing. It stumbled, its legs collapsing beneath it. It crashed to the ground, its eyes fixed on me, filled with a mixture of rage and disbelief. I stood over it, my chest heaving, my body trembling. The knife was still embedded in its back, the blood flowing freely. The creature's breathing grew shallow, its eyes glazed over. Then it went still. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the creature's lifeless body. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me weak and trembling. My clothes were torn, my body was covered in cuts and bruises, and my ankle throbbed with a dull ache. but I was alive. I had survived. I looked around at the forest, the shadows seeming less menacing now, the silence less oppressive. The creature was dead. The nightmare was over. But was it really? I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still wrong. The creature was gone, but the fear remained, a deep-seated unease that clung to me like a shroud. I knew I would never be the same. I limped back to the cabin, the first rays of dawn painting the sky in hues of gray and orange. I gathered my things, packing only the essentials. I couldn't stay there, not anymore. The memories were too fresh, the fear too palpable. I left the cabin, locking the door behind me. I didn't look back. I walked for hours, my ankle protesting with every step. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. I had to get as far away from that place as possible. Finally, I reached the main road. I flagged down a passing car, and the driver, a kind-faced woman, agreed to take me to the nearest town. I didn't tell her what had happened. I didn't think she would believe me. I checked into a motel, the anonymity a welcome relief. I took a long, hot shower, trying to wash away the blood and the fear. But it was no use. The memories were etched into my mind, a permanent scar on my soul. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the creature's face, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. I heard its growls, its footsteps, its dying roar. I knew I would never be truly free from the horrors I had witnessed. The creature was dead, but its presence lingered, a ghost in the shadows of my mind. I was a changed man. The forest, once my sanctuary, was now a place of fear and dread. I would never again walk among the trees without remembering the creature, without feeling its cold, predatory gaze on my back. I was a survivor, but I was also a victim of the creature and a victim of my own fear. I closed my eyes, the image of the creature burned into my mind. I wondered if I would ever be able to escape the darkness, or if it would forever haunt my dreams. I guess that's what got to me the most in the beginning, the feeling of being utterly alone. My cabin wasn't much, just a two-room shack with a leaky roof and a wood-burning stove that smoked more than it heated. But it was mine, or at least it had been. I found it abandoned, half-rotted, reclaimed by the wilderness. Figured no one would miss it. I spent my days foraging for edible plants, setting snares for rabbits, and trying to patch up the holes in the roof. Nights were the worst. The darkness pressed in on me, filled with unseen eyes and imagined threats. I'd lie awake, heart pounding, every creak of the floorboards sending a jolt of fear through me. But gradually, the fear subsided, replaced by a dull ache of loneliness. I started talking to myself, just to hear a human voice. I named the squirrels that stole my nuts and the birds that sang outside my window. I even started reading aloud from the tattered books I'd salvaged from the cabin, just to fill the silence. Then, one morning, I woke to find the front door ajar. I froze, every instinct screaming at me to run, to hide. but curiosity got the better of me. I cautiously pushed the door open and stepped outside. There, on the porch, was a single can of peaches. Not the kind I'd seen in years, the fancy kind with the pull-tab top. I picked it up, turning it over in my hands. Where had it come from? There wasn't another soul for miles around, or so I thought. A shiver ran down my spine. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. And they knew I was alone. The next few days were a blur. I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me, like I was some animal in a zoo enclosure. Every time I went outside, I scanned the tree line, half expecting to see a figure lurking amongst the trees. Sleep was impossible. I'd lie awake, listening to every creak and groan of the cabin, my imagination conjuring up all sorts of horrors. I kept replaying the discovery of that can of peaches in my mind. Was it some kind of bizarre prank? Some hiker stumbling across my place and leaving a gift? But the nearest trail was miles away, and who carries canned peaches on a hike anyway? The logical part of my brain tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was an offering from some local, some weirdo mountain man who lived off the grid. Maybe they were just trying to be friendly in their own strange way. But the primal fear gnawing at my gut told me otherwise. This wasn't friendly. This was a warning. Then came the notes. At first, they were just scraps of paper, tucked under a rock by the porch or wedged in the doorframe. Short, cryptic messages scrawled in messy handwriting. We're watching you. You can't hide. You're not alone. The messages escalated. They became more personal, more threatening. They mentioned things about me, things no stranger could possibly know. Details about my past, about my family, about the nightmares that haunted my sleep. It was like this person was inside my head, reading my thoughts, feeding off my fear. I tried to convince myself it was all a coincidence, some elaborate hoax. But the fear was a constant knot in my stomach, a cold dread that clung to me like a shadow. I knew, deep down, that this was no joke. Someone was out there, toying with me, and they were getting closer. I did what I guess any sane person would do. I called the cops. Now, I knew it was a long shot. The nearest town was a speck on the map, an hour's drive on a good day, and weird notes from a possible stalker probably wasn't topping their list of priorities. The deputy who showed up a couple days later, yeah, a couple days, urgent has a different meaning out here, was a young guy, fresh out of the academy, you could tell. He looked at my cabin like it might bite him, and when I showed him the notes, this nervous little laugh escaped him. You got some creative neighbors, he chuckled, but his eyes darted around like he expected someone to jump out from the trees. I tried to explain, really I did. About the peaches, the escalating threats, the feeling of being watched. But the words came out jumbled, frantic. I probably sounded like a raving lunatic. He gave me the whole keep an eye out spiel, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. He thought I was just some kook, a city boy who couldn't handle the solitude. Maybe he was right. Maybe the isolation was finally getting to me. But then he noticed the broken latch on my shed. I tried to fix it, but the wood was rotten. The screws wouldn't hold. He poked at it, frowned. "Looks like someone forced this," he said, a new edge to his voice. That got his attention. He started taking things more seriously, poking around, asking questions. But there were no footprints, no other signs of forced entry. Just those damn notes, and my increasingly shaky account of events. He left eventually, promising to patrol the area more often. But as I watched his cruiser disappear down the dirt road, a wave of despair washed over me. He wasn't going to do anything. No one was. I was on my own. And whoever was out there, they knew it. I knew I couldn't stay in the cabin. It felt like a trap, every shadow holding a potential threat. So, I did something stupid. I started following him. I know. Classic horror movie mistake. But desperation makes you do dumb things. I figured if I could find out who this guy was, maybe understand what he wanted, maybe I could reason with him, or at least find a way to fight back. It wasn't hard to track him. He wasn't exactly subtle. Broken branches, footprints in the soft earth, the occasional glint of sunlight off something metallic, a knife, maybe? Or something worse. He led me deep into the woods, further than I'd ever ventured before. The terrain got rougher, the trees denser, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and pine needles. I felt a prickle of unease, like I was being watched, but that was nothing new. Then I saw it. A flicker of movement in the distance, a flash of something dark against the green. I crouched behind a fallen log, heart pounding in my chest. He was there, all right. Taller than I expected, gaunt, with long, greasy hair that hung down his back. He was dressed in rags, his skin grimy, his eyes wild and unfocused. He looked like he hadn't bathed in months, like he belonged to the woods more than any human ever could. He was carrying something. At first, I thought it was a rifle, but as he got closer, I realized it was an axe. The blade glinted in the sunlight, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. This wasn't just some harmless weirdo. This was a predator. He stopped in a small clearing, his eyes scanning the trees, his nostrils twitching like he was smelling the air. He was close, too close. I could hear his ragged breathing, the rustle of his clothes. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't spot me. Then he turned his head, and our eyes met. Time seemed to freeze. Those wild eyes, filled with a chilling mix of madness and malice, bored into me. I knew in that moment that I was in serious trouble. This wasn't a game anymore. This was a fight for survival. Adrenaline surged through me. I scrambled backward, the dry leaves crunching under my weight. He yelled something, a guttural, animalistic sound, and lunged towards me. I didn't hesitate. I turned and ran. I crashed through the undergrowth, branches whipping in my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. My lungs burned, my legs screamed for rest, but I couldn't stop. He was right behind me. I could hear him crashing through the trees, gaining on me. I had no idea where I was going, just blindly following the downward slope of the terrain, hoping to put some distance between us. My foot caught on a root, and I went sprawling, tumbling head over heels down a small embankment. I landed with a thud, the wind knocked out of me. For a moment, I just lay there, gasping for air, pain shooting through my ankle. But I couldn't stay there. He was coming. I pushed myself up, ignoring the throbbing in my ankle, and limped towards a cluster of boulders. Maybe I could hide, lose him in the rocks. I squeezed myself into a narrow crevice, the cold, damp stone pressing against my skin. I held my breath, listening for any sign of pursuit. Silence. Just the pounding of my own heart and the wind whispering through the trees. Had I lost him? I peeked out cautiously. Nothing. Maybe he'd given up. Maybe I was safe. Then I heard it. A soft scraping sound, like metal against stone. He was close. He was searching for me. I pressed myself further back into the crevice, my eyes darting around in the dim light. There had to be another way out, another escape route. But there was nothing, just solid rock. I was trapped. The scraping sound got closer, then stopped right outside my hiding place. I could hear his breathing now, heavy and ragged. He was right there, on the other side of the rocks. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. This was it. This was how it ended. The silence stretched on, each second an eternity. I waited for the blow, for the axe to come crashing down, but nothing happened. Just the sound of his breathing, ragged and uneven, close enough that I could feel it on my skin. Then, a voice, a low, rasping whisper, "I know you're in there." My blood ran cold. He knew. He'd known all along. This whole chase, this cat and mouse game, it was all just for his amusement. He chuckled, a dry, hacking sound that echoed off the rocks. "Come on out, now. Don't make this harder than it has to be." My mind raced. What could I do? There was no escape, no way to fight back. I was trapped like a rat in a corner. "I can hear you breathing," he whispered, his voice closer now, right outside the crevice. "I can smell your fear." He started to hum a tuneless melody, a low, droning sound that grated on my nerves. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sound, trying to disappear into the rock. Then, a scraping sound again, but this time it was further away. He was moving. Was he leaving? I held my breath, listening intently. The humming faded, replaced by the sounds of the forest, the wind rustling through the leaves, the chirping of birds. He was gone. Cautiously, I peered out from my hiding place. The clearing was empty. He'd vanished. Relief washed over me, followed by a wave of exhaustion. I stumbled out of the crevice, my legs shaky, my body trembling. I needed to get out of there, back to the cabin, back to some semblance of safety. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something on the ground. A small, white object, half hidden in the undergrowth. I picked it up. It was a piece of paper, folded neatly. I unfolded it slowly, my heart sinking as I recognized the familiar scrawled handwriting. "This isn't over," it read. "I'll be seeing you soon." I limped back to the cabin, the note clutched in my hand like a talisman. My ankle throbbed with every step, a constant reminder of my close call. The woods seemed different now, menacing, full of unseen eyes. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. The cabin, once a refuge, now felt like a prison. I barricaded the door, boarded up the windows, but it did little to ease my fear. He'd been inside before, he could get in again. It was only a matter of time. I tried to make sense of it all. Who was this guy? What did he want? Why was he tormenting me? The questions swirled in my head, unanswered, fueling my anxiety. I thought about the note, the chilling message scrawled in that messy handwriting. "I'll be seeing you soon." It wasn't just a threat, it was a promise. Days turned into nights, each one a terrifying ordeal. I barely slept, every creak of the floorboards, every rustle outside the window sending my heart racing. I jumped at shadows, my nerves frayed, my mind on the brink of collapse. I started seeing things, hearing things. Whispers in the wind, footsteps outside the door, the glint of eyes in the darkness. Was I going crazy? Or was he really out there, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike? Then, one night, I heard it. A distinct sound, a metallic clang, like something heavy being dropped. It came from the shed. He was back. I grabbed the axe I'd found buried behind the cabin, more for comfort than actual defense, let's be honest, and crept towards the shed. Each step felt like walking on eggshells, the silence amplifying every rustle and creak. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the wooden planks, casting long, distorted shadows that danced with my every move. I reached the shed door, my hand hovering over the rusty latch. It was already broken, hanging open at an unnatural angle. He'd been here, all right. But why the shed? What was he after? Taking a deep breath, I yanked the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. The interior was dark, the musty smell of old wood and damp earth filling my nostrils. I fumbled for my lighter, the flame flickering to life, casting a dim glow across the cluttered space. Tools hung haphazardly on the walls, cobwebs draped across forgotten boxes, and a rusted wheelbarrow sat overturned in the corner. Nothing seemed out of place, nothing to indicate what he'd been doing in here. Then I saw it. A glint of metal in the far corner, partially hidden behind a stack of firewood. I cautiously approached, my heart pounding in my chest. As I got closer, I recognized the shape, a rifle. A hunting rifle, with a scope and a long, menacing barrel. He was arming himself. This wasn't just about scaring me anymore. This was something else, something far more sinister. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I stumbled back, my hand instinctively reaching for the axe. I had to get out of there, warn someone, call the police. But as I turned to leave, I heard a noise from outside. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate footsteps approaching the shed. He was back. Panic seized me. I was trapped, cornered like an animal. My mind screamed at me to run, to fight, but my body was frozen in place, paralyzed by fear. The footsteps stopped just outside the shed. I could hear him breathing, heavy and ragged, just like before. He was toying with me, savoring the moment, letting the fear build. Then, a voice, low and menacing, cut through the silence. I told you I'd be seeing you. He stepped into the doorway, the moonlight framing his silhouette. He was holding the rifle, the barrel glinting ominously in the dim light. My eyes darted to the axe in my hand, but I knew it was no match for a gun. Don't, he said, his voice barely a whisper, but with an underlying steel that sent shivers down my spine. Just don't. He raised the rifle, aiming it at my chest. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact, but it never came. Instead, I heard a click, the metallic sound of a hammer falling on an empty chamber. He laughed, a cruel, mocking sound that echoed through the shed. Did you really think it would be that easy? He sneered. No, no, no. We have so much more to do. He lowered the rifle, but kept it trained on me. We need to talk, he said, his voice taking on a conversational tone that was somehow even more terrifying than his threats. We need to understand each other. He stepped closer, the rifle still pointed at me. I could smell him now, a foul odor of sweat and dirt and something else, something wild and untamed. Come on, he said, gesturing towards the door with the rifle. Let's go for a walk. I had no choice. I followed him out of the shed, the axe feeling heavy and useless in my hand. He kept the rifle trained on me, his finger on the trigger. We walked in silence, the only sound the crunching of leaves under our feet and the chirping of crickets in the night. He led me deeper into the woods, away from the cabin, away from any chance of help. I didn't know where he was taking me, or what he planned to do, but I knew one thing, this was just the beginning of my nightmare. He led me to a clearing, a small, desolate patch of land surrounded by towering pines. In the center, a campfire crackled, casting an eerie orange glow on his face. He gestured towards a fallen log, and I sat down, my body stiff with fear. He settled opposite me, the rifle resting across his knees. The firelight danced in his eyes, and I could see a glint of madness there, a flicker of something dark and dangerous. I've been watching you, he began, his voice low and gravelly. For a long time. He spoke about my routines, my habits, the little things that made up my solitary existence. He knew when I woke up, when I went to sleep, when I ventured out to gather firewood. He knew me better than I knew myself. He spoke about his own life, about the events that led him to this isolated wilderness. He spoke of betrayal, of loss, of a world that had turned its back on him. He spoke of his anger, his resentment, his desire for revenge. He spoke for hours, his words a rambling, incoherent mix of paranoia and delusion. I listened, nodding occasionally, afraid to interrupt, afraid to provoke him. As the night wore on, the fire died down, the flames dwindling to embers. The darkness crept in, closing around us like a shroud. I felt a chill, not from the cold, but from the realization that I was trapped with a madman, miles from civilization, with no hope of escape. He leaned closer, his eyes burning into mine. "You understand, don't you?" he whispered. "You understand why I have to do this?" I didn't answer. I couldn't. The words caught in my throat, choked by fear. He stood up, the rifle in his hand. "It's time," he said, his voice flat and emotionless. He raised the rifle, aiming it at my head. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But the shot never came. Instead, I heard a rustle in the bushes, a snapping twig. He turned his head, his eyes searching the darkness. Then, a figure emerged from the shadows, a dark shape against the night sky. Another man, taller, broader, with a shotgun in his hands. The deputy. He'd come back. There was a shout, a struggle, the sound of gunfire echoing through the trees. Then, silence. When I opened my eyes, the clearing was empty. The fire had died down, leaving only a pile of smoldering ashes. The deputy was gone, and so was the madman. I was alone. I never knew what happened that night, how the deputy found me, what became of the man who had terrorized me for so long. But I knew one thing, I would never be the same. The woods, once a sanctuary, now held a darkness that I could never escape. The silence was no longer peaceful, but filled with the echoes of his voice, his threats, his laughter. And in the shadows, I could still see his eyes, watching me, waiting. I've spent my whole life in Arizona, and let me tell you, it gets under your skin. Not in some mystical, woo way, but just the bigness of it. The way the desert stretches on forever, the heat baking the ground so hard it feels like concrete. Growing up, I was always outside, hiking, messing around in my dad's old Jeep, camping out with my buddies. We thought we were so tough, conquering the wilderness. Truth is, the desert always has the upper hand. It's not like I didn't like it. There's something about that emptiness, the silence that's so profound it almost rings in your ears. You feel small, insignificant, but also kind of free. No one to tell you what to do, no rules except the ones nature sets. But even when I was a kid, I'd get this prickling on the back of my neck sometimes. Like something was watching me from behind those saguaro cacti, those weird rock formations that look like melted faces in the sunset. Most people think the desert's just sand and dust, but it ain't that simple. There's canyons that drop off so steep, you could fall and no one would find your body for years. Dry riverbeds that turn into raging torrents if you're unlucky enough to get caught in a flash flood. And the animals, rattlesnakes, scorpions, mountain lions. Things that can kill you quick, without a second thought. So yeah, I guess you could say I had a healthy respect for the desert. But I never really felt scared of it, not until the weekend trip down south. That's when things started to get different. So, this particular weekend, I was itching to get away from it all. My girlfriend and I had this massive fight, the kind where you say things you don't mean and slam doors. I needed space, needed to clear my head, and there's no better place for that than the middle of nowhere. I grabbed my camping gear, a cooler full of beer and jerky, and told my roommate I was heading out. He gave me that look he always does, like I'm some kind of weirdo for liking the desert so much. Whatever, more peace and quiet for me. I had this vague idea of heading south, towards the Mexican border. There's tons of dirt roads down there, barely even on the map. I figured I'd just drive till I found a spot that looked good, set up camp, and maybe do some exploring. After a few hours on the highway, I turned off onto this dusty track that looked promising. The Jeep rattled and bounced like crazy, but that's half the fun, right? Windows down, sun beating down, classic rock blasting on the radio. I felt that tension from the fight draining away with every mile. The sun was starting to dip below the horizon when I finally spotted it, a narrow trail leading off the main track, barely visible in the fading light. No signs, no markers, just two tire ruts disappearing into the scrub. This was exactly what I was looking for. I followed the trail for maybe a mile, the Jeep complaining the whole way. The desert was changing, getting more rugged. Jagged rock formations rose up on either side, casting long shadows. The air felt thicker, heavier somehow. Then I saw it, a clearing up ahead, with something dark and squat in the middle. As I got closer, I realized it was an old mine shaft, the entrance half collapsed. A rusty metal sign hung crookedly above it, the words too faded to read. Now, I'm not usually one for trespassing, but something about that mine pulled me in. Maybe it was the sense of history, the thought of those old-timers digging for gold or whatever. Or maybe it was just plain curiosity. Either way, I parked the Jeep, grabbed my flashlight, and headed towards the shaft. Even before I got close, I could feel a change in the air. It was colder down there, and the silence was different. Deeper, somehow. Like the whole desert was holding its breath. I shone my flashlight into the entrance, the beam swallowed by the darkness. I could hear the skittering of something inside, probably just rats, I told myself. But still, That prickling feeling on the back of my neck was back, stronger than ever. I took a deep breath and stepped into the shaft. I squeezed through the entrance of the mine shaft, feeling a wave of cool, damp air wash over me. It was a welcome relief from the desert heat, but it also carried this musty smell. Not just dirt and rocks, but something almost metallic, like old blood. Yeah, I know, that sounds dramatic, but that's what it smelled like. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the rough-hewn walls of the shaft. It was narrow, barely wider than my shoulders, and the ceiling was low enough that I had to duck in places. The ground was uneven, covered in loose rocks and debris. I could hear the scuttling of rats or something down in the darkness, and I tried not to think about what else might be lurking down there. I kept moving forward, telling myself it was just an old mine, nothing to be afraid of. But the deeper I went, the more uneasy I felt. The air got thicker, harder to breathe, and that metallic smell grew stronger. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the drip, drip, drip of water somewhere in the depths of the mine. I shone my flashlight down a side tunnel, but it just seemed to go on forever. I thought about turning back, but something kept me going. Maybe it was just stubbornness, or maybe it was something else, something pulling me deeper into the darkness. Then I saw it, a faint light up ahead. It wasn't much, just a glimmer, but it was enough to give me a jolt of hope. Maybe there was another way out, or maybe I'd find something interesting down there. Whatever it was better than standing around in the dark. I picked up my pace, eager to reach the source of the light. As I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small opening in the rock face, barely big enough to squeeze through. I hesitated for a moment, wondering if I should risk it. But the curiosity was too strong. I took a deep breath and crawled through the opening. On the other side, I found myself in a small chamber. The light was brighter here, and I could see that it was coming from a crack in the ceiling. The chamber was damp and cold, and the air was even thicker than in the shaft. But there was something else here, something that made my skin crawl. It was a feeling of being watched. Like there was something else in the chamber with me, something unseen, something malevolent. I shone my flashlight around, but I couldn't see anything. Just the bare rock walls and the damp floor. But the feeling persisted, growing stronger with every passing second. I knew I had to get out of there. I turned to go back through the opening, but as I did, I heard a sound behind me. A soft, scraping sound, like something dragging itself across the floor. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I slowly turned back, my flashlight beam trembling in my hand. And that's when I saw it. My flashlight beam landed on it, a pair of eyes. Not animal eyes, no way. These were human eyes, reflecting the light back at me with this knowing glint. They were set in a face that was pale and gaunt, almost skeletal, with a wildness in them that made my blood run cold. For a split second, we just stared at each other, frozen. Then the figure let out a low growl, this guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the whole chamber. I stumbled back, tripping over a loose rock and falling on my ass. The flashlight clattered away, plunging me into near darkness. I scrambled for the light, my hand shaking so bad I could barely grip it. When I finally got it back on, the figure was gone. Vanished. Like it had never been there at all. I was breathing hard, my heart pounding like a drum. I told myself it was just some crazy homeless guy seeking shelter in the mine. But deep down, I knew that wasn't right. There was something off about those eyes, something inhuman. I wanted to get out of there, right then and there. But the way back through the opening was blocked by a pile of rocks that hadn't been there before. I tried to move them, but they were too heavy, wedged in tight. I was trapped. Panic started to set in. I yelled for help, but my voice echoed back at me, swallowed by the darkness. I kicked at the rocks, but it was no use. I was stuck in that chamber with whatever the hell that thing was. Then I remembered the light coming from the crack in the ceiling. Maybe there was a way out up there. I looked up, but the crack was too high, the walls too smooth to climb. There was no way I could reach it. Unless... I looked around the chamber, searching for something to help me. My eyes landed on a rusty old pickaxe, leaning against the wall. It was heavy, but it might just work. I grabbed it and started hacking at the wall beneath the crack, chipping away at the rock. It was slow going, the pickaxe heavy and awkward in my hands. Dust and debris rained down on me, making it hard to breathe. But I kept at it, driven by fear and desperation. After what felt like hours, I finally made a foothold. I jammed the pickaxe into the crack, using it as a lever to pull myself up. The rock crumbled beneath my weight, but I managed to get a handhold on the edge of the crack. I pulled myself up, scraping my skin on the rough rock. I squeezed through the crack, emerging into another chamber. This one was bigger, with a high ceiling and a narrow passage leading off into the darkness. I didn't hesitate. I grabbed the pickaxe and ran, not stopping until I was back in the main shaft. I didn't look back, just kept running until I saw the faint glimmer of daylight from the entrance. I stumbled out into the open air, gasping for breath. The desert sun had never felt so good. I didn't go back for my Jeep that night. I just kept walking, following the trail back to the main road. I didn't stop until I reached a gas station, miles away. I called a tow truck for the Jeep, and then I called my roommate to come pick me up. I never told him what happened in the mine. I don't think he'd believe me anyway. But I know what I saw. And I know I'll never go back to that part of the desert again. I stumbled out of the mine shaft, blinking in the harsh sunlight. The desert air felt hot and dry against my skin, and I could taste the dust in my mouth. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm my racing heart. But the image of that face, those eyes, kept flashing through my mind. I looked around for my Jeep, but it was nowhere in sight. I must have wandered farther than I thought in the dark. I pulled out my phone to check the GPS, but the screen was blank. No signal. Of course. Out here in the middle of nowhere, there was never any damn signal. I cursed under my breath, feeling a wave of despair wash over me. I was lost, alone, and miles from civilization. And to top it off, I was probably going to die of dehydration. I started walking, following the tire tracks back the way I came. The sun beat down on me mercilessly, and the heat shimmered off the desert floor. I could feel the sweat trickling down my back, soaking through my shirt. My throat was parched, and my head was pounding. I walked for what felt like hours, but the landscape remained the same. Endless stretches of sand and rock, dotted with the occasional cactus. No sign of civilization, no sign of help. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I spotted something in the distance. A flicker of movement, a flash of color. I squinted, trying to make it out. It looked like a car. I picked up my pace, my heart filled with hope. As I got closer, I could see it was a beat-up pickup truck, parked on the side of the road. There was a man standing next to it, tinkering under the hood. I stumbled towards him, waving my arms. He looked up, startled, and then his face broke into a grin. "Well, I'll be," he said. "Looks like we got ourselves a visitor." He was an older guy, with a weathered face and a shock of white hair. He wore a faded denim shirt and a pair of dusty work boots. He looked like he'd spent his whole life in the desert. "I'm lost," I said, my voice hoarse. "Can you help me?" "Lost, are you?" He chuckled. "Well, you've come to the right place. Name's Hank. Hop in, I'll give you a ride back to town." I thanked him profusely and climbed into the truck. The interior was hot and smelled of engine oil, but I didn't care. I was just grateful to be out of the sun and on my way to safety. As we drove, Hank chatted about the desert, pointing out landmarks and telling stories about his life. He seemed like a friendly guy, a real desert rat. But there was something about his eyes that made me uneasy. They were deep-set and dark, and they seemed to hold a hint of something else. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. We drove for a while, and then Hank turned onto a dirt road. "This is a shortcut," he explained. "Saves us a good hour's drive." I nodded, trying to ignore the feeling of unease that was growing in my gut. The road was rough and bumpy, and the truck bounced around like a rodeo bull. I gripped the dashboard, my knuckles white. We drove for another mile or so, and then the truck suddenly lurched to a stop. I looked up, startled. Hank was staring out the windshield, his face pale. "What is it?" I asked. He didn't answer. He just kept staring, his eyes wide with fear. I followed his gaze, and my blood ran cold. Standing in the middle of the road, blocking our way, was the figure from the mine. The same gaunt face, the same wild eyes. But this time, it was holding something in its hand. A pickaxe. Time seemed to slow down. The figure in the road, the pickaxe glinting in the sun, Hank's terrified face beside me. It was like a scene from a nightmare. My mind screamed at me to do something, anything, but my body was frozen in place. Then, the figure moved. It took a step towards us, raising the pickaxe above its head. The sunlight glinted off the sharp blade, and I knew we were in serious trouble. "Drive!" I yelled at Hank, my voice cracking. "Get us out of here." Hank seemed to snap out of his trance. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the truck lurched forward. The figure leaped out of the way just in time, the pickaxe whistling past the hood. We sped down the dirt road, the truck bouncing violently over the rough terrain. I looked back over my shoulder and saw the figure standing in the middle of the road, watching us go. It didn't chase us, but its presence lingered, a chilling reminder of the danger we had just escaped. Hank was driving like a madman, his face grim. I could feel the tension radiating off him, the fear that still gripped him. I didn't blame him. I was terrified too. "Who was that?" I asked, my voice trembling. Hank shook his head, his eyes fixed on the road. "I don't know," he muttered. "But I've seen him before. Out here in the desert. He's not right." I didn't press him for details. I had a feeling I didn't want to know. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the roar of the engine and the rattle of the truck. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the desert. The landscape seemed to grow more ominous as the light faded. Finally, we reached the main road. Hank slowed down, and I let out a sigh of relief. We were almost back to civilization. "Thanks for the ride, Hank," I said. "I owe you one." He nodded, his face still pale. "Just be careful out there," he said. "The desert can be a dangerous place." I got out of the truck and watched as it drove away. I stood there for a moment, taking in the familiar sights and sounds of the town. The traffic, the street lights, the chatter of people. It felt good to be back in the world of the living. But as I walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. That the figure from the mine, the man with the pickaxe, was still out there somewhere, lurking in the shadows. And I knew that I would never be truly safe, not as long as he was out there. I couldn't shake off the feeling of dread. Even back in my own apartment, with the familiar sounds of the city around me, I felt like I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden threat. Every creak in the building sent shivers down my spine. Sleep was impossible. I tossed and turned in bed. The image of that gaunt face burned into my mind. I kept replaying the encounter in the mine, the near miss with the pickaxe, the terror in Hank's eyes. I couldn't escape the feeling that I had stumbled into something dark and dangerous, something that wasn't meant to be found. The next day, I tried to go about my normal routine, but it was no use. I couldn't concentrate at work, my mind constantly drifting back to the desert. I jumped at every sudden noise, every unexpected touch. My coworkers noticed my distracted state, and I mumbled something about a bad dream. I couldn't bring myself to tell them the truth. Who would believe me anyway? I tried to distract myself, going to the gym, watching movies, even going out with friends. But nothing worked. The fear was always there, lurking beneath the surface. I felt like I was living on borrowed time, waiting for the other shoe to drop. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I needed answers. I needed to know who that figure was, what he wanted. I started researching online, looking for any information about strange encounters in the Arizona desert. I found a few websites dedicated to unexplained phenomena, and I spent hours reading through accounts of UFO sightings, ghost stories, and other weird tales. But nothing matched what I had experienced. Then, I stumbled upon a forum dedicated to missing persons cases in Arizona. I started scrolling through the posts, and my heart sank. There were dozens of cases, people who had vanished without a trace in the vast wilderness. Many of them were hikers, campers, or off-road enthusiasts, just like me. As I read through the descriptions, a chilling thought occurred to me. Many of the missing people were last seen in areas not far from where I had encountered the figure. And some of the descriptions mentioned a strange man, a loner, who lived in the desert. A man who was sometimes seen carrying a pickaxe. Could it be the same person? Was this figure responsible for the disappearances? The thought sent a wave of fear through me. I had to do something. I had to warn someone. But who would listen? The police? They would probably just dismiss me as a crackpot. My friends? They would think I was losing it. I felt trapped, caught in a web of fear and uncertainty. I didn't know who to turn to, or what to do. I was alone, facing a threat I didn't understand. And the worst part was, I knew it was only a matter of time before he found me again. The feeling of being watched intensified. It wasn't just a vague sense anymore. It was like eyes were constantly on me, following my every move. I started seeing things out of the corner of my eye, a flicker of movement in a dark alley, a shadow that seemed to linger too long. Every time I turned to look, there was nothing there, but the feeling persisted. I became hyper-aware of my surroundings. I scanned the faces in the crowd, looking for any sign of recognition, any hint of that gaunt face. I avoided deserted streets and dark corners, sticking to well-lit areas even if it meant taking a longer route. I felt like a haunted animal, constantly on edge, waiting for the predator to strike. My apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt like a cage. I kept the blinds drawn, the doors locked, and the lights on even during the day. I imagined him out there, lurking in the shadows, watching me through the windows. I started checking the locks obsessively, making sure every window was secured. I even bought a baseball bat, keeping it by my bed for protection. The lack of sleep was taking its toll. I was exhausted, irritable, and constantly on edge. My work performance suffered, and my boss called me in for a talk. I mumbled something about personal problems, hoping he wouldn't press for details. I couldn't afford to lose my job, not now. One evening, I was walking home from work when I noticed a car following me. It was a beat-up pickup truck, the same one Hank had been driving. I tried to ignore it, telling myself it was just a coincidence, but the truck kept pace with me, staying a few car lengths behind. I quickened my pace, my heart pounding in my chest. The truck accelerated too, keeping pace with me. I turned a corner, hoping to lose it, but the truck followed. I was starting to panic. I broke into a run, my briefcase banging against my leg. The truck accelerated, closing the distance. I could hear the engine roaring, the tires squealing as it turned the corner. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw the driver. It was him. The gaunt face, the wild eyes. He was grinning, and I could see the glint of the pickaxe in his hand. I ran for my life, dodging through the crowd, weaving in and out of traffic. The truck followed, its horn blaring. People shouted and jumped out of the way. I could hear the truck gaining on me, the roar of the engine getting louder. I turned another corner, desperate to escape. I saw an alleyway and darted into it, hoping to lose him in the maze of narrow passages. But the truck followed, its headlights cutting through the darkness. I was trapped. There was nowhere to go. The truck screeched to a halt, blocking the alleyway. The driver's door flew open, and he stepped out. He was holding the pickaxe, and his eyes were burning with a murderous rage. I backed away, my heart pounding in my chest. I knew this was it. This was the end. He raised the pickaxe above his head, and I closed my eyes, waiting for the blow. But it never came. I opened my eyes and saw him standing there, frozen. His face was contorted in a mask of fear, and his eyes were fixed on something behind me. I turned slowly, and my blood ran cold. Standing there, in the mouth of the alleyway, was another figure. It was tall and imposing, its face hidden in the shadows. But I could see its eyes, glowing with an eerie light. And I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was something far more dangerous than the man with the pickaxe. The air crackled with tension. The man with the pickaxe, who had been so menacing just moments before, was now cowering like a whipped dog. His eyes darted between me and the newcomer, his face a mask of terror. It was clear that whatever was standing behind me was far more dangerous than him. I turned slowly, my heart pounding in my chest. The figure was tall and broad-shouldered, its features obscured by the shadows of the alley. But I could see its eyes, glowing with an unnatural intensity. They were cold, predatory eyes, filled with a malice that made my blood run cold. The figure took a step forward, and the man with the pickaxe whimpered. He scrambled back, tripping over his own feet, and fell to the ground. He crawled away, whimpering and begging for mercy. The figure ignored him, its attention focused on me. I felt a wave of terror wash over me, a primal fear that I had never experienced before. I knew, with a certainty that defied logic, that this was the end. The figure spoke, its voice a low growl that seemed to reverberate through the alley. "You shouldn't have come here," it said. "This is not your place." I tried to speak, but my voice caught in my throat. I could only stare at the figure, my mind reeling. The figure took another step forward, and I could see its face more clearly now. It was a man, but there was something off about him. His features were distorted, almost grotesque, and his skin was pale and clammy. His eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and his mouth was twisted into a cruel smile. He raised his hand, and I flinched, expecting a blow. But instead, he reached out and touched my face. His fingers were cold and clammy, like the touch of death. "You have seen too much," he said. "Now, you must pay the price." He tightened his grip on my face, his fingers digging into my skin. I cried out in pain, but he didn't relent. He was crushing my skull, squeezing the life out of me. I struggled, trying to break free, but his grip was too strong. My vision blurred, and I could feel myself losing consciousness. Just when I thought I was about to black out, I heard a sound. A high-pitched whine, like the sound of a power tool. The figure froze, his eyes widening in surprise. He turned his head, looking towards the source of the sound. I took advantage of his distraction. I gathered all my strength and headbutted him. He stumbled back, releasing his grip on my face. I gasped for air, my vision clearing. I saw the figure standing there, his face contorted in pain. He raised his hand to his head, and I saw blood trickling down his fingers. The high-pitched whine grew louder, and I saw a spark fly from the figure's hand. He screamed in pain, and his body began to convulse. He stumbled back, his eyes wide with terror. He looked at me, his mouth opening and closing wordlessly. Then, with a final scream, he collapsed to the ground. I stared at him, my mind reeling. What had just happened? The high-pitched whine stopped, and I turned to see a man standing in the mouth of the alleyway. He was holding a strange device in his hand, a small, handheld device that was emitting a faint blue light. He looked at me and smiled. "You're safe now," he said. "He can't hurt you anymore." I looked at the figure on the ground, his body still twitching. I looked at the man with the device, his face calm and reassuring. And I knew, with a certainty that filled me with relief, that I was finally free. The man with the device introduced himself as Agent Miller, some kind of federal agent investigating. Well, he didn't exactly say what he was investigating. He was tight-lipped about the whole thing, but he made it clear that the man with the pickaxe and the other guy, the one who just disintegrated, were part of something bigger. Something dangerous. He asked me a bunch of questions about what I'd seen in the mine, about the symbols on the locket, which, by the way, I never found after dropping it. He seemed particularly interested in the mournful cry I'd mentioned. He even had a recording of it on his phone and played it for me. It sent chills down my spine all over again. Agent Miller told me to forget about the whole thing, said it was handled and I was safe now. Yeah, right. Easy for him to say. He's the one with the weird tech and the government backup. Me, I'm just some dude who stumbled into something way over his head. I tried to go back to normal life, but it wasn't that simple. I kept seeing those faces in crowds, hearing that cry in the wind. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was still being watched, that something was out there, waiting for me to let my guard down. I started carrying a knife, just a small pocket knife, but it made me feel a little safer. I also started paying more attention to the news, looking for any reports of strange happenings in the desert. There was nothing, of course. Agent Miller had been right about one thing: this stuff stayed hidden. One day, I was going through some old boxes in my closet when I found a map. It was a map of Arizona with a bunch of markings on it. I recognized some of them, places I'd been hiking and camping over the years. But there were other markings too, in places I'd never been. And then I saw it, a small, circled area in the southern part of the state, with the words mine shaft scrawled next to it. It was the mine. The one where it all started. I stared at the map, my heart pounding in my chest. Where had I gotten this map? I didn't remember buying it, or even seeing it before. And who had made those markings? Suddenly, it all clicked. Hank. He must have slipped the map into my pocket when he gave me that ride. But why? What was he trying to tell me? I looked closer at the markings and saw that they formed a pattern. A pattern that led somewhere. Somewhere in the heart of the desert. I felt a pull, a sense of urgency. I had to go back. I had to find out what was going on. I packed my bag, grabbed my knife, and headed out the door. The desert was calling, and this time I was going to answer. Okay, so picture this. It's pitch black, the only light coming from this crappy moon hanging overhead. Albert and I are trudging along these old train tracks, the gravel crunching under our boots. The air is thick, you know, the heavy kind you get after it rains, and there's this weird metallic smell that I can't quite place. Earlier that night, we were chilling by the campfire, roasting marshmallows and swapping stories, when we heard this scream. It wasn't like any scream I'd ever heard before. It was raw, desperate, like someone was being, murdered. It came from the direction of the train tracks, maybe half a mile from our campsite. Albert, being the fearless one, was all for checking it out right away. Me? I was terrified, but I wasn't about to let him go alone. So, we grabbed our flashlights and headed out into the darkness. The tracks were our only guide. They stretched out before us, disappearing into the inky blackness. We walked for what felt like hours, the silence broken only by the crunch of our footsteps and the occasional hoot of an owl. No blood, no body, nothing. Just the tracks and the overwhelming sense of dread that hung in the air. Maybe it was nothing, Albert said, his voice barely a whisper. I wanted to believe him, I really did. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. Very wrong. We were just about to turn back, figuring we were chasing shadows, when I saw it. A flicker of blue light, way off in the distance. It was down in the valley, kind of pulsing in and out of sight like someone was messing with a switch. Whoa, did you see that? I whispered to Albert, nudging him with my elbow. He squinted, his eyes scanning the darkness. See what? You're seeing things, man. No, I swear, a blue light. Down there. I pointed towards the valley. He finally spotted it. Huh. Weird. Could be a flashlight. My mind immediately jumped to the worst-case scenario. What if it's the killer, luring someone down there? Albert let out a nervous laugh. Don't be ridiculous. It's probably just some kids messing around. But even as he said it, I could see the doubt in his eyes. We both knew that Scream hadn't been kids messing around. Curiosity got the better of us. We had to know what was going on down there. With a shared glance, we veered off the tracks, heading towards the flickering blue light. Getting down to the valley was way harder than we thought. The slope was steep, covered in loose rocks and tangled vines. Every time I slipped, I'd grab onto Albert, my heart pounding like a drum. Dude, be careful, he'd hiss, trying to steady himself. The moon was our only source of light, casting long, creepy shadows that danced around us. I kept imagining things lurking just beyond my vision, shadowy figures, glowing eyes. My mind was playing tricks on me. The smell of damp earth grew stronger, mixed with something else, something rotten. It made my stomach churn. We pushed through bushes, the branches scratching at our faces and arms. I could hear the rustle of small animals scurrying away from us, their tiny eyes probably watching us from the darkness. This is insane, I muttered, my voice shaking. Almost there, Albert said, pointing to a faint glow ahead. The blue light was getting brighter now, pulsing with an eerie rhythm. It felt like it was drawing us in, like moths to a flame. We stumbled into a small clearing, the trees thinning out around us. And there it was, the source of the blue light. We stumbled out of the thick brush and into a small clearing. It was like someone had punched a hole in the forest. The trees were all gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. And right in the middle of it all was this old, run-down shack. The blue light was coming from inside, spilling out through the cracks in the boarded-up windows. It was brighter now, pulsing like a heartbeat. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and something else. Something almost sweet, but with an undercurrent of decay. What the hell is this place? Albert whispered, his voice barely audible. I shook my head, feeling a shiver crawl down my spine. I don't know, man, but it doesn't feel right. We crept closer, our footsteps muffled by the soft earth. The silence was unnerving. No crickets, no owls, just the sound of our own breathing and the thumping of my heart in my ears. As we got closer to the shack, I noticed something strange. There were no signs of life around it. No animal tracks, no birdsong, nothing. It was like a dead zone. Maybe we should just go, I said, my voice tight with fear. But Albert was already pushing open the creaking door. Come on, let's just take a quick look. I hesitated for a moment, then followed him inside. The inside of the shack was even worse than I imagined. It was like stepping into a nightmare. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and decay, and dust motes danced in the faint blue light that pulsed from somewhere deeper inside. The walls were covered in these weird symbols and drawings. They looked like they were done in charcoal or something, all jagged lines and twisted figures. I couldn't make any sense of them, but they made my skin crawl. It was like the whole place was radiating bad vibes. What the? Albert trailed off, his voice full of disbelief. I shone my flashlight around, trying to take it all in. There was a rickety table in the middle of the room, covered in what looked like dried blood. A couple of rusty tools were scattered on the floor, and in the corner, I saw a pile of something. I didn't want to get close enough to find out what it was. The blue light was coming from an old, wooden crate in the far corner. It was pulsing rhythmically, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. I felt a sense of dread creeping up my spine, like something was watching us. This is seriously messed up, I whispered, my voice trembling. Albert, ever the curious one, was already moving towards the crate. Let's see what's making that light. I wanted to tell him to stop, that we should just get out of there. But something held me back. Curiosity, maybe. Or maybe just plain morbid fascination. He reached the crate and slowly lifted the lid. The blue light intensified, and I swear I heard a low growl coming from the shadows. The blue light was blinding now, pouring out of the crate. Albert shielded his eyes, and I could see the shock on his face. I don't know what he expected to find in there, but it sure as hell wasn't what was glowing inside. It was some kind of crystal, I guess. A jagged, pulsing thing that emitted this unnatural blue light. It was like staring into a tiny sun, and it made my head spin. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was the feeling. The second the crate was open, the whole atmosphere in the shack changed. The air grew heavy, like a weight pressing down on my chest. The temperature dropped, and I swear I could feel the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. It was like we weren't alone anymore. Dude, put it back, I whispered, my voice barely a croak. I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see. Albert hesitated, his hand hovering over the crate. He was captivated by the crystal, his eyes white with a mix of fear and fascination. I just want to take a closer look, he mumbled, reaching out towards the pulsing light. No! I hissed, grabbing his arm. Don't touch it. But it was too late. The second his fingers brushed against the crystal, a wave of cold air washed over us. The blue light flared, and the shadows in the shack seemed to deepen, swirling around us like living things. And then I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the darkest corner of the room. Something was in there with us. Something that didn't want us to leave. The growl seemed to reverberate through the shack, shaking the very foundations. The blue light from the crystal pulsed faster, casting frantic shadows that danced and writhed on the walls. I fumbled for my flashlight, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. And then I saw it. Emerging from the deepest shadows, a figure began to take shape. It was tall and gaunt, almost skeletal, with long limbs that ended in what looked like claws. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, and its eyes were burning with an eerie blue light, just like the crystal. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. I was paralyzed with fear, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. This wasn't some campfire story come to life. This was real. This was happening. Albert stumbled back, his face contorted in terror. He tripped over something on the floor and fell, his eyes fixed on the creature. What is that?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. I didn't answer. I couldn't. All I could do was stare in horror as the creature took a step towards us, its clawed hand reaching out. It moved with an unnatural grace, its eyes burning into us like lasers. This thing, whatever it wasn't human. It was something else. Something ancient and evil. And it was about to get us. Adrenaline surged through me. I grabbed Albert's arm and yanked him up. "Run!" I screamed. We scrambled away from the creature, our feet slipping on the uneven floorboards. I crashed into the table, sending tools clattering to the ground, but I didn't stop. We had to get out of there. The creature lunged, its claws scraping against the wood. I could hear its ragged breathing behind us, close, too close. We burst through the shack door, back into the clearing. The cool night air hit me like a slap, but there was no time to catch my breath. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. I could hear Albert crashing through the bushes behind me, his panicked gasps echoing in the darkness. The creature was right on our heels. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding the earth, getting closer with every stride. I risked a glance over my shoulder, and my blood ran cold. It was gaining on us, its eyes glowing like burning coals in the darkness. "Faster!" I yelled, my voice raw with fear. We stumbled and slid down the steep slope, our feet slipping on loose rocks and damp leaves. I could feel the creature's presence behind me, its hot breath on my neck. We were running for our lives, but it was faster, stronger. I didn't know how much longer we could keep this up. My lungs were burning, my legs screaming for rest. But I couldn't stop. If we stopped, we were dead. We burst out of the trees, tumbling onto the train tracks. I gasped for air, my lungs burning, my legs shaking. Albert collapsed beside me, his chest heaving. We made it, he wheezed, his voice hoarse. I looked back at the valley, half expecting to see the creature emerge from the trees, its eyes burning with that eerie blue light. But there was nothing. Just the dark silhouette of the woods and the faint glow of the moon overhead. We scrambled to our feet, our bodies aching, our clothes torn and covered in dirt. We didn't speak, just ran. We ran along the train tracks, the gravel crunching under our feet, the wind whipping through our hair. We ran until the valley was just a distant memory, until the fear started to subside, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion. Finally, we collapsed again, this time on the side of the tracks, our bodies spent. We lay there for a long time, just catching our breath, listening to the sound of our own ragged breathing and the pounding of our hearts. What the hell was that thing? Albert finally asked, his voice trembling. I shook my head, unable to answer. I didn't know what it was, but I knew one thing for sure. We were lucky to be alive. We slowly made our way back to the campsite, our minds reeling from the night's events. The campfire had died down to embers, casting a faint glow on our tent. We crawled inside, too exhausted to even speak. As I lay there, staring up at the canvas ceiling, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. That something was out there, watching us, waiting. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we would never forget the horror we had witnessed in the valley. It's been a few weeks since that night, and let me tell you, things haven't exactly gone back to normal. Every time I close my eyes, I see that thing. Its pale skin, those glowing blue eyes, the way it moved, like a predator stalking its prey. Sleep. Yeah, that's pretty much a thing of the past. I keep having nightmares, replaying the whole thing over and over in my head. The screams, the chase, the feeling of its breath on my neck, it's all still so vivid. Albert's not doing much better. He's jumpy, easily startled. We don't talk about what happened much, but I know it's weighing on him just as much as it is on me. We went back to the tracks the next day, half hoping to find some kind of explanation, some evidence that we hadn't just imagined the whole thing. But there was nothing there. No sign of the shack, no blue light, no creature. It was like it had vanished into thin air. The cops, of course, didn't believe us. We tried to report it, but they just looked at us like we were crazy. Kids messing around, they said. Too much time in the woods, they said. Yeah, right. Like we made the whole thing up. But we know what we saw. We know what we experienced. And we know that something is out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victims. So, if you're ever out camping and you hear a scream in the night, don't go investigating. Just pack up your stuff and get the hell out of there. Trust me, some things are better left undisturbed. I've always considered myself a pretty experienced hiker. I've done a bunch of trails before, mostly short ones, but I've been prepping for this Appalachian Trail through hike for months. Got all the fancy gear, lightweight tent, bear canister, the works. Even practiced hanging my food bag properly, to keep those pesky critters away. Started out at Springer Mountain in Georgia, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. First couple of days were a breeze, weather was perfect, trail was well-maintained, and I was feeling like a total badass. The kind of cocky confidence you get when you're surrounded by nature, thinking you've got it all figured out. But then things started to get a little weird. The deeper I got into the woods, the more isolated I felt. The sounds seemed to amplify, every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, like someone was watching me. I kept seeing shadows flitting at the edge of my vision, but whenever I turned, there was nothing there. I tried to shake it off, told myself it was just my imagination, the solitude getting to me. But the feeling persisted, a prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like I was being followed. I started checking over my shoulder constantly, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. One evening, I set up camp near this stream, beautiful spot, really. Sun setting through the trees, water babbling over the rocks. But as darkness fell, the woods came alive. The usual night sounds, crickets chirping, owls hooting, were joined by something else, a low guttural growl that seemed to echo through the trees. I froze, heart pounding in my chest. Grabbed my bear spray, just in case. The growling continued, intermittent, but definitely getting closer. I strained my ears, trying to pinpoint the source, but it seemed to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. Sleep was impossible. I lay there in my tent, every nerve on high alert, the growling echoing in my ears. Just as I was about to drift off, I heard it again, closer this time, right outside my tent. I held my breath, fear gripping me like a vice. Then, a sound that chilled me to the bone, the distinct sound of heavy paws padding around my tent. Whatever was out there, it was big, and it was curious. I scrambled out of the tent, bear spray clutched in my trembling hand. My headlamp beam danced across the trees, but I couldn't see anything in the darkness. The growling had stopped, leaving an eerie silence hanging in the air. I felt a surge of adrenaline, that fight or flight response kicking in. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I could feel the blood pounding in my ears. I knew I had to get out of there, find a safer spot, maybe climb a tree or something. But as I turned to run, the beam of my headlamp caught something in the shadows. Two eyes, glowing like embers, staring right at me. A low growl rumbled from the darkness, sending shivers down my spine. It was a bear. A huge black bear, standing just a few feet away. Its massive form seemed to blend into the night, its fur matted and thick. I could see its breath misting in the cool air, its nostrils twitching as it caught my scent. Fear paralyzed me. I stood there, frozen, unable to move or even breathe. The bear took a step closer, its eyes fixed on me. I could see its powerful muscles rippling beneath its thick fur, its claws glinting in the dim light. I raised the bear spray, my finger trembling on the trigger. But I hesitated. I'd heard stories about bears becoming even more aggressive if you sprayed them. And what if I missed? I'd be completely defenseless. The bear took another step, and I knew I had to do something. I squeezed the trigger, sending a cloud of red pepper spray into the air. The bear roared, startled by the sudden assault. It stumbled back, shaking its head and pawing at its eyes. I used the opportunity to run. I didn't look back, just sprinted through the trees, branches whipping at my face, my lungs burning. I could hear the bear crashing through the undergrowth behind me, its enraged roars echoing through the forest. I stumbled and fell, scrambling to my feet again. My ankle twisted beneath me, sending a sharp pain shooting up my leg. I ignored it, adrenaline masking the pain. I had to keep going, had to get away. But the bear was gaining on me. I could hear its heavy breathing, its paws pounding the ground. I glanced over my shoulder and saw its massive form closing in, its eyes burning with rage. I knew I couldn't outrun it. I was trapped, cornered like a rat in a maze. Desperation clawed at me, the primal fear of being hunted, of becoming prey. I spotted a large rock outcropping, a narrow crevice hidden behind it. It was my only chance. I scrambled towards it, my injured ankle throbbing with every step. I squeezed into the crevice, my body scraping against the rough rock. I curled into a ball, my heart pounding like a drum. The bear was right behind me, its hot breath on my neck. I held my breath, praying it wouldn't find me. The bear sniffed the air, its claws scraping against the rock. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. I lay there, curled into a fetal position, my body shaking uncontrollably. I could hear the bear's heavy breathing just outside the crevice, its hot breath washing over me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the sounds, the smells, the terror that threatened to consume me. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The bear paced back and forth, its claws scraping against the rock. I could feel the vibrations through my body, each movement sending a fresh wave of fear through me. I tried to slow my breathing, to calm my racing heart. But it was no use. I was trapped, cornered, with no escape. The bear could reach me at any moment, its powerful jaws capable of crushing my bones. I thought of my family, my friends, all the people I loved. I thought of all the things I still wanted to do, the places I wanted to see. I wasn't ready to die, not like this. But there was nothing I could do. I was helpless, at the mercy of a wild animal. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Suddenly, the bear let out a frustrated growl. It paced back and forth for a few more moments, then I heard it lumbering away. I held my breath, not daring to believe it was truly gone. After a few minutes of silence, I cautiously opened my eyes. The bear was gone. I slowly uncurled myself, my body stiff and sore. I crawled out of the crevice, my injured ankle throbbing with pain. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. The forest was dark and silent, the only sound the gentle rustling of leaves. I was alone. I limped back to my campsite, my mind reeling from the encounter. I gathered my things, my hands shaking so badly that I could barely pack my backpack. I didn't bother setting up my tent again. I just wanted to get as far away from that place as possible. I started walking, my injured ankle slowing me down, but I didn't care. I just wanted to reach safety. I walked for hours, the forest stretching out before me like an endless maze. The sun began to rise, casting long shadows through the trees. I was exhausted, hungry, and in pain, but I kept going. Finally, I stumbled upon a trail marker. I recognized it from my map. I was close to a road to civilization. Relief washed over me, so intense that I almost collapsed. I limped towards the road, my heart pounding with anticipation. I could hear the sound of cars in the distance, a welcome sign of human presence. As I emerged from the trees, I saw a car approaching. I waved my arms, shouting for help. The car screeched to a halt, and a middle-aged couple jumped out. They looked at me in alarm, their eyes widening at the sight of my torn clothes and bloodied face. I explained what had happened, my voice trembling with emotion. They helped me into their car, their faces filled with concern. They offered me water and snacks, and wrapped my injured ankle in a bandage. I sat in the back seat, my body shaking with exhaustion and relief. I had survived. I had escaped the bear. But the encounter had left its mark on me. I would never forget the terror, the feeling of helplessness, the knowledge that I had been so close to death. I had learned a valuable lesson that day, a lesson about the power of nature, the fragility of life, and the importance of respecting wild animals. The couple, bless their hearts, were incredibly kind. They called the park rangers and waited with me until help arrived. The rangers checked me out, bandaged my ankle properly, and called for an ambulance to take me to the nearest hospital. Turns out, I had a sprained ankle and a few scratches, but nothing broken. I was lucky, they said. Could have been much worse. They told me about a woman who had been hiking alone a few weeks back and got mauled pretty badly by a bear. She barely made it out alive. Hearing that sent chills down my spine. I realized just how close I had come to being another statistic. I couldn't stop thinking about those eyes, those claws, the feeling of utter helplessness. The hospital staff was great, patched me up, and sent me on my way with some crutches and pain meds. I called my brother to come pick me up, feeling too shaken to even think about getting back on the trail. The whole drive back home, I kept replaying the encounter in my head. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the bear's face, heard its growls. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, even though I was safe in the car. Back in my own apartment, I felt a strange mix of relief and anxiety. I was grateful to be alive, but I also felt this lingering fear, like the bear was still out there, waiting for me. I couldn't sleep, every creak in the building sending me into a panic. I tried to distract myself, watching TV, reading, anything to keep my mind occupied. But the images kept flashing back, the fear gripping me again and again. I started having nightmares, vivid and terrifying, of being chased through the woods, the bear's hot breath on my neck. I knew I needed help. I couldn't keep living like this, constantly on edge, afraid of my own shadow. I started seeing a therapist, someone who specialized in trauma. She helped me process the experience, to understand my fear and learn how to cope with it. It's been a few months now, and I'm doing better. The nightmares are less frequent, the anxiety less intense. But the experience has changed me. I'm not the same carefree hiker I was before. I'm more cautious, more aware of my surroundings. I know that nature is beautiful, but it's also powerful and unpredictable. I still love hiking, but I'll never forget the lessons I learned on that fateful trip. I'll never forget the feeling of being hunted, the terror of facing a wild animal, the realization that I was just another creature in the food chain. Therapy helped, it really did. Talking about the experience, dissecting it with someone who understood trauma, it started to make some sense of the chaos in my head. But there were still things I couldn't shake, like the hypervigilance. I was constantly on edge, scanning my surroundings for any sign of danger. Crossing the street, I'd flinch at every shadow, every sudden movement. Even in my own apartment, I'd find myself jumping at the slightest noise, my heart pounding like a drum. Sleeping was still a battle. The nightmares weren't as frequent, but they were more intense, more vivid. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, the feeling of the bear's hot breath on my neck lingering long after the dream had faded. And then there were the flashbacks. They'd come out of nowhere, triggered by the most random things. The smell of pine needles, the sound of a twig snapping, even a glimpse of a black dog in the park could send me spiraling back to that moment, trapped in the crevice, waiting for the bear to strike. It affected my relationships too. I found myself withdrawing from friends and family, not wanting to talk about what had happened. I felt like they wouldn't understand, that they'd think I was weak or crazy. I started avoiding things I used to enjoy. Hiking, of course, was out of the question. But even just being in nature, surrounded by trees, made me anxious. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that something was lurking in the shadows. I felt like I was losing myself, becoming a prisoner of my own fear. The confident, adventurous woman I used to be was gone, replaced by someone timid and scared. But I knew I couldn't give up. I had to find a way to move on, to reclaim my life. I started pushing myself, little by little. I'd go for walks in the park, forcing myself to face my fear of the outdoors. I'd talk to friends and family, sharing my experience and allowing myself to be vulnerable. It was a slow process, with setbacks and challenges along the way. But gradually, I started to heal. The flashbacks became less frequent, the nightmares less intense. I started to feel like myself again, albeit a slightly different version, one with scars, both physical and emotional. I realized that the encounter with the bear had changed me, but it hadn't broken me. It had taught me resilience, the strength to face my fears and overcome adversity. It had also given me a newfound appreciation for life, for the preciousness of each moment. I knew I would never forget what had happened, but I also knew that I wouldn't let it define me. I would keep moving forward, embracing life with all its challenges and uncertainties. And I would always remember the lessons I learned on that fateful day on the Appalachian Trail. It was a crisp autumn day when I finally felt ready to face my fears. The leaves were turning vibrant shades of red and gold, and the air was filled with the smell of pine needles and damp earth. I decided to go for a hike, not on the Appalachian Trail, of course, but on a small, well-maintained trail in a local park. I was nervous, I won't lie. My heart pounded as I stepped onto the trail, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig sent a jolt of anxiety through me. But I kept going, reminding myself that I was safe, that this was a different place, a different time. I focused on the beauty around me, the sunlight filtering through the trees, the birds singing in the branches. I breathed deeply, filling my lungs with the fresh air, trying to calm my nerves. As I walked, I thought about everything that had happened. The encounter with the bear, the fear, the trauma. But I also thought about how far I had come, how much I had overcome. I realized that the experience had changed me, but it hadn't broken me. It had made me stronger, more resilient. It had taught me to appreciate the fragility of life, the importance of living in the present moment. I reached a clearing and sat down on a fallen log, closing my eyes and listening to the sounds of the forest. I felt a sense of peace that I hadn't experienced in months. Suddenly, I heard a noise. A twig snapping, close by. My eyes flew open, my heart pounding. I scanned the trees, searching for the source of the sound. And then I saw it. A squirrel, scampering up a tree trunk. I let out a shaky breath, realizing how silly I had been. It was just a squirrel, not a bear. I smiled to myself, feeling a sense of triumph. I had faced my fear, and I had come out the other side. I was still scared, but I was also stronger. I finished my hike, feeling a sense of accomplishment. I had taken a step towards healing, towards reclaiming my life. I knew there would be more challenges ahead, but I also knew that I could handle them. I started going on more hikes, gradually increasing the difficulty and remoteness of the trails. Each time, I felt a little bit braver, a little bit more confident. I was still cautious, but I wasn't letting fear control me anymore. I even started thinking about going back to the Appalachian Trail one day. Not to complete the through hike, not yet. But maybe to do a short section, to face my demons and prove to myself that I could overcome them. I knew it wouldn't be easy, but I was determined to do it. I had come too far to let fear hold me back. I was a survivor, and I was going to live my life to the fullest. It was a humid summer morning when I set out on the trail, a familiar sense of excitement mixed with a lingering apprehension. This time, I chose a more challenging route, one that wound through dense forest and climbed steep hills. I wanted to push myself, to prove that I was no longer afraid. The early part of the hike was uneventful. The sun filtered through the canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Birds chirped merrily, and the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and damp earth. I felt a sense of calm, of being at one with nature. But as I ventured deeper into the woods, the atmosphere began to change. The air grew heavy and still, and the sounds of the forest seemed to fade away. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, a sense of being watched. I scanned the trees, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, only the dense undergrowth and the towering trees. I tried to shake off the feeling, telling myself it was just my imagination, a residual effect of my past trauma. But the feeling persisted. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the summit and the open views it promised. As I climbed higher, the forest grew darker and more oppressive. The trees seemed to close in on me, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. I stumbled upon a clearing, a small patch of sunlight breaking through the dense canopy. In the center of the clearing stood a lone tree, its trunk scarred and twisted. As I approached, I noticed something strange. There were deep gouges in the bark of the tree, as if something had clawed at it with immense force. I knelt down, examining the marks closely. They were fresh, the sap still oozing from the wounds. My heart pounded in my chest. I thought of the bear, its powerful claws, the way it had torn at the rock crevice where I had hidden. A wave of fear washed over me, threatening to overwhelm me. I stood up abruptly, my senses on high alert. I scanned the trees, searching for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, only the eerie silence of the forest. I continued my hike, my pace quickening with every step. I wanted to reach the summit, to escape the oppressive atmosphere of the woods. But the image of the scarred tree lingered in my mind, a reminder of the power of nature, the ever-present danger that lurked in the shadows. I finally reached the summit, the wind whipping in my face, the view stretching out before me in a panorama of rolling hills and valleys. But the sense of accomplishment was overshadowed by a gnawing unease. The scarred tree, the oppressive silence of the forest, the feeling of being watched, it all weighed heavily on my mind. I decided to head back down, my pace quicker than before. The sun was already beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the trail. The forest seemed to darken, the trees taking on an ominous silhouette against the fading light. As I descended, the feeling of being watched intensified. I kept glancing over my shoulder, scanning the trees for any sign of movement. But there was nothing, only the rustling leaves and the occasional bird call. I tried to rationalize my fear, telling myself it was just nerves, a leftover from my past trauma. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. The forest felt different, charged with an unsettling energy. The light was fading fast now, the shadows deepening. I fumbled for my headlamp, my hands shaking as I switched it on. The narrow beam of light cut through the darkness, illuminating the trail ahead. But it also revealed something else. Just off the trail, partially hidden in the undergrowth, lay a pile of something. I couldn't quite make it out in the dim light, but it looked like bones. Animal bones, scattered and gnawed clean. My stomach churned. I thought of the bear again, its powerful jaws, the way it had torn at the rock crevice. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I had to fight the urge to vomit. I hurried past the gruesome sight, my heart pounding in my chest. I wanted to get out of the woods, back to the safety of my car. But the trail seemed to stretch on forever, the darkness closing in around me. Then I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees. It was the same sound I had heard that night in my tent, the sound that had haunted my nightmares. I froze, my blood turning to ice. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. Panic seized me. I started running, my headlamp beam bouncing wildly, the trail blurring before my eyes. I could hear the footsteps behind me, gaining ground. I stumbled and fell, my ankle twisting beneath me. I cried out in pain, scrambling to my feet again. But it was too late. The creature emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It was bigger than I remembered, more menacing. And it was heading straight for me. My name's Jack, and I'm what you might call a fishing fanatic. Seriously, the moment I have a free day, I'm itching to get out there and cast a line. There's just something about it, you know? The peace and quiet, being alone with your thoughts, not having to worry about anything except waiting for a tug on the line and then the thrill of reeling it in, wondering how big it'll be. This Saturday was no different. I was up before the crack of dawn, practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. Couldn't sleep a wink last night. I was so psyched for this trip. Had all my gear ready to go, my trusty tackle box overflowing with lures, a thermos full of coffee strong enough to wake the dead, and a couple of PB&J sandwiches. Simple, but they do the trick. Time to hit the lake. The trail leading to my favorite spot was pretty overgrown, almost hidden by the trees and bushes crowding in on both sides. Dew clung to everything, soaking my jeans as I walked. But hey, the air was crisp and clean, with that earthy smell you only get in the woods. This lake isn't some fancy resort or anything. It's tucked away in the woods behind my house, a small, secluded spot surrounded by tall pines and the occasional gnarled oak. You can hear the leaves rustling in the breeze and the birds chirping their morning songs. I've been coming here since I was a kid, practically grew up on these shores. It's my escape, my sanctuary, the place where I can truly be myself, away from all the noise and expectations of everyday life. I reached my usual spot, a small clearing right on the edge of the lake. Perfect spot for casting, with plenty of room to back up if I hooked a real whopper. The sun was just starting to break through the trees, casting long shadows across the water. It was so peaceful, so still. I almost dozed off for a second there, just soaking it all in. But then, something caught my eye. Movement. On the other side of the lake, near a cluster of fallen logs. At first, I thought it was a deer, maybe coming down for a morning drink. But then it moved again, and I saw it. A mountain lion. Just sitting there on a log, staring right at me. This thing was huge. I mean, I'd seen pictures of mountain lions before, but seeing one in person is a whole different story. It was all muscle and sinew, with a coat the color of dried leaves. Its eyes were fixed on me, these intense yellow eyes that seemed to pierce right through me. And the weirdest thing? It didn't seem scared of me at all. No nervous twitching, no cautious slinking away. Just observing. Like I was the one intruding on its territory. Which, I guess, I was. But still, it was freaking me out. I mean, this is a predator, a wild animal. Shouldn't it be more afraid of a human? My heart started pounding in my chest, and I could feel the adrenaline starting to pump. This was definitely not how I expected my relaxing fishing trip to start. I couldn't take my eyes off that mountain lion. It was like some kind of morbid fascination, you know? The way it just sat there, so still, so confident. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe it's just curious, I thought. Maybe it's never seen a human before. Yeah, right. Like this was some remote mountaintop and not a lake a short walk from my backyard. But still, a tiny part of me clung to that hope. Maybe if I just stayed calm, didn't make any sudden moves, it would eventually lose interest and wander off. Fat chance. After what felt like an eternity, the mountain lion finally shifted its position. It stood up, stretching its long, lean body. I swear, I could practically hear its muscles rippling beneath its fur. Then, it stepped off the log and onto the forest floor. It moved with this incredible grace, almost like it was gliding. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to get out of there. But my feet felt like they were rooted to the ground. I was frozen, paralyzed by fear. And then it started walking. Not away from me, like I'd hoped. No, it started walking towards me. Slowly, deliberately, with its eyes locked on mine. Each step it took sent a jolt of terror through me. This wasn't curiosity anymore. This was something else. This was hunting. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. Common sense screamed at me to run, but something deep down told me that was the worst possible move. I'd seen enough nature documentaries to know that running would trigger its predatory instincts. This thing was already hunting me. I didn't want to make myself look like an even easier target. I decided to try and make myself look bigger, more intimidating. I raised my arms above my head, trying to mimic the size of a bear or something. I even let out a yell, this pathetic attempt at a roar that probably sounded more like a scared kitten. Yeah, real intimidating, Jack. The mountain lion didn't even flinch. It just kept coming, closing the distance between us with those slow, deliberate steps. I glanced around frantically, looking for anything that could help me. A rock, a stick, anything to defend myself with. But there was nothing. Just me, the mountain lion, and the growing sense of dread that was starting to consume me. I was trapped, cornered like a rat. This was it, wasn't it? This was how it all ended. Alone in the woods, mauled by a mountain lion. What a way to go. But then, a crazy idea popped into my head. The lake. Maybe I could make it to the lake, jump in, and swim away. Mountain lions aren't exactly known for their swimming skills, are they? It was a long shot, but it was the only shot I had. I took a deep breath, braced myself, and ran. Adrenaline surged through me, blurring my vision as I sprinted towards the lake. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I couldn't stop. The mountain lion was right behind me. I could hear its paws pounding the earth, getting closer with every stride. I risked a glance over my shoulder and saw it, a blur of tawny fur and muscle, gaining on me fast. Its eyes were locked on me, filled with a predatory hunger that sent chills down my spine. I stumbled over a tree root, nearly falling headfirst into the dirt. Panic welled up inside me, threatening to overwhelm me. Come on, Jack, get up. I screamed at myself, scrambling back to my feet. The lake was just ahead, shimmering through the trees. So close, yet so far. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, the exhaustion, the fear that threatened to consume me. With a final burst of energy, I burst through the trees and onto the shore. The cool water beckoned, promising escape. Without hesitation, I plunged in, the icy shock momentarily taking my breath away. I kicked furiously, swimming with all my might, putting as much distance between myself and that creature as possible. But even as I swam, a chilling realization dawned on me. I couldn't stay in the water forever. Eventually, I would have to go back to shore. And when I did, it would be waiting. The icy water stole my breath, each gasp a struggle. But I forced myself to keep going, to put as much distance between myself and the shore as possible. I didn't look back, didn't dare. I could feel its eyes on me, burning into my back, even from across the lake. My arms started to ache, my strokes becoming weaker. panic gnawed at me. How long could I keep this up? I wasn't exactly an Olympic swimmer. Just then, my hand brushed against something solid. Relief washed over me. An island. Small, just a clump of trees and rocks really, but it was something. I pulled myself onto the rocky shore, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and cold. I collapsed onto the ground, my wet clothes clinging to me like a second skin. The island was tiny, barely bigger than my living room. But at least it was solid ground. At least for now, I was safe. The mountain lion couldn't reach me here. I looked back at the shore, scanning the tree-line. Nothing. No sign of the creature. Had it given up? Had it lost interest? Or was it simply biding its time, waiting for me to make my next move? I didn't know. But for the first time since this whole ordeal began, a flicker of hope ignited within me. Maybe, just maybe, I could survive this. I huddled on that tiny island, shivering in my soaked clothes. The sun was beginning its descent, casting long shadows across the lake. The wind picked up, whistling through the trees, sending a chill down my spine. I scanned the shoreline again, my eyes straining to pierce the gathering darkness. Still nothing. Maybe I was in the clear. Maybe the mountain lion had moved on. A wave of exhaustion washed over me. I hadn't slept in over 24 hours, and the adrenaline that had kept me going was starting to wear off. My eyelids felt heavy, my body ached. I knew I needed rest, but the thought of closing my eyes, of being vulnerable, terrified me. What if the mountain lion was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for me to let my guard down? Just as that thought crossed my mind, I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, echoing across the water. My blood ran cold. It was back. I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest. I scanned the shoreline frantically, searching for the source of the sound. And then I saw it. Standing on the shore, bathed in the fading light, was the mountain lion. Its eyes, glowing like embers in the dusk, were fixed on me. It had been there all along, watching, waiting. And now, it was coming for me. Terror seized me. I was trapped, cornered on this pathetic excuse for an island, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The mountain lion stepped into the water, its powerful limbs propelling it forward. The water barely reached its chest. It was like something out of a nightmare, this creature stalking towards me, its eyes burning with predatory intent. My mind raced, desperately searching for a solution, any way out of this impossible situation. Could I fight it? No, that was insane. I was no match for a predator like this. Could I swim back to shore? Maybe, but what then? I'd just be running into its jaws. As the mountain lion drew closer, a surge of defiance coursed through me. I wouldn't go down without a fight. I grabbed a fist-sized rock from the ground, my knuckles turning white as I gripped it tightly. "Come on, you overgrown house cat," I yelled, my voice cracking with fear and adrenaline. "I'm not afraid of you." The mountain lion paused, its head cocked to one side, as if considering my challenge. Then, with a snarl that sent shivers down my spine, it lunged. I braced myself for the impact, raising the rock in a desperate attempt to defend myself. This was it. The moment of truth. Either I fight or I die. The mountain lion's hot breath washed over me as it lunged. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the impact, the sharp claws, the teeth sinking into my flesh. But it never came. Instead, I heard a splash, a startled yell, and then silence. Cautiously, I opened my eyes. The mountain lion was gone. Vanished. I looked around, my heart still pounding in my chest. Where did it go? What happened? Then I saw it. The log. The rotten, decaying log that had been partially submerged in the water. It had given way under the mountain lion's weight, plunging the creature into the depths of the lake. I watched in stunned disbelief as the water churned and bubbled, then finally stilled. The mountain lion was gone, swallowed by the murky depths. I was safe. I had survived. I collapsed onto the ground, my body trembling with relief and exhaustion. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, a stark contrast to the terror I had just experienced. I looked at the lake, now calm and serene, as if nothing had happened. But I knew that beneath the surface, something dark and dangerous lurked. And I knew that I would never forget this day, the day I stared death in the face and lived to tell the tale. It took a while to get back to shore. My legs were shaky, my whole body exhausted, and I had to keep stopping to catch my breath. By the time I reached my truck, it was full dark. The drive home was a blur. I just wanted to get back to my warm house, a hot shower, and my own bed. But things weren't the same. Not after that day. The peace I used to find in those woods, by that lake, was gone. Replaced by a constant unease, a feeling of being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine. I tried to go back to my normal life. I went to work, I ate my meals, I even tried watching some TV. But it was no use. The image of that mountain lion, its eyes burning into me, haunted my every waking moment. I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw its face, heard its growl. I started having nightmares. Vivid, terrifying nightmares where I was back on that island, the mountain lion stalking towards me, its claws outstretched. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, my heart pounding, the sheets twisted around me. It took a long time, months even, before I finally started to feel normal again. The nightmares became less frequent, the fear less intense. But even now, years later, I can't shake the feeling that something changed that day. something inside me. I'm not the same carefree guy who used to spend his weekends fishing by the lake. I'm more cautious now, more aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows. And I know, deep down, that I'll never truly escape the memory of that encounter, the day I came face to face with a predator and lived to tell the tale. Damn, it's hot, I muttered to myself, wiping a bead of sweat off my brow. Guess that's what I get for signing up to be a park ranger in the middle of the freaking Sonoran Desert. My name's Jake, and I've been baking in this desolate expanse for the better part of 15 years. In that time, I've come to know every inch of these dusty roads, every twist and turn of these canyons. Came here to escape the city, the noise, the crowds. Figured the desert would be quiet. Turns out, it whispers. And sometimes, those whispers scream. The call came in just after noon, crackling through the static on my ancient truck radio. It was Mike, one of our maintenance guys, his voice tight with a tremor I'd never heard from him before. Ranger Station, got something strange out here. Near the old mine shafts, off the main trail. What is it, Mike? You all right? I asked, already reaching for the map tucked under my seat. My gut clenched with a familiar unease. Whenever someone called in a strange occurrence in this part of the world, it usually meant trouble. Found a car, looks like it's been burnt to a crisp. Ain't never seen anything like it. He paused, and I could practically hear him swallow hard over the radio. There's someone inside. My stomach tightened. Stay put, Mike. And Mike, whatever you do, don't touch anything. I'm on my way. I grabbed my hat and water bottle, the unease settling in my gut like a lead weight. The old mine shafts were in one of the most isolated sections of the park, a place we rarely patrolled. It was a sweltering, godforsaken corner of the desert, miles from any real civilization. The thought of something going wrong out there, with no backup for miles, sent a shiver down my spine even though the temperature was pushing triple digits. As I navigated the bone-jarring tracks towards the mine shafts, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just a routine call. There was a darkness in Mike's voice, a raw fear that resonated through the crackling radio waves and settled deep within me. Whatever he found out there, it was bad. Real bad. The drive felt longer than usual. Every bump in the road, every rustle of wind through the dry brush, seemed to amplify the tension coiling in my gut. The sun beat down with relentless fury, turning the desert into a shimmering oven. By the time I reached the turnoff for the old mine shafts, my shirt was soaked with sweat, and my mouth felt like sandpaper. I wrestled the truck down the narrow, barely there track that led to the site. The mines themselves were long abandoned, a relic of a bygone era when men chased dreams of gold and silver in these unforgiving hills. Now, they were nothing more than crumbling shafts and rusting machinery, a testament to human greed and the desert's indifference. As I rounded a bend, I saw it. Mike's maintenance truck was parked haphazardly off to the side, and a plume of smoke still curled lazily from the wreckage that had been a car. The smell hit me first, a sickening blend of burnt metal, rubber, and something else, something acrid and deeply unsettling. I pulled up next to Mike, who was leaning against his truck, looking pale and shaken. He took one look at me and let out a shaky breath. "Glad you're here, Jake. This is messed up." I nodded, trying to maintain a calm I didn't feel. "Show me." We approached the car cautiously. It was a charred skeleton, the windows blown out, the paint blistered and peeling. The interior was a blackened mess, the seats reduced to ash. And in the driver's seat, I swallowed hard, the bile rising in my throat. There was a body, or what was left of one. It was slumped over the steering wheel, limbs contorted at unnatural angles. The flesh was blackened and charred, the smell making my stomach churn. But the worst part was the face, or what remained of it. It was a melted mask of agony, frozen in a silent scream. "Jesus," I whispered, taking a step back. "What the hell happened here?" Mike shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know. Found it just like this. Didn't touch nothing, Dot." I forced myself to take a closer look, trying to ignore the nausea rising in my throat. There were no signs of a struggle, no tire tracks other than the ones I'd made. Just this horror show in the middle of nowhere. "We need to call the sheriff," I said, my voice hoarse. "This isn't an accident." The sheriff arrived with a deputy about an hour later, a plume of dust trailing their cruiser as they pulled up to the scene. Sheriff Brody, a man who looked like he'd spent his entire life squinting at the desert sun, stepped out, his eyes already scanning the scene with a practiced eye. "Damn, Jake," he muttered, taking in the sight of the burnt-out car and the grim tableau within. "This ain't pretty." "Tell me about it," I said, running a hand through my sweat-dampened hair. "Mike found it a couple of hours ago. Says he hasn't touched a thing." Brody grunted, then crouched down beside the car, peering through the shattered windshield. The deputy, a young guy named Miller who looked fresh out of the academy, circled the car, taking pictures. "Looks like we got ourselves a crispy critter," Brody said, his voice flat. He straightened up, pulling a pair of gloves from his belt. "You get a closer look?" I nodded, pointing towards the driver's seat. "Bodies in there. Can't tell much, though. Burnt pretty bad." Brody pulled on his gloves and cautiously approached the car. He peered inside, then let out a low whistle. "Damn. This ain't no campfire accident." He spent the next few minutes examining the scene, poking around the car and muttering to himself. Miller finished his photos and joined Brody by the car, the two of them exchanging a few hushed words. Finally, Brody straightened up and walked back towards me. "Well, Jake," he said, removing his gloves. "Looks like we got ourselves a suicide." I frowned. "Suicide?" "Sheriff, The guy's practically been cremated. How can you tell? Brody sighed, that world-weary sigh of a man who's seen too much. No signs of a struggle, no other tracks around. And look at the position of the body. Hands still gripping the wheel, like he was driving right into the flames. Happens more than you'd think. Folks get desperate out here. He paused, then added, besides, with the way things are these days, with all the cartel activity around here, probably some drug runner who got cornered. Figured this was a better way to go than what they had planned for him. I wasn't convinced, but I knew better than to argue with Brody. He'd seen more death and despair in this desert than I could ever imagine. Still, something about the scene felt off. The sheer brutality of it, the way the body was almost posed. It just didn't sit right. "All right, Sheriff," I said. "What happens now?" "We'll get the body out, have the forensics boys take a look. Car gets towed, case gets filed. Same old song and dance." He clapped me on the shoulder. "You did good, Jake. Reporting this. Now, why don't you head back to the station and get yourself some iced tea? You look like you could use it." I nodded, but as I turned to leave, I couldn't help but take one last look at the charred remains of the car. The desert wind whipped around me, carrying with it the whispers of the dead. And in those whispers, I thought I heard something else. A faint, chilling laughter that seemed to echo from the depths of the burning car. The drive back to the ranger station was a blur. The image of that charred body, the twisted metal of the car, the smell, it all swirled in my head, a gruesome kaleidoscope I couldn't shut out. I kept replaying the scene in my mind, trying to make sense of it, searching for some detail, some clue that might explain what happened. But there was nothing. Just a void of unanswered questions and a growing sense of unease. Back at the station, I tried to distract myself with paperwork, but the words swam before my eyes. The usually comforting routine of logging reports and checking inventory felt meaningless in the face of the horror I'd witnessed. Even the familiar creak of the ceiling fan and the chirping of crickets outside the window seemed to mock my attempts at normalcy. I finally gave up on work and headed to the break room for a cup of coffee, hoping the caffeine would jolt me out of my funk. As I poured myself a cup, I noticed a newspaper someone had left on the table. The headline screamed about another drug bust near the border, the latest in a string of violent incidents linked to the cartels. Brody's words echoed in my mind, probably some drug runner who got cornered. I sank into a chair, the newspaper clutched in my hand. Was that all it was? Another casualty in the endless drug war, another life extinguished in the unforgiving desert? It was easy to dismiss it that way, to file it away as just another statistic. But something deep down told me there was more to the story. There was a darkness in that burned-out car, a malice that went beyond the violence of the cartels. I spent the rest of the day in a haze, the image of the charred body haunting my every thought. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert, I found myself drawn to the window, staring out at the vast expanse of sand and scrub. The silence was deafening, broken only by the occasional howl of a coyote in the distance. It was a silence that held secrets, a silence that whispered of things unseen and unknown. And in that silence, I felt a growing sense of dread, a premonition that this was just the beginning. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, a grotesque mask of pain seared into my memory. The desert night was usually a symphony of sounds, the chirping of crickets, the rustle of nocturnal creatures, the distant howl of a coyote. But tonight, it was all I could do to block out the echoes of that chilling laughter I heard at the scene. I tossed and turned, the sheets tangled around my legs. My mind raced, replaying the events of the day, analyzing every detail, searching for an explanation that made sense. But the more I thought about it, the more disturbed I became. The sheriff's explanation, all plausible, felt too easy, too convenient. There was something about the scene that just didn't add up. The position of the body, for instance. Brody had said the victim's hands were still gripping the wheel, as if he'd driven straight into the flames. But I remembered seeing the body slumped over, the arms contorted at unnatural angles. It was as if someone had placed him there after the fact. And then there was the smell. It wasn't just the smell of burnt flesh and metal. There was another scent, something underlying it all, something acrid and unfamiliar. I couldn't place it, but it lingered in my nostrils, a phantom smell that refused to dissipate. I finally gave up on sleep and stumbled out of bed. The clock on the nightstand read 3 a.m. I went to the kitchen and poured myself a glass of water, hoping to cool down the burning in my throat. As I drank, I stared out the window at the desert night. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The shadows seemed to dance and writhe, taking on the shapes of monstrous creatures. I shivered, pulling my robe tighter around me. The desert had always been a place of solitude and peace for me. But tonight, it felt different. It felt menacing, as if something dark and malevolent was lurking just beyond my sight. I went back to bed, but sleep remained elusive. I lay there, listening to the silence, my mind filled with dark thoughts and disturbing images. And as the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, I knew one thing for sure. I wasn't going to let this go. I was going to find out what really happened at those mine shafts, even if it was the last thing I did. The next few days were a blur of restless nights and uneasy days. I went through the motions at work, patrolling the park, responding to calls, but my mind was always elsewhere. The burnt car, the charred body, the unanswered questions, they haunted me like a persistent ghost. I found myself constantly scanning the horizon, searching for any sign of something out of place, anything that might offer a clue to the mystery that had consumed me. One evening, I decided to pay a visit to the local library. I figured maybe some research could shed some light on the situation. The library was a small, dusty building, more of a glorified bookmobile than a proper library, but it had a decent collection of local history books and news archives. I spent hours poring over old newspapers, searching for any reports of similar incidents in the area. There were plenty of stories about drug smuggling, border disputes, and the occasional missing person case, but nothing that matched the gruesome scene I'd witnessed. Just as I was about to give up, I stumbled upon an article tucked away in the back pages of a decades-old newspaper. The headline read, "Mysterious Death in the Desert." The article, dated 1978, described the discovery of a burned-out car near the same mine shafts where I'd found the recent victim. The details were eerily similar. A lone male driver, charred beyond recognition, no apparent cause of death. The article concluded with a quote from the then sheriff, who attributed the incident to foul play but admitted they had no leads. A chill ran down my spine. This wasn't just a one-off incident. Something dark and sinister had been happening in this part of the desert for decades. And now, it seemed, it was happening again. I left the library with a renewed sense of urgency. I had to find out what was going on. I had to stop it before anyone else got hurt. But where do I even begin? The sheriff had dismissed the case as a suicide, and even with this new information, I doubted he'd be willing to reopen the investigation. I was on my own. As I drove back to the ranger station, the desert seemed to close in around me, the silence pressing down like a suffocating blanket. The setting sun cast long, ominous shadows across the landscape, and the wind whispered through the dry brush, carrying with it the echoes of the dead. I felt a growing sense of dread, a premonition that I was walking into something far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. The next morning, I woke up with a pounding headache and a renewed sense of determination. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong, and I was going to get to the bottom of it, even if it meant going against the sheriff's conclusion. My first stop was the medical examiner's office. I figured if anyone could shed some light on the victim's death, it would be the folks who examined the body. To me, a stern-looking woman named Dr. Ramirez listened patiently as I explained my concerns. She then pulled up the case file on her computer, her brow furrowing as she reviewed the details. "Ranger," she said, leaning back in her chair, "I understand your concern, but the official cause of death was ruled as severe burns and smoke inhalation. There was little left to examine, but the evidence pointed to self-immolation. But what about the position of the body? And the smell?" I pressed. There was something off about it, something that didn't fit with a simple suicide. Dr. Ramirez sighed. "Ranger, I'm a medical examiner, not a detective. My job is to determine the cause of death, not the circumstances surrounding it. If you have suspicions of foul play, you should take them to the sheriff." I knew she was right, but the meeting left me feeling more frustrated than ever. I thanked Dr. Ramirez and headed back to my truck, the desert sun beating down on me with renewed intensity. As I drove, I thought about my options. Going back to the sheriff was a dead end, I knew that. He'd already made up his mind, and no amount of pleading from a park ranger was going to change it. That's when I decided to take matters into my own hands. I was going back to the scene of the crime. Maybe there was something I missed, some clue that everyone else had overlooked. Or maybe, just maybe, I could find something that would convince the sheriff to take another look at the case. With that thought in mind, I turned the truck around and headed back towards the old mine shafts. The desert stretched out before me, a vast and unforgiving landscape that held its secrets close. As I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, that unseen eyes were following my every move. The wind seemed to whisper warnings in my ear, urging me to turn back, to leave this mystery unsolved. But I pressed on, driven by a force I couldn't explain. I had to know the truth, no matter the cost. The familiar dread crept back in as I approached the mine shafts. The place seemed to hold a different kind of silence this time, heavier, expectant. I parked my truck a good distance away, grabbed my flashlight, and made my way towards the site on foot. The wind whipped at my face, carrying with it the scent of dust and something faintly metallic, like dried blood. The blackened patch of ground where the car had been was still there, a scar on the desert floor. I knelt down, scanning the area with my flashlight. The sheriff's guys had done a decent job cleaning up, but I could still make out fragments of glass, bits of charred metal, and was that a bone fragment? I picked it up gingerly. It was small, blackened, and unmistakably human. A wave of nausea washed over me. I dropped the fragment and stood up abruptly, my heart pounding. This wasn't right. This wasn't just some random suicide. There was something evil here, something lingering. I circled the area, my flashlight beam cutting through the gathering darkness. The mine shafts loomed in the distance, black mouths gaping in the hillside. A shiver ran down my spine. I had the sudden urge to get out of there, to run back to the truck and never look back. But something kept me rooted to the spot. A need to understand, to confront the darkness that had taken hold of this place. As I neared one of the mine shafts, I noticed something glinting in the fading light. I cautiously approached, my heart in my throat. It was a small, metal object, half buried in the sand. I knelt down and brushed the sand away. It was a lighter, a cheap plastic one with a faded cartoon character on it. I recognized it instantly. It was Mike's. My blood ran cold. Mike had sworn he hadn't touched anything. But his lighter was here, at the scene of the crime. Why would he lie? What was he hiding? Suddenly, a sound broke the silence. A faint rustling from inside the mine shaft. I froze, every nerve in my body on high alert. The rustling grew louder, closer. Something was moving in the darkness. I raised my flashlight, my finger trembling on the switch. The beam danced across the rough walls of the shaft, revealing nothing but shadows. Then I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing red in the darkness. They stared at me, filled with malice and hunger. A scream caught in my throat. I stumbled back, my foot catching on a loose rock. I fell, the flashlight slipping from my grasp and clattering down the shaft. The red eyes followed me, their glow intensifying. Something was coming. Something evil. Adrenaline surged through me. I scrambled back, scrambling for purchase on the loose gravel, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The red eyes advanced, two burning coals in the pitch black, and I could hear the scrape of claws on rock, the heavy panting of something inhuman. Panic clawed at my throat. I had to get out of there. Now! I lurched to my feet, stumbling blindly in the darkness. My hands scraped against the rough walls of the mine shaft, searching for an escape, a way out. But there was nothing. Just the cold, unforgiving rock and the encroaching darkness. The red eyes were closer now, and I could make out the shape of the creature attached to them. It was large, hunched over, with long, spindly limbs that ended in wickedly sharp claws. Its fur was matted and filthy, and its breath came in ragged gasps, a foul stench that filled the air. A guttural growl echoed through the shaft, sending shivers down my spine. The creature lunged, its claws reaching for me. I flinched back, narrowly avoiding its grasp. My back hit the cold rock wall, and I knew I was trapped. There was no time to think, no time to reason. Survival instinct took over. I lashed out, kicking blindly at the creature, my boots connecting with something solid. A yelp of pain echoed through the shaft, and the red eyes retreated slightly. I seized the opportunity. I pushed myself off the wall, scrambling away from the creature, my hands searching for a handhold, a foothold, anything to get me out of that hellish pit. My fingers found a crack in the rock face, and I pulled myself upwards, my muscles screaming in protest. The creature lunged again, its claws grazing my leg, tearing through my pants and drawing blood. I cried out in pain but didn't stop climbing. I had to get out, had to escape the clutches of this monstrous thing. Finally, I reached the edge of the shaft. I hauled myself over the edge, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. I lay there for a moment, my body trembling, my mind reeling from the encounter. Then, slowly, I pushed myself up and looked back at the mine shaft. The red eyes were still there, burning in the darkness. But they were receding, fading into the depths of the earth. The creature was gone, for now. I stumbled back to my truck, my legs shaking, my mind a whirlwind of fear and confusion. What was that thing? Where did it come from? And what did it want? I didn't have the answers. All I knew was that I had to get out of there. I had to get as far away from that cursed place as possible. I jumped into the truck and sped off. The image of the red eyes burned into my memory. The desert stretched out before me, a vast and empty landscape that suddenly felt filled with unseen dangers. And as I drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being followed, that the creature was still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for its next victim. The next few weeks were a blur. I barely slept, haunted by nightmares of red eyes and grasping claws. I threw myself into work, taking on extra shifts, anything to keep my mind occupied and off the horrors I'd witnessed. But the desert, once a place of solace, now felt oppressive, filled with unseen dangers lurking just beyond my sight. I tried talking to Brody, telling him about the newspaper article, the lighter, the creature in the mine shaft. He listened patiently, his brow furrowed in concern, but in the end, he just shook his head and patted me on the shoulder. "Jake," he said, "I know you're shaken up, but you gotta let this go. You're seeing things that ain't there. It's the desert playing tricks on you." I knew he didn't believe me, but I couldn't blame him. What I'd seen defied explanation, defied logic. Even I had trouble believing it sometimes. But deep down, I knew it was real. I knew something evil was out there, something that preyed on the vulnerable, something that had been doing this for decades. I started carrying my gun everywhere, even off duty. I checked the locks on my doors and windows obsessively. Every shadow, every creak in the night, sent my heart racing. I was a prisoner in my own home, a prisoner of my own fear. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my keys and drove out to the desert, the familiar road stretching out before me like a lifeline. I didn't have a destination in mind, just a desperate need to escape the confines of my fear. I drove for hours, the engine roaring, the wind whipping through my hair. The desert night was alive with sounds, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of small animals, the distant howl of a coyote. But tonight, the sounds didn't comfort me. They felt like whispers, warnings from the darkness. As I drove, I thought about Mike. He'd been acting strangely ever since the incident, withdrawn, jumpy. I tried talking to him, but he brushed me off, his eyes filled with a fear I couldn't comprehend. Now, I realized, I knew what he was afraid of. He'd seen it too. The creature in the mine shaft. And he knew it wasn't finished. I pulled over to the side of the road, the headlights cutting through the darkness. I got out of the truck and stood there, staring out at the vast expanse of desert. The silence was deafening, broken only by the pounding of my own heart. That's when I saw it. A flicker of movement in the distance, a pair of red eyes glowing in the darkness. The creature. It had found me. I reached for my gun, my hand trembling. But I knew it was no use. This was something beyond bullets, beyond human comprehension. This was the darkness of the desert, come to claim its due. The red eyes advanced, and I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. The last thing I heard was the whisper of the wind, carrying with it the chilling laughter of the creature. And then, darkness. It all started with a news bulletin that flashed across my phone screen like a goddamn emergency alert. All national parks closed indefinitely. I almost choked on my coffee. I mean, seriously? What in the actual hell? I'm a park ranger at Yellowstone, and this was beyond anything I'd ever seen. Sure, we'd had closures before, forest fires, bear activity, the occasional government shutdown. But this was different. This felt ominous. The news channels were going nuts, of course. Experts were spouting theories left and right. but nobody seemed to have a clue what was really going on. Some were saying it was some kind of environmental disaster. Others were whispering about terrorist threats. Hell, I even heard some crazy conspiracy theorist on the radio ranting about aliens. But the official statement from the government? Vague as hell. Unforeseen circumstances. Public safety concerns. Yeah, right. Like that told us anything. The park was buzzing with confusion and anxiety. Tourists were scrambling to pack up their tents and RVs. Families were cutting their vacations short, and even the wildlife seemed to be on edge. The usually calm bison were restless. The elk were spooked, and the wolves were howling like they'd seen a ghost. My boss, a grizzled old veteran named Frank, called us rangers in for an emergency meeting. He looked as pale as I'd ever seen him, and his voice was shaky as he read the official statement from the higher-ups. Effective immediately. All park personnel are to assist in the evacuation of visitors. No exceptions. What about us, Frank? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. What happens after everyone's gone? He looked at me with a grim expression. We stay, skeleton crew. Just enough to keep an eye on things. Keep an eye on what? Someone else chimed in. What the hell are we supposed to be looking for? Frank just shook his head. I don't know, son. But whatever it is, it's bad enough to shut down every national park in the country. So stay alert, stay together, and stay safe. As the last of the visitors drove out of the park gates, a heavy silence fell over Yellowstone. It was like the whole place was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. And I had a feeling that whatever was coming, it wasn't going to be pretty. The last day the park was open felt downright surreal. It was like one of those end-of-the-world movies where everyone's freaking out but trying to pretend everything's normal. Tourists were rushing to get in those last-minute selfies with Old Faithful, while others were practically sprinting to their cars, desperate to beat the traffic. I spent most of the day directing traffic, answering panicked questions. What do you mean the park's closed? And trying to calm down a few hysterical kids who were convinced the world was ending. Let me tell you, dealing with a screaming 5-year-old who's lost his favorite teddy bear is way more stressful than any bear encounter I've ever had. As the sun started to set, the park began to empty out. The usual hum of activity, the excited chatter, the clicking cameras, the laughter of kids faded away, replaced by an unsettling quiet. It was like the whole park was holding its breath, waiting for something bad to happen. I was patrolling the western edge of the park, near the Madison River, when I noticed something strange. A group of elk were gathered at the edge of the tree line, staring intently into the woods. They were snorting and stamping their hooves, their eyes wide with fear. I'd seen elk spooked before, but this was different. They weren't just startled, they were terrified. I pulled out my binoculars and scanned the trees, but I couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just the usual mix of pines and firs, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. But the elk were still acting weird, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. As darkness fell, the temperature dropped, and a thick fog rolled in, blanketing the park in an eerie silence. The only sounds were the rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. I turned on my flashlight, its beam cutting through the fog like a knife. Suddenly, I heard a twig snap behind me. I spun around, my heart pounding in my chest, but there was nothing there. Just the fog, swirling and shifting like a ghost. I told myself it was probably just a deer or a coyote, but the hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. I decided to head back to the ranger station. As I walked, I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something lurking in the shadows. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I started to quicken my pace. Just as I reached the station, I heard a low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the woods. It sent a shiver down my spine. Whatever was out there, it wasn't anything I'd ever heard before. I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. I was safe for now, but I knew that whatever was lurking in the darkness was still out there, waiting. And I had a feeling it was just getting started. The first night after the park closed was the quietest I'd ever experienced. I mean, sure, it always gets quiet at night, but this was different. This was the kind of silence that makes your ears ring. The kind that makes you feel like you're the last person on Earth. I was holed up in the ranger station, a cozy little cabin with a fireplace and a surprisingly decent supply of instant coffee. Frank had taken the first watch, and I was trying to catch some sleep on the threadbare couch in the common room. But sleep wouldn't come. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves outside the window sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. Around midnight, Frank woke me up. "Anything to report?" I asked, stifling a yawn. He shook his head, quiet as a tomb. "Eerie, ain't it? Tell me about it," I mumbled, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. We spent the next few hours talking in hushed tones, sharing stories about our weirdest encounters in the park. Frank had been a ranger for over 30 years, and he had some wild tales about close calls with bears, mountain lions, and even a few poachers. But none of his stories were as unsettling as the feeling that was creeping up my spine. As dawn approached, Frank decided to head out for a patrol. "Just gonna take a quick look around," he said. "Make sure everything's still in one piece." I watched him through the window as he disappeared into the fog. He was carrying a rifle, but I couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking into something he couldn't handle. An hour passed, then two. Frank still hadn't returned. I started to pace the floor, my anxiety growing with every passing minute. Where the hell was he? Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed my own rifle and headed out into the fog. The silence was even more oppressive now, broken only by the crunch of my boots on the frozen ground. I followed Frank's usual patrol route, scanning the trees for any sign of him. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign that he'd ever been there. Then I heard it. A faint sound carried on the wind. It was a low, guttural growl, the same sound I'd heard the night before. But this time, it was closer. Much closer. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The growl came again, louder this time, followed by a series of heavy footsteps. Something was moving through the trees, something big and dangerous. I raised my rifle, my finger tightening on the trigger, but I couldn't see anything through the thick fog. The footsteps were getting closer, and I could feel the ground vibrate beneath my feet. Suddenly, the fog parted, and I saw it. A creature unlike anything I'd ever seen before. It was tall and gaunt, with long, spindly limbs and glowing red eyes. Its skin was pale and translucent, and its mouth was filled with rows of sharp teeth. I gasped, my fingers slipping from the trigger. The creature let out a deafening roar, and I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I just kept running, the sound of its footsteps echoing behind me. I didn't stop running until I reached the ranger station, slamming the door shut and bolting it behind me. I collapsed on the floor, gasping for air, my lungs burning. My legs felt like jelly, and my whole body was shaking. I had seen it. I had actually seen one of those things. Whatever they were, I tried to calm myself down, telling myself it was just a bad dream, a hallucination brought on by stress and lack of sleep. But deep down, I knew it was real. I had seen the creature's glowing red eyes, its pale, translucent skin, its rows of razor-sharp teeth. I grabbed my rifle and checked the magazine. Full. Good. I wasn't going to let that thing get me without a fight. I peered out the window, scanning the fog-shrouded landscape. Nothing. But I could still hear it. A low, guttural growl echoing through the trees. It was circling the station, hunting me. I knew I couldn't stay there. It was only a matter of time before that thing found a way in. I had to get out of the park, find help. I grabbed my backpack, stuffing it with some essentials, a first aid kit, a flashlight, a few protein bars. Then I hesitated. What about Frank? I couldn't just leave him out there. But what could I do? I was no match for that creature. Going back out there would be suicide. I cursed under my breath. Damn it, Frank. Why did you have to go out there alone? I took a deep breath and made a decision. I would leave a note for Frank, telling him where I was going. If he made it back to the station, he would know where to find me. I scribbled a quick note on a piece of paper and left it on the table. Then I opened the back door and slipped out into the fog. I moved quickly, keeping to the shadows, my senses on high alert. The growling was getting closer. It was toying with me, herding me like a sheep. I reached the edge of the woods and paused, listening. The growling had stopped. Had it lost my scent? I took a tentative step forward, then another. I was almost at the tree line when I heard it. A twig snapping underfoot. I froze. It was right behind me. I spun around, raising my rifle. But it was too late. The creature lunged, its claws outstretched. I screamed and fired, the rifle bucking in my hands. The creature roared in pain, stumbling back. I fired again and again until the magazine was empty. The creature collapsed on the ground, its chest heaving. I watched in horror as it slowly got back to its feet, its eyes burning with rage. It lunged again, and this time, I had no defense. I closed my eyes, bracing for the impact, but it never came. Instead, I heard a deafening roar, followed by a sickening crunch. I opened my eyes and saw Frank standing over the creature, his rifle smoking. The creature lay motionless on the ground, its head crushed. "Frank!" I cried, relief flooding through me. He grinned. "Missed me, kid?" I ran to him, throwing my arms around him. He hugged me back, his grip strong and reassuring. "I thought you were dead," I said, my voice trembling. He chuckled. "Not quite, but it was a close call." He pointed to the creature's body. "That thing's tougher than it looks. Took 2 shots to the head to bring it down." I stared at the creature, my stomach churning. "What the hell is it, Frank?" He shook his head. "I don't know, kid, but I've got a feeling we're about to find out." We dragged the creature's carcass back to the ranger station, the adrenaline slowly wearing off and giving way to a bone-deep exhaustion. Frank, bless his tough old hide, seemed almost energized by the encounter, but I was about ready to collapse. "We gotta figure out what this thing is," Frank said, prodding the creature with his boot. "Never seen anything like it in all my years in the park." "Me neither," I said, staring at the creature's grotesque form. "It's like something out of a nightmare." We hauled the body into the station's small lab, a room usually reserved for analyzing soil samples and identifying animal tracks. Now, it was home to a monster. Frank started rummaging through the cabinets, pulling out scalpels, forceps, and other tools I'd only ever seen in horror movies. "Let's get to work," he said, a grim determination in his eyes. I wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea of dissecting the creature that had nearly killed me, but I knew we had to learn more about it. We spent the next few hours examining the body, taking samples, and making notes. The creature's skin was surprisingly tough, almost like leather. Its bones were hollow and lightweight, yet incredibly strong. And its teeth, those were something else. They were serrated and curved, like miniature shark teeth. But the most disturbing discovery was inside the creature's skull. Its brain was unlike anything we'd ever seen. It was large and complex, with intricate folds and convolutions. It looked almost human. "This thing's intelligent," Frank said, his voice hushed. "Too intelligent." We continued our examination, and eventually we found something that made our blood run cold. A small, metallic implant embedded in the base of the creature's skull. "What the hell is that?" I asked, pointing to the implant. Frank carefully extracted the implant with a pair of tweezers. It was a tiny, intricate device, covered in strange symbols. "I don't know," Frank said, his brow furrowed. "But I think we need to call someone about this." He reached for the radio, but I stopped him. "Wait," I said. "What if this thing is connected to the park closures? What if the government knows about these creatures?" Frank hesitated. "You think they're behind this?" "I don't know," I said, "but I think we need to be careful who we trust." We decided to keep our discovery a secret for now. We hid the implant and continued our examination of the creature, hoping to find more clues. As we worked, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were in over our heads. We were dealing with something far beyond our understanding, something that could threaten the entire world, and we were all alone. The next few days were a blur of fear and paranoia. We were constantly on edge, expecting another attack at any moment. We took turns keeping watch, our rifles always at the ready. Sleep was a luxury we could barely afford. The radio remained silent. No contact from the outside world. We were completely isolated, trapped in a nightmare with no escape in sight. Frank was convinced that more of those creatures were out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. "They're hunters," he'd say, his eyes scanning the tree line. "They'll be back." I tried to stay positive, but it was hard. The silence was oppressive, the fog was suffocating, and the feeling of being watched was constant. I felt like a rat in a maze, with a predator lurking around every corner. One morning, as I was patrolling the perimeter of the station, I noticed something strange. A set of tracks in the mud, unlike anything I'd ever seen before. They were large and clawed, with an almost human-like shape. I followed the tracks, my heart pounding in my chest. They led me deeper into the woods, away from the safety of the station. "This is stupid," I muttered to myself. "I should turn back." But curiosity got the better of me. I had to know where those tracks were going. I continued to follow the tracks, my grip tightening on my rifle. The forest grew darker and denser, the fog swirling around me like a shroud. Suddenly, the tracks disappeared. I stopped, confused. Where had they gone? Then I heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, coming from the trees behind me. I spun around, raising my rifle. But it was too late. The creature lunged from the shadows, its claws outstretched. I fired, the rifle bucking in my hands. The creature roared in pain, stumbling back. I fired again, but it kept coming. I turned and ran, the creature hot on my heels. I dodged through the trees, my lungs burning, my legs screaming for rest. But the creature was faster. It was gaining on me. I stumbled and fell, my rifle clattering to the ground. I scrambled to my feet, but the creature was upon me. It pinned me to the ground, its claws digging into my flesh. I screamed, struggling to break free. But it was no use. The creature was too strong. It opened its jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end, but the bite never came. Instead, I heard a deafening roar, followed by a sickening crunch. I opened my eyes and saw Frank standing over the creature, his rifle smoking. The creature lay motionless on the ground, its head crushed. "Frank!" I cried, relief flooding through me. He grinned. "Looks like I got here, just in time." I scrambled to my feet, my body shaking. "Thank you," I said, my voice trembling. He clapped me on the shoulder. "Don't mention it, kid. Just doing my job." We stood there for a moment, catching our breath. Then, Frank looked down at the creature's body. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice grim. "There's more of them out there, and they're hunting us." We knew we couldn't outrun those things. They were faster, stronger, and they had the home field advantage. So, we decided to do what any sensible person trapped in a horror movie would do. We set a trap. Frank, ever the resourceful one, came up with a plan. We'd lure the creatures to the maintenance shed, a sturdy building with thick metal doors and a reinforced roof. Inside, we'd rig up a makeshift electric fence using spare cables, a generator, and a whole lot of hope. "It's risky," Frank admitted, "but it's our best shot." I nodded, my heart pounding. Let's do it. We spent the next few hours gathering supplies and setting up the trap. It was tense work, our nerves frayed, our ears constantly straining for any sign of the creatures. But we managed to get it done. As dusk fell, we retreated to the ranger station, leaving the maintenance shed bathed in the eerie glow of the generator's floodlights. We watched from the window, our rifles at the ready. The waiting was agonizing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent our hearts racing. But the creatures didn't show. Hours passed. The moon rose high in the sky, casting long, eerie shadows across the landscape. Just when we were starting to think our plan had failed, we heard it. A low growl echoing through the trees. Then another and another. They were coming. We watched as the creatures emerged from the fog, their eyes glowing like embers in the darkness. They moved with a terrifying grace, their long limbs carrying them effortlessly across the terrain. They approached the maintenance shed cautiously, sniffing the air. Then, one of them stepped into the pool of light. The trap sprang. A surge of electricity coursed through the cables, engulfing the creature in a blinding flash. It let out a deafening roar, its body convulsing violently. The other creatures hesitated, their eyes fixed on their fallen comrade. Then, with a terrifying determination, they charged. We opened fire, our rifles spitting flames into the night. The creatures roared and snarled, their bodies riddled with bullets, but they kept coming. One by one, they fell victim to the electric fence, their bodies jerking and twitching as the currents surged through them. The air filled with the smell of burning flesh and ozone. Finally, it was over. The last creature lay dead on the ground, its eyes staring blankly at the sky. We emerged from the ranger station cautiously, our rifles still trained on the fallen creatures. The silence was deafening. We had won, for now. The silence after the battle was deafening. The only sound was the crackling of the electric fence and the ragged breathing of myself and Frank. We stood there among the fallen creatures, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and adrenaline. The smell of burning flesh was thick in the air, and the sight of the creatures' twisted and contorted bodies was enough to make my stomach churn. But we couldn't afford to dwell on the horror. We had to assess the situation and figure out our next move. "How many were there?" I asked, my voice hoarse. Frank surveyed the scene, his face grim. "7. 7 that we know of. 7. We had taken down 7 of those things. It felt like a victory, but a hollow one. We were outnumbered, outgunned, and trapped in a park that had become a hunting ground. We made our way back to the ranger station, our steps heavy and our minds racing. We needed to contact the outside world, let someone know what was happening. But the radio was still dead. "Damn it," Frank muttered, slamming his fist on the table. "We're on our own." We spent the next few hours patching ourselves up and trying to make sense of what had happened. Frank had sustained a nasty gash on his arm, and I had a collection of bruises and cuts that were starting to throb. But we were alive. That was the main thing. As the sun began to set, a sense of dread crept over us. We knew the creatures would be back. They were relentless, driven by a hunger that we couldn't comprehend. We barricaded the station as best we could, reinforcing the doors and windows with whatever we could find. We gathered our weapons and ammunition, preparing for another long night. But as darkness fell, something unexpected happened. The fog began to dissipate. The moon emerged from behind the clouds, casting a silvery light over the landscape. And then we saw them. Not the creatures, but lights, headlights, approaching from the park entrance. A convoy of vehicles was making its way towards the station, their lights cutting through the darkness like beacons of hope. We watched in disbelief as they drew closer, our hearts pounding with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. Who were they? Were they friend or foe? We didn't know, but we were about to find out. The convoy came to a halt outside the ranger station, and a group of men and women in unmarked uniforms piled out. They were armed and cautious, their eyes scanning the surroundings with a mixture of apprehension and determination. One of them, a woman with short, gray hair and a no-nonsense demeanor, approached us. "I'm Agent Parker," she said, her voice sharp and authoritative. "We received your distress signal." "Distress signal?" We exchanged puzzled glances. We hadn't sent any signal. "The implant," Frank said suddenly. "It must have transmitted something when we removed it." Agent Parker nodded. "It seems you stumbled onto something far bigger than you could have imagined." She gestured towards the convoy. "We're here to evacuate you and secure the area." "Evacuate? Secure the area? What did that even mean?" Before we could ask any questions, Agent Parker barked orders at her team. They moved with military precision, securing the perimeter, setting up communication equipment, and preparing a helicopter for extraction. We were ushered towards the helicopter, our heads spinning with questions. What were those creatures? Who were these people? What was really going on? As the helicopter lifted off, I looked back at the park, shrouded in the fading light of dusk. It was a place of beauty and wonder, a place I had called home for years. Now, it was a place of fear and death. Agent Parker sat opposite us, her expression grim. "I know you have a lot of questions," she said, "but I can't answer them all right now. Just know that you're not alone in this, and we're going to do everything we can to stop these creatures." "Stop them? How?" The helicopter soared through the night sky, leaving the park behind. I looked out the window, my heart heavy with a sense of foreboding. They took us to a secret facility, some kind of underground bunker hidden deep in the Nevada desert. It was like something out of a sci-fi movie, all sterile white walls, blinking lights, and people in hazmat suits. They ran a battery of tests on us, drew blood, scanned our brains, the whole 9 yards. Frank and I were kept in separate rooms, and I didn't see him for days. The only contact I had was with Agent Parker, who would occasionally show up to ask me more questions about the creatures. She still wasn't giving up much information, but I managed to piece together a few things. Apparently, the creatures weren't aliens, as some of the crazier theories had suggested. They were something else, something created in a lab, a bioengineered weapon gone wrong, and the government
had lost control. That explained the park closures, the secrecy, the whole damn mess. They were trying to contain the outbreak, but they were failing. One day, Agent Parker came to my room with a grave expression. "We've had a breach," she said. "The creatures have infiltrated another facility. We need your help." My help? What could I possibly do? "You've encountered these creatures," she explained. "You've survived their attacks. You know how they think, how they hunt. We need that knowledge." So, they were sending me back into the field. They equipped me with some high-tech gear, night vision goggles, a thermal imaging device, a weapon that looked like it belonged on a spaceship. Then they loaded me onto another helicopter, this one headed towards a new location, a place they called Site B. As the helicopter approached the site, I saw it. A sprawling complex, surrounded by a high fence, bathed in the eerie glow of emergency lights. Smoke billowed from several buildings, and I could hear the distant sound of gunfire. The creatures had already infiltrated the facility, and I was being sent in to clean up the mess. The helicopter landed on the roof, and I stepped out into the chaos. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of blood. Gunfire erupted from below, and I could hear screams echoing through the corridors. I took a deep breath, activated my night vision goggles, and stepped into the darkness. This was it, the final showdown. But as I made my way through the facility, I realized something. The creatures were different. They were larger, stronger, and more aggressive than the ones I had encountered in Yellowstone. And there were more of them. Many more. I fought my way through the corridors, using every weapon and tactic at my disposal. But it was a losing battle. The creatures were everywhere, relentless and unstoppable. Just when I thought all hope was lost, I stumbled upon a lab. Inside, I found a scientist huddled in a corner, his face pale with fear. "They're evolving," he gasped. "They're learning. We can't stop them." Evolving? Learning? What did that mean? Before I could ask any more questions, the door burst open, and a creature lunged into the room. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before. It was massive, its skin covered in thick scales, its eyes glowing with an unnatural intelligence. I raised my weapon, but it was too late. The creature swatted me aside like a fly, sending me crashing into a wall. I lay there, dazed and helpless, as the creature advanced. This was it. The end. But then, something unexpected happened. The creature stopped. It tilted its head, as if studying me. Then, it spoke. "You are different," it said, its voice deep and resonant. "You are interesting." I stared at the creature, my mind reeling. It could talk? "We have plans for you," the creature continued. "Plans for your kind." Then, everything went black. Red River Gorge has always been a place of dark legends and eerie tales. Locals whisper about strange lights in the woods, unexplained sounds, and the occasional disappearance. But hey, we were young, invincible, and definitely not the type to be spooked by a few campfire stories. So, my friend Mark and I packed our gear and headed out for a weekend of camping. and conquering our fears. The drive to the gorge was beautiful, even if the GPS kept losing signal. The fall colors were in full effect, painting the hillsides in fiery reds and oranges. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the beauty took on a bit of a sinister edge. The shadows seemed to deepen, and the silence of the woods felt less peaceful and more expectant. We finally found our campsite, a secluded spot nestled among towering trees. It was perfect, or at least it would have been, if the wind wasn't whistling through the branches like a ghostly choir. We set up our tents, the nylon snapping in the breeze like a flag of impending doom. Mark, ever the optimist, got a fire going while I wrestled with the camp stove. "Dude, relax," Mark chuckled, tossing another log onto the flames. "You're acting like something's gonna jump out and grab us." I forced a laugh. "Yeah, right. Just a little jumpy, I guess." But the truth was, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The woods seemed to be watching us, their dark eyes peering from behind every tree trunk. As darkness fell, we huddled around the fire, swapping stories and roasting marshmallows. Mark, the master of campfire tales, regaled me with local legends of the Gorge Goblin and the Red River Wraith. I tried to laugh them off, but the stories, coupled with the unsettling atmosphere, sent shivers down my spine. Finally exhausted from the drive and the spooky stories, we decided to call it a night. We crawled into our tents, the thin nylon walls offering little comfort against the encroaching darkness. "Good night, man." Mark's voice drifted from his tent. "Try not to let the goblins bite." "Yeah, you too," I mumbled, zipping my tent shut. I lay there, listening to the sounds of the forest, the wind whispering through the trees, the crackling of the dying fire, and something else, a low growl that seemed to come from just beyond the edge of the light. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to sleep, but the growl persisted, growing louder, closer. Something was out there, and it was watching us. The growl came again, closer this time. A deep guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the ground. My heart hammered against my ribs, and I held my breath, praying whatever was out there wouldn't notice me. But then, a new sound cut through the night, a slow, methodical thump, thump, thump. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across the forest floor. I peeked through the mesh window of my tent, but the fire had died down to embers, casting the campsite in an eerie, flickering glow. I couldn't see anything, but the sounds were getting closer. Thump, thump, thump. It was agonizingly slow, like whatever it was savoring the hunt. Suddenly, the sound stopped. Silence descended, heavy and suffocating. I held my breath, straining to hear any movement, but there was nothing. Had it gone? Had I imagined it? Just as I was starting to relax, I heard a new sound, a soft scratching, right outside my tent. It was like something was clawing at the nylon, testing its strength. I froze, every muscle in my body tense. The scratching stopped, followed by a moment of unbearable silence. Then, a voice, a low, raspy whisper that sent chills down my spine. "I can smell you." I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice was right outside my tent, close enough that I could feel its breath on the nylon. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the far wall of the tent, my mind racing. What was it? What did it want? The voice came again, closer now, whispering through the thin fabric. I can hear you breathing. I clamped my hand over my mouth, stifling a sob. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't think. Terror had paralyzed me. The scratching started again, more insistent this time, and the nylon of my tent began to stretch inwards, as if something was pushing against it, trying to get in. I squeezed my eyes shut, wishing for morning, wishing I'd never come to this cursed place. I couldn't take it anymore. I had to see what was out there. With trembling hands, I slowly unzipped my tent. The cool night air hit me like a slap in the face, and I peered out into the darkness. The embers of the fire had all but died out, leaving only a faint orange glow. The woods were shrouded in shadow, the trees looming like skeletal figures against the inky sky. I strained my eyes, trying to pierce the darkness, but I couldn't see anything. Then I heard it again, the thump, 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 closer now, right outside my tent. It was accompanied by a rustling sound, like something dragging through the undergrowth. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. Suddenly, a pair of glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness, just beyond the edge of the firelight. They were like burning coals, fixed on me, with an intensity that made my blood run cold. I gasped, stumbling backward, my hand flying to my mouth to stifle a scream. The eyes blinked, and then they were gone. I stood there, frozen, my breath caught in my throat. Was it real, or had my fear conjured up those eyes in the darkness? Then I heard a low growl, deep and menacing, coming from the direction of the eyes. It was followed by a heavy breathing, close enough that I could feel the hot, fetid breath on my face. Something was out there, something big, something dangerous, and it was right outside my tent. I couldn't stay there any longer. I had to get out of there. I scrambled out of my tent, tripping over the guy ropes in my haste. I didn't even bother to zip it up. I just ran. I ran towards Mark's tent, my feet pounding on the soft earth. I could hear the thump, thump, thump behind me, getting closer with every step. I glanced back over my shoulder, and I saw it. It was a tall, shadowy figure, moving with an unnatural grace. Its eyes glowed red in the darkness, and its mouth was open in a silent snarl, revealing rows of sharp teeth. I screamed, my voice echoing through the silent woods. I didn't know what it was, but I knew one thing. It was hunting me. I burst into Mark's tent, gasping for breath, my voice caught in my throat. "Mark! Mark! Wake up!" He bolted upright, his eyes wide with alarm. "What the hell, man? What's wrong?" "There's something out there," I stammered, pointing towards the entrance of the tent. Something with red eyes. Mark grabbed his flashlight and shone it towards the tent flap. "What are you talking about?" "I don't see any." He stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in horror. I followed his gaze, and my blood ran cold. Standing just outside the tent, its silhouette, illuminated by the flashlight beam, was the creature. It was even more terrifying up close. Its skin was a sickly pale green, stretched taut over its gaunt frame. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in sharp claws that scraped against the ground. But it was its face that truly haunted me. Its eyes burned with a malevolent red light, and its mouth was twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing rows of jagged teeth. Mark let out a strangled cry, and the creature lunged forward, its claws tearing through the thin nylon of the tent. We screamed, scrambling back as the creature forced its way inside. It snarled, its hot, fetid breath washing over us. We were trapped. The creature swiped at us with its claws, and we ducked and weaved, narrowly avoiding its attacks. Mark grabbed a camping knife from his backpack and slashed at the creature, but the blade seemed to bounce off its tough hide. "We have to get out of here," I yelled, scrambling towards the back of the tent. The creature roared, its voice shaking the very ground beneath us. It lunged again, and this time, its claws raked across Mark's arm, drawing blood. He cried out in pain, falling back against the tent wall. I knew we couldn't fight it. We had to escape. I grabbed Mark's hand and pulled him towards the back of the tent. We kicked at the nylon wall, creating a small opening. We scrambled through the hole, tumbling out onto the cold, hard ground. We didn't stop running until we reached the tree line. We looked back, but the creature didn't follow. It just stood there, watching us from the campsite, its red eyes burning in the darkness. We were safe, for now. But we knew that we weren't out of the woods yet. We didn't stop running until we were deep in the woods, our lungs burning, our legs aching. We collapsed onto the forest floor, gasping for breath, our eyes darting around in the darkness, half expecting the creature to emerge from the shadows at any moment. "What the hell was that thing?" Mark whispered, his voice trembling. I shook my head, my mind reeling. "I don't know." But it wasn't human. We sat there for a while, catching our breath, trying to calm our racing hearts. The silence of the forest was broken only by the sound of our ragged breathing and the distant hooting of an owl. "We can't stay here," I said finally. "We need to get out of these woods." Mark nodded. "But where do we go? We can't just wander around in the dark." I thought for a moment. We need to find a road or a trail or something, anything that will lead us out of here. We got to our feet, our bodies stiff and sore. We started walking, our eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of a path. The forest was dense, the trees crowding in on us, their branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. After what felt like hours, we stumbled upon a narrow trail. We didn't know where it led, but we didn't care. We followed it, hoping it would lead us to safety. As we walked, we noticed strange symbols carved into the bark of some of the trees. They were crudely drawn, but they were clearly recognizable. Circles with crosses inside, triangles with eyes in the center, and other symbols that seemed to defy description. "What do you think those are?" Mark asked, his voice hushed. I shrugged. "I don't know. Maybe some kind of warning?" We continued on, our pace quickening. The symbols seemed to become more frequent, more elaborate. We felt a growing sense of unease, as if we were being watched. as if we were walking deeper into something dangerous. Then we saw it. In the distance, a faint light flickered through the trees. It was a campfire. We exchanged a look of relief. We weren't alone. There were other people out there. We hurried towards the light, our hopes rising with every step. But as we got closer, a sense of dread washed over us. The campfire was surrounded by a circle of those strange symbols, and hanging from the branches of the trees above were the remains of several backpacks, their contents scattered on the ground below. We had stumbled upon an abandoned campsite, and something told us that the people who had camped there hadn't left voluntarily. The abandoned campsite was like something out of a nightmare. Torn tents lay scattered across the clearing, their tattered remains flapping in the wind like ghostly shrouds. Sleeping bags were ripped open, their stuffing spilling out onto the muddy ground. Empty food cans and discarded gear were strewn everywhere, a testament to the campers' hasty departure. A chill ran down my spine. Whatever had happened here, it hadn't been pretty. "This is seriously creepy," Mark muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "We need to get out of here, like, now." I nodded, my heart pounding in my chest, but something was drawing me deeper into the campsite. I felt a morbid curiosity, a need to understand what had happened here. I noticed a backpack lying near one of the tents. It was ripped and stained, but it looked relatively intact. I cautiously approached it, my eyes scanning the surrounding woods for any sign of movement. I knelt down and unzipped the backpack. Inside, I found a flashlight, a first aid kit, a few granola bars, and a small leather-bound journal. I pulled out the journal and flipped it open. The first few pages were filled with mundane entries about the campers' journey, their excitement about exploring the Red River Gorge. But as I turned the pages, the tone of the entries changed. The writer, a young woman named Sarah, described a growing sense of unease, a feeling of being watched. She mentioned seeing strange symbols carved into the trees, hearing strange sounds at night. Then, the entries became more frantic, more desperate. Sarah described seeing a creature in the woods, a tall, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes. She wrote about the creature stalking them, tormenting them, driving them to the brink of madness. The final entry was scrawled in a hurried, panicked hand. Sarah wrote about the creature attacking their campsite, tearing through their tents, killing her friends. She wrote about running for her life, praying that she would escape. The journal ended abruptly. I closed the journal, my hands trembling. Sarah's story was terrifying, and it confirmed our worst fears. We weren't just dealing with some random creature. We were dealing with something that hunted humans. "What did you find?" Mark asked, his voice tense. I showed him the journal. This explains everything." Mark's face paled as he read Sarah's words. "We need to get out of here," he said, his voice shaking. Now, we left the abandoned campsite, the journal's chilling words echoing in our minds. We didn't know where to go, but we knew one thing. We couldn't stay in these woods any longer. We stumbled through the woods, our senses on high alert. Every snapping twig, every rustle of leaves sent our hearts racing. We knew the creature was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching us, waiting for its chance to strike. The forest seemed to press in on us, the trees looming like silent sentinels. The air was thick with a sense of dread, a feeling that we were being hunted. We tried to retrace our steps, to find our way back to the main trail, but the woods seemed to shift and change around us, disorienting us, confusing us. We were lost. As we walked, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye, a flash of movement in the trees, a fleeting glimpse of something dark and shadowy. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. "Did you see that?" I whispered, my voice trembling. Mark nodded, his eyes wide with fear. "Yeah." "What was it?" We strained our eyes, trying to pierce the gloom, but we couldn't see anything. The forest was silent, still. Then we heard it. A low growl, deep and guttural, echoing through the trees. It was the creature. We exchanged a look of terror. We had to get out of there. We started running again, blindly, desperately, our feet pounding on the forest floor. We didn't know where we were going, but we didn't care. We just had to get away from the creature. We ran for what felt like hours, our lungs burning, our legs aching. We stumbled and fell, but we picked ourselves up and kept running. Finally, we burst out of the trees and into a clearing. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, our bodies trembling with exhaustion and fear. We looked back at the woods, but there was no sign of the creature. We were safe for now, but as we lay there, catching our breath, we noticed something strange. The clearing was eerily silent. There were no birds singing, no insects chirping, no wind rustling through the leaves. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. And then we saw it. In the center of the clearing, a single tree stood tall and stark, and carved into its bark was a symbol we recognized all too well. The same symbol we had seen on the trees near the abandoned campsite, the same symbol that had haunted our nightmares. We were not safe. We were not even close. We didn't need another reminder that we were being hunted. The symbol carved into the tree was like a giant neon "You're screwed" sign. We scrambled back to our feet, adrenaline jolting us into action. We had to get out of that clearing, and fast. But as we turned to run, we heard a sound that stopped us dead in our tracks. It was a low, guttural growl, coming from the woods behind us. The creature had found us. We spun around, our eyes frantically searching the shadows. We couldn't see it, but we could hear it moving, its heavy footsteps crashing through the undergrowth. It was closing in. Panic surged through me. We were trapped, with nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. "What do we do?" Mark whispered, his voice filled with fear. I didn't have an answer. I was just as terrified as he was. But we couldn't just stand there and wait to be slaughtered. We had to fight back. I grabbed a thick branch from the ground and held it out in front of me, like a makeshift weapon. Mark did the same. The growling grew louder, closer. The creature was almost upon us. Suddenly, it burst out of the trees, its red eyes blazing in the darkness. It was even more terrifying than we remembered. Its skin, a sickly green, its limbs long and spindly, its claws sharp as razors. It lunged at us, its jaws open wide, revealing rows of jagged teeth. We screamed and swung our branches, but the creature was too fast, too strong. It knocked Mark to the ground, its claws tearing into his flesh. Mark cried out in pain, his blood staining the ground beneath him. I knew I had to do something. I couldn't just stand there and watch my friend die. I charged at the creature, swinging my branch with all my might. It connected with the creature's head, and it let out a roar of pain. The creature turned its attention to me, its eyes burning with rage. It swiped at me with its claws, but I managed to dodge its attack. I swung my branch again, hitting the creature in the chest. It stumbled backward, its breath coming in ragged gasps. I knew I had hurt it, but I also knew that I couldn't keep this up for long. I needed to find a way to escape. I glanced around the clearing, desperately searching for an escape route, and then I saw it. The tree with the symbol carved into its bark. I didn't know what it meant, but I had a feeling it was important. I ran towards the tree, the creature hot on my heels. I reached the tree and pressed my hand against the symbol. As soon as I did, a blinding light erupted from the tree, engulfing the clearing. I shielded my eyes, and when I could see again, the creature was gone. Mark was lying on the ground, unconscious, but he was alive. We had survived. We didn't waste any time. We threw our trashed gear into the car, not even bothering to pack properly. We just needed to get the hell out of there. I jumped behind the wheel, Mark beside me, his face still pale and his arm bleeding. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and we tore out of the campsite, leaving behind the remnants of our shattered peace of mind. The dirt road was rough, the car bouncing and swerving as we sped through the darkness. The headlights barely cut through the thick trees, and the forest seemed to close in on us, like it was trying to swallow us whole. "Faster!" Mark yelled, his voice strained. "I think it's following us." I glanced in the rearview mirror, and my heart leaped into my throat. There, in the distance, I saw two glowing red eyes, like burning coals, staring at us from the darkness. The creature was back. I floored the gas pedal, pushing the car to its limits. The engine roared, and the tires screeched as we careened around the curves. But the eyes in the rearview mirror were getting closer. Suddenly, there was a loud crash on the roof of the car. We both screamed, our heads hitting the ceiling. The car swerved violently, and I struggled to keep it on the road. "What was that?" Mark yelled, his voice filled with panic. "I don't know," I shouted back, my eyes glued to the road. "Just hold on." Another crash, even louder this time. The car lurched to the side, and I felt something heavy land on the roof. Claws scraped against the metal, and we could hear the creature snarling and growling above us. "It's on the roof," Mark screamed, his eyes wide with terror. "It's trying to get in." I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles white. I had to get us out of this. I had to get us to safety. I slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded to a halt. The creature on the roof was thrown off balance, and it rolled off the car with a thud. I didn't hesitate. I threw the car into reverse and slammed my foot on the gas pedal. We sped backwards, the headlights illuminating the creature as it scrambled to its feet. It roared in frustration and started chasing us, its long limbs carrying it across the rough terrain with surprising speed. But we were faster. We sped away, leaving the creature behind in the dust. We didn't stop driving until we reached the highway. We looked back, but there was no sign of the creature. We were finally safe, or so we thought. We didn't waste any time. We threw our trashed gear into the car, not even bothering to pack properly. We just needed to get the hell out of there. I jumped behind the wheel, Mark beside me, his face still pale and his arm bleeding. I slammed my foot on the gas pedal and we tore out of the campsite, leaving behind the remnants of our shattered peace of mind. The dirt road was rough, the car bouncing and swerving as we sped through the darkness. The headlights barely cut through the thick trees, and the forest seemed to close in on us, like it was trying to swallow us whole. "Faster!" Mark yelled, his voice strained. "I think it's following us." I glanced in the rearview mirror, and my heart leaped into my throat. There, in the distance, I saw two glowing red eyes, like burning coals, staring at us from the darkness. The creature was back. I floored the gas pedal, pushing the car to its limits. The engine roared, and the tires screeched as we careened around the curves. But the eyes in the rearview mirror were getting closer. Suddenly, there was a loud crash on the roof of the car. We both screamed, our heads hitting the ceiling. The car swerved violently, and I struggled to keep it on the road. "What was that?" Mark yelled, his voice filled with panic. "I don't know," I shouted back, my eyes glued to the road. "Just hold on." Another crash, even louder this time. The car lurched to the side, and I felt something heavy land on the roof. Claws scraped against the metal, and we could hear the creature snarling and growling above us. "It's on the roof," Mark screamed, his eyes wide with terror. "It's trying to get in." I gripped the steering wheel tightly, my knuckles white. I had to get us out of this. I had to get us to safety. I slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded to a halt. The creature on the roof was thrown off balance, and it rolled off the car with a thud. I didn't hesitate. I threw the car into reverse and slammed my foot on the gas pedal. We sped backwards, the headlights illuminating the creature as it scrambled to its feet. It roared in frustration and started chasing us, its long limbs carrying it across the rough terrain with surprising speed. But we were faster. We sped away, leaving the creature behind in the dust. We didn't stop driving until we reached the highway. We looked back, but there was no sign of the creature. We were finally safe, or so we thought. We thought we were safe. We thought we had outrun it. We were wrong. The highway stretched out before us like an endless black ribbon, the headlights of our car cutting through the darkness. We were miles away from the Red River Gorge, from the creature, from the nightmare we had just endured. But the feeling of dread lingered, a cold knot in our stomachs that refused to unravel. We drove in silence, each lost in our own thoughts, replaying the events of the past few days in our minds. The strange symbols, The abandoned campsite, the creature with the glowing red eyes, the chase through the woods. It all felt like a bad dream, a surreal and terrifying experience that we couldn't quite comprehend. Mark was the first to break the silence. "Do you think it's really gone?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. I shrugged, trying to appear confident. "I don't know, man. I hope so." But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. There was something about the creature, something about the way it had vanished, that told me it wasn't over. It felt like it was still out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching us, waiting for its chance to strike again. We drove for hours, the silence in the car growing heavier with each passing mile. The exhaustion was starting to catch up with us, our eyelids growing heavy, our minds drifting. I glanced at Mark, and I saw that he was already asleep, his head slumped against the window. I envied him. I wished I could close my eyes and forget about everything, even if just for a few minutes. But I couldn't. I had a feeling that if I closed my eyes, even for a second, the creature would be back. I kept driving, my eyes fixed on the road, my mind racing. I thought about the journal we had found, about Sarah's final entry, about her desperate plea for help. I wondered if she had ever escaped, if she had ever found safety. And then I saw it. In the distance, a pair of headlights appeared in the oncoming lane. They were approaching fast, too fast. I blinked, trying to clear my vision, but the headlights were still there, growing brighter with every second. I realized that the car wasn't slowing down. It was heading straight towards us. I slammed on the brakes, swerving to the side of the road. The oncoming car sped past us, a blur of metal and light. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. We had avoided a head-on collision by a hair's breadth, but as I looked back at the receding taillights, I noticed something strange. There was a symbol painted on the back of the car, a symbol I recognized all too well, the same symbol we had seen on the trees, on the journal, on the creature itself. The car disappeared into the darkness, leaving us alone on the empty highway. But the symbol lingered in my mind, a chilling reminder that the nightmare wasn't over. It was just beginning. I'm sitting here in my ranger station, staring at this flickering TV screen, and I still can't believe what I'm seeing. They just closed all the national parks, like every single one. No warning, no explanation, just immediate and indefinite closure due to safety concerns. What the hell does that even mean? I've been a ranger at Yellowstone for 5 years now, and I've never seen anything like this. We get the occasional bear encounter, some lost hikers, maybe a wildfire now and then, but nothing that would warrant shutting down the whole damn park system. The news lady on the screen keeps repeating the same vague crap about unforeseen circumstances and ensuring public safety, but her eyes are wide with fear, and I can hear the tremor in her voice. Something's not right, and it's freaking me out. Outside, the usually bustling park is eerily silent. The last of the visitors cleared out hours ago, their faces a mix of confusion and annoyance. I don't blame them. I'm pretty pissed off myself. We had to evacuate everyone, cut short vacations, ruined family trips, all for some mysterious safety concerns. Now, the only sounds are the wind whistling through the pines and the distant howl of a lone wolf. It's the kind of quiet that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The kind of quiet that screams something bad is about to happen. I glance at the radio, the static filling the silence. No updates, no further instructions, just nothing. It's like the whole world has gone dark, and we're stuck here in this abandoned park, waiting for whatever the hell is coming next. The next morning, the silence was even more unsettling. The usual chatter of the radio was gone, replaced by an endless hiss of static. I tried contacting headquarters, other ranger stations, even nearby towns, but all I got was that damn static. It was like we were cut off from the rest of the world, trapped in this eerie bubble of quiet. Around noon, a call came in, or rather, a garbled distress signal, barely audible through the static. It was Ranger Mike, out on patrol near the geyser basin. He sounded panicked, yelling something about tracks not human can't. Then the signal cut out completely. My heart pounded in my chest. Mike was a seasoned ranger, not the type to get spooked easily. If he was scared, something was seriously wrong. I grabbed my gear, hopped into my truck, and sped towards the geyser basin, the urgency growing with every mile. When I reached Mike's last known location, a knot of dread tightened in my stomach. His truck was parked haphazardly by the side of the road, the engine still running, the driver's door wide open. His backpack lay on the ground, its contents spilled out: a water bottle, a compass, a half-eaten granola bar. No Mike. I examined the area, my pulse quickening with every rustle of leaves, every creak of branches. There were tracks leading away from the truck, large, deep prints unlike anything I'd seen before. They weren't bear tracks, not wolf tracks, not anything I could identify. Whatever made those prints, it wasn't human. A cold shiver ran down my spine. The official explanation would be a bear attack, a rogue mountain lion, something to appease the public. But I knew better. Something was hunting in these woods, something far more sinister than any animal. As the sun began to set, casting long, ominous shadows across the clearing, I knew I had to get out of there. But as I turned to leave, I noticed something glinting in the fading light. It was Mike's ranger badge, lying half hidden in the dirt, scratched and dented, as if it had been chewed on. Sleep was impossible that night. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside the window, sent jolts of fear through me. I kept replaying Mike's garbled message, those strange tracks, the chewed-up badge, and a cold dread settled in my gut. The next morning I decided to head back to the geyser basin. Call it morbid curiosity, call it a desperate need for answers, but I had to see if I could find anything else, any clue to what happened to Mike. The forest seemed to press in on me as I hiked, the silence broken only by the crunch of my boots on the trail. The sunlight, filtering through the trees, felt weak and thin, as if the woods themselves were holding their breath. Then I saw it, carved into the trunk of a towering pine, a series of symbols. They weren't Native American markings, not anything I recognized. They were crude, almost childlike, but there was something undeniably unsettling about them. It was like a warning, a desperate plea etched into the bark. As I ventured deeper, I found more markings, some on trees, some on rocks, all different, all disturbing. It was like I was being led somewhere, drawn deeper into the heart of the woods. That evening, I found myself in a small town just outside the park boundary. The locals were tight-lipped, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and resignation. But after a few beers at the dusty saloon, some of them started to open up. They told stories of strange lights in the sky, of people vanishing without a trace, of whispers in the dark that spoke of ancient beings and forbidden places. One old-timer, his face weathered and worn, leaned in close and whispered, "This land, it ain't meant for us. Something else lives here, something old and hungry." His words echoed in my mind as I left the saloon, the darkness seeming to press in around me. I glanced back at the park, the silhouette of the mountains rising against the night sky. Something was out there, something watching, waiting, and I had a feeling it was coming for me next. The old-timer's words kept ringing in my ears as I made my way back to the park. Something old and hungry. What the hell did that even mean? Was I going crazy? Or was there really something supernatural lurking in these woods? I decided to investigate the area where Mike disappeared again, hoping to find something, anything, that would make sense of all this. As I hiked through the dense forest, a sense of unease washed over me. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig or the rustle of leaves. Then I heard it, a low, guttural growl, unlike any animal I'd ever heard before. It echoed through the trees, sending chills down my spine. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, straining to hear any movement. Suddenly, the bushes ahead of me rustled violently. I gripped my flashlight, my finger hovering over the switch. Something was moving in there, something big. I took a deep breath and flicked on the light. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a pair of eyes, glowing an eerie yellow in the shadows. They were huge, almond-shaped, and filled with an intelligence that made my blood run cold. Before I could react, a creature emerged from the bushes. It was tall and gaunt, with skin that seemed to absorb the light. Its limbs were long and spindly, ending in clawed hands that scraped against the ground. Its head was elongated, with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. I gasped, my flashlight falling from my trembling hand. The creature let out a hiss, its eyes fixated on me. I stumbled backward, my foot catching on a root, sending me crashing to the ground. The creature lunged, its claws reaching for me. I scrambled back, fear coursing through my veins. Just as I thought it was going to grab me, it suddenly stopped, its head cocked to the side, as if listening to something. Then, in a flash of light and a deafening roar, it was gone, vanished into thin air, leaving me shaking and gasping for breath on the forest floor. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, my mind reeling from what I had just seen. Whatever that thing was, it wasn't of this world. The old-timer's words came back to me, something old and hungry. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that it was hungry for us. After that encounter, I knew I couldn't keep this to myself. I had to tell someone, warn someone, but who would believe me? Hey, I saw a freaking alien in the woods, and it tried to eat me. Yeah, right. I'd be laughed out of town, or worse, locked up in a padded room, but I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. So, I started digging. I spent hours online, scouring news reports, forums, anything related to the park closure. And that's when I stumbled upon something truly disturbing. There were whispers, rumors of strange occurrences in other national parks, disappearances, unexplained lights, even bizarre animal behavior. It was all hushed up, of course, attributed to natural causes, or simply dismissed as hoaxes. But I knew better. I started digging deeper, hacking into Park Service databases, intercepting encrypted communications. It was risky, but I was desperate for answers. And what I found chilled me to the bone. Redacted reports, classified documents, all hinting at a government conspiracy that went far beyond anything I could have imagined. There were mentions of extraterrestrial entities, unidentified aerial phenomena, and containment protocol. It was like something out of a sci-fi movie. Except this was real. The more I uncovered, the more terrified I became. The government knew about these creatures. They knew about the abductions. And they were doing everything they could to keep it a secret. But why? What were they hiding? And what were these creatures planning? I knew I had to get to the bottom of this, but I also knew I was in over my head. I needed help, someone I could trust. But as I pondered my next move, a message popped up on my screen. It was from an anonymous source. "They're watching you," the message read. "They know you're close. Be careful." The anonymous message shook me. They were watching me. But who were they? The government? The aliens? Or something else entirely? Paranoia gnawed at me, making me question every shadow, every sound. I decided to meet with my mysterious informant. We arranged a rendezvous at an abandoned ranger station deep within the park, a place we hoped would be off the grid. As I approached the station, a sense of dread washed over me. The building was shrouded in an unnatural darkness, the windows like vacant eyes staring out into the night. I hesitated, my hand hovering over the door handle, unsure if I should go in. But curiosity, and perhaps a touch of recklessness, got the better of me. I pushed open the door, stepping into the cold, musty interior. The air was thick with dust, and the scent of a single flashlight beam cut through the gloom, revealing my informant, a woman with tired eyes and a haunted expression. She told me her story, a chilling tale of abductions, experiments, and a government cover-up that stretched back decades. She showed me evidence, photos, documents, even a strange metallic implant she claimed had been removed from her. As we spoke, a sound pierced the silence, a high-pitched whine that seemed to vibrate through the very walls of the station. We exchanged a terrified look, knowing what was coming. Suddenly, a blinding light engulfed the building. I shielded my eyes, the whine intensifying, drilling into my skull. I could hear the woman screaming, her voice swallowed by the deafening roar. Then, as quickly as it began, it was over. The light vanished, the whine subsided, leaving behind an eerie silence. I blinked, my vision slowly returning. The woman was gone. I stumbled out of the station, my heart pounding in my chest. The sky was filled with a swirling vortex of stars, a portal to some unknown dimension. I watched in horror as a dark, disc-shaped object ascended from the forest, carrying its captive into the night. I knew then that the fight had just begun. These creatures were real. They were abducting people, and I was next. I was reeling. The abduction burned into my memory. The woman's screams, the blinding light, the sheer terror of it all. It was almost too much to bear. But I knew I couldn't give in to I had to fight back. For myself, for the woman, for everyone who had been I went underground, literally. I abandoned my ranger station, seeking refuge in the vast network of tunnels and caves beneath the park. It was a risky move, but I knew I couldn't stay above ground, not with those things. I wasn't alone. Through encrypted messages and coded signals, I connected with other survivors, other park rangers and locals who had witnessed the We were a ragtag bunch, united by fear and a desperate need for answers. We called ourselves the Guardians, a network of resistance against the unknown. We shared information, resources, and most importantly, hope. We were each other's lifeline in this terrifying new reality. We learned that the abductions had been happening for years, systematically and silently. The government had been covering it up, silencing witnesses, and dismissing the disappearances as accidents or animal attacks. But we knew the truth. We also learned that the creatures were not just abducting people randomly. They were targeting specific individuals, people with certain skills or abilities. What they were doing with them, we didn't know. But we were determined to find out. We started planning a counteroffensive, a way to fight back against these creatures and expose the truth to the world. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but we had nothing left to lose. We were the Guardians, and we would not go down without a fight.
The caves were our sanctuary, our base of operations. We mapped out the network, established communication relays, and stockpiled supplies. We were like a band of rebels, hiding from the authorities and the creatures they were protecting, but hiding wasn't enough. We needed answers. We needed to know what those things were, what they wanted, and how to stop them. Our intel pointed to a restricted zone deep within the park, a place marked on old maps as forbidden. Legends spoke of ancient rituals, strange lights, and disappearances. It was a dangerous place, but we had a hunch it held the key to the mystery. We assembled a small team, the best of the Guardians, each with unique skills and a burning desire for the truth. We geared up, armed ourselves with whatever we could find, and set off into the unknown. The journey was treacherous. The tunnels were narrow, the air thick with the stench of sulfur and damp earth. We encountered strange creatures, things that slithered in the darkness and whispered from the shadows. But we pressed on, driven by our mission. After what felt like an eternity, we reached our destination, a massive cavern, its walls adorned with ancient symbols that seemed to pulse with an eerie light. In the center of the cavern, a shimmering portal, a gateway to another dimension. We knew we were close, but we also knew we were walking into a trap. The creatures were waiting for us,
their presence palpable in the charged air. We exchanged nervous glances, our hearts pounding in our chests. But there was no turning back. We stepped into the portal, and the world dissolved around us. The portal spat us out into a world that defied description. The sky was a swirling vortex of colors, the ground a pulsating mass of organic matter. Strange bioluminescent plants emitted an eerie glow, casting long, distorted shadows. The air was thick and humid, filled with the buzzing of unseen insects and the guttural cries of alien creatures. We found ourselves in a vast chamber, a hive of alien activity. Towering structures made of a substance that resembled bone and chitin stretched towards the alien sky. Creatures, unlike anything I had ever seen, scuttled across the floor, their multiple limbs clicking and scraping against the organic ground. In the center of the chamber, a massive, pulsating orb emitted a hypnotic light. We realized with horror that it was a holding cell, filled with abducted humans, suspended in some kind of stasis. They were being experimented on, their bodies probed and altered, their minds violated. Rage surged through me. We had to stop this, we had to save them. But we were outnumbered, outgunned, and completely out of our element. Then, one of the guardians, a former military medic, noticed something. The creatures were vulnerable to sound, high-frequency vibrations that disrupted their nervous systems. We quickly devised a plan, using our remaining explosives and communication devices to create a sonic weapon. The battle was chaotic and brutal. The creatures swarmed us, their claws and teeth tearing at our flesh. But we fought back with everything we had, our fear fueled by adrenaline and rage. The sonic weapon worked, the high-pitched whine, sending the creatures into convulsions. But it was a desperate struggle, a race against time. We had to destroy the orb, free the captives, and get the hell out of there. One by one, the guardians fell, their bodies ripped apart by the alien horde. But we kept fighting, driven by a desperate hope. Finally, with a last, desperate push, we reached the orb. We planted the explosives, the timer counting down. As the chamber shook with the impending explosion, we made a run for the portal, the screams of the creatures echoing behind us. We didn't look back, didn't stop running until we were back in the familiar darkness of the caves. We had won, but at a terrible cost. We had lost friends, comrades, brothers in arms, but we had saved the captives, exposed the truth, and struck a blow against the creatures that had invaded our world. We emerged from the caves, battered, bruised, and emotionally scarred. We had seen things that would haunt us forever, but we had also done something extraordinary. We had fought back against the unknown, and we had survived. The world above ground was a different place. The news was filled with reports of strange occurrences, unexplained lights, and mass disappearances. The government could no longer deny the truth, but their explanations were vague and unconvincing. They spoke of natural phenomena and isolated incidents, but we knew better. The parks remained closed, cordoned off by military forces. But the creatures were still out there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next opportunity. We knew that the fight was far from over. We, the Guardians, were scattered, hiding in the wilderness, waiting for the next move. We were the eyes and ears of the resistance, watching, listening, and preparing for the inevitable return of the creatures. I found myself back in Yellowstone, hiding in the abandoned ranger station where it all began. I had a laptop, a satellite phone, and a stash of weapons. I was a one-man army, a lone wolf fighting against the darkness. One night, as I was monitoring the news, a message popped up on my screen. It was from an unknown source, but the message was clear. They're coming back. Be ready. I looked out the window at the dark silhouette of the mountains against the starry sky. A shiver ran down my spine. They were coming back, and this time they would be prepared. I took a deep breath, my hand gripping the rifle beside me. I was ready. I was a guardian, and I would not let them win. This is my story, a warning to the world. The creatures are out there. They are real, and they are coming for us. Be vigilant, be prepared, and never, ever go into the parks alone. I'm not exactly Bear Grylls or anything, but I've always liked hiking. There's something about being out in nature, away from all the noise and stress of the city, that just makes me feel, I don't know, more alive? Anyway, that's how I ended up at the trailhead of Diablo Canyon, ready to tackle a 3-day solo trek. Now, Diablo Canyon isn't exactly a walk in the park. It's known for its rugged terrain, steep cliffs, and unpredictable weather. Locals tell stories about hikers getting lost or injured, even disappearing altogether. But hey, that's part of the appeal, right? Pushing your limits, testing yourself against the elements. Besides, I had all the gear, a detailed map, and a GPS tracker. What could go wrong? The first few hours were pretty uneventful. The trail wound its way through dense pine forests, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I spotted a few deer grazing in a meadow, and a hawk circling overhead. It was actually pretty peaceful. But then things started to get a bit weird. I came across a pile of bones scattered near the trail. Animal bones, I figured maybe a deer or something. But there were just so many of them, and they were bleached white, like they'd been there a long time. And then there were the markings on the trees. Strange symbols carved into the bark, like something out of a horror movie. I tried to tell myself it was just some kids messing around, but a shiver ran down my spine. As the sun began to set, I started to feel a growing sense of unease, like I was being watched. Every time a twig snapped or a bird rustled in the bushes, I would jump, my heart pounding in my chest. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone or something lurking in the shadows. I decided to set up camp early, hoping to shake off the creepy feeling. But as I pitched my tent, I couldn't help but think that I wasn't alone, that something out there was watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I woke up to the sound of birds chirping, the sunlight filtering through the trees. For a second, I actually forgot about the creepy vibes from the night before. Maybe I was just being paranoid, I told myself. After all, I hadn't seen or heard anything concrete. I packed up my tent, ate a quick breakfast of granola bars, and hit the trail. The plan was to reach a scenic overlook by midday, then find a good spot to camp for the night. I figured a long day of hiking would help clear my head. A couple of hours in, I spotted someone ahead of me on the trail, an older guy, maybe in his 60s, with a scraggly beard and a weathered face. He was wearing a faded flannel shirt and cargo pants, and he had a huge backpack that looked like it weighed a ton. As I got closer, I noticed he was moving pretty slowly, limping slightly. "Hey there," I called out, trying to be friendly. "Tough trail, huh?" He turned around, and I swear, his eyes were like ice. They just bored into me, making me feel instantly uncomfortable. "It has its challenges," he said in a gruff voice. "I'm Alex," I said, trying to keep things light. "Frank," he replied, his eyes still fixed on me. There was something about this guy that just screamed weird. Maybe it was the intense stare, or the way he seemed to appear out of nowhere. Or maybe it was just my paranoia from the night before playing tricks on me. Whatever it was, I decided to pick up the pace and put some distance between us. But Frank wasn't having it. He kept pace with me, his limp seemingly less pronounced now. We hiked in silence for a while, the only sound the crunching of our boots on the trail. "So, you hiking alone?" he finally asked, his voice rough like sandpaper. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my answer short. "Just trying to get away from it all for a few days." "I understand," he said, nodding slowly. "Sometimes you need to be alone. To clear your head, to face your demons." Okay, that was officially creepy. How did he know I was trying to clear my head? Had he been watching me? I felt a shiver run down my spine, and I quickened my pace again. But Frank stayed right with me. "You know," he said, his voice low and conspiratorial, "these woods, they have a way of revealing things you might not want to see." I didn't like where this was going. I tried to politely excuse myself, saying I wanted to enjoy the scenery in peace. But Frank just chuckled, a dry, humorless sound that echoed through the trees. "We all have our secrets, Alex," he said, his eyes boring into me. "And the woods, they have a way of bringing them to light." I tried to shake off the creepy vibes Frank was giving me, but his words kept echoing in my head. "These woods, they have a way of revealing things." What the hell did that even mean? Was he just some harmless weirdo, or was there something more sinister going on? I pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the trail. The scenery was pretty amazing, I had to admit. Towering cliffs, lush greenery, a crystal clear creek rushing alongside the path. It was almost enough to make me forget about the creepy old dude lurking behind me. But then the weather started to take a turn. The sky, which had been a clear blue just moments ago, was now filled with dark, ominous clouds. The wind picked up, whipping through the trees and sending leaves swirling through the air. And in the distance, I could hear a low rumble of thunder. "Great," I muttered to myself. "Just what I need." I glanced back at Frank. He was staring up at the sky, a strange expression on his face. It wasn't fear, exactly. More like anticipation. "Looks like a storm's brewing," I said, trying to sound casual. "Indeed," he replied, his voice barely a whisper. I noticed that the creek, which had been a gentle stream just a while ago, was now flowing much faster. the water churning and muddy. I'd read about flash floods in this area. They could happen quickly, with little warning, turning a peaceful creek into a raging torrent in a matter of minutes. "We should probably find some higher ground," I said, my voice a bit tighter now. Frank just shrugged. "The storm will pass." "Yeah, but—" I started to say, but then I stopped. What was the point? This guy clearly wasn't worried. Maybe he knew something I didn't. Or maybe he was just crazy. I decided to trust my gut. I scrambled up the bank, away from the rising water, and found a spot under a large overhang. It wasn't ideal, but it would offer some protection if the storm hit. "You coming?" I called out to Frank. He was still standing by the creek, staring at the swirling water. "I'll be fine," he said, his voice barely audible over the wind. I hesitated. Part of me wanted to leave him there, but another part of me, the part that still believed in basic human decency, couldn't just abandon him. "Look," I said, "I don't know about you, but I'd rather not get swept away by a flash flood. So unless you've got gills, I suggest you get your ass up here." He finally turned to look at me, a flicker of something in his eyes. Was it amusement? Contempt? I couldn't tell. "Very well," he said, and slowly made his way up the bank. As he approached, I noticed something in his hand, a long, thin object glinting in the fading light. It looked like a knife. The wind howled like a banshee, tearing through the canyon with a vengeance. The creek, which had been rising steadily, was now a raging torrent, brown and frothy, carrying branches and debris downstream. The thunder boomed, each clap closer than the last, and lightning split the sky, illuminating the canyon in a blinding flash. "We need to get higher," I yelled over the roar of the water. Frank just stood there, that damn knife still clutched in his hand, a chilling smile playing on his lips. "It's too late," he said, his voice barely audible. I didn't need any more convincing. I scrambled further up the slope, searching for a safe haven. The rain was coming down in sheets now, making the rocks slippery and treacherous. I slipped and slid, my heart pounding in my chest, the fear of being swept away by the flood fueling my desperate climb. Suddenly, a wall of water surged through the canyon, a monstrous wave that seemed to rise out of nowhere. I heard Frank scream, a high-pitched, desperate sound that was quickly swallowed by the roar of the flood. I clung to a rock, my fingers digging into the crevices as the water surged around me, threatening to tear me away. The wave receded, leaving behind a scene of chaos. Trees were uprooted, rocks were strewn across the path, and the creek was a churning mass of debris. I looked around for Frank, but he was gone. Had he been swept away, or had he managed to find higher ground? I didn't have time to dwell on it. I needed to get to safety, and fast. The storm was still raging, and another flash flood could hit at any moment. I climbed higher, scrambling over rocks and fallen trees, my clothes soaked, my body shivering. Finally, I reached a ledge, a small, precarious platform overlooking the canyon. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I collapsed on the ledge, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. As I lay there, catching my breath, I realized something. My backpack was gone. It must have been ripped away during the flood. All my supplies, my food, my water, my first aid kit were gone. I was stranded, injured, and alone. And somewhere out there, in the storm-ravaged canyon, was a crazy old man with a knife. The storm raged on, the wind and rain battering the ledge where I lay. I was soaked to the bone, shivering uncontrollably, my teeth chattering like a jackhammer. My left ankle throbbed with pain, probably sprained during the fall. I tried to move it, but a sharp jolt of pain shot up my leg. "Great," I muttered. "Just great." I looked around, trying to assess my situation. The ledge was narrow, barely wide enough to lie down on. The rock face above was sheer, with no obvious handholds. Below, the canyon floor was a churning mess of floodwater and debris. I was trapped. The darkness was closing in, the storm clouds blocking out what little remained of the daylight. I knew I needed to find shelter, and fast. Hypothermia was a real threat, and I didn't want to freeze to death on this goddamn ledge. I scanned the cliff face, searching for a cave or an overhang. Just when I was about to give up hope, I spotted a small opening, partially hidden by a tangle of vines. It looked like a tight squeeze, but it might offer some protection from the elements. I crawled towards the opening, wincing with each movement of my ankle. The vines tore at my clothes and skin, but I pushed through, desperate to reach the shelter. The opening was narrow, barely wide enough for me to fit through, but I managed to wriggle inside. The cave was small, damp, and smelled of earth and moss, but it was dry, and it offered some respite from the wind and rain. I collapsed on the floor, my body shaking with cold and exhaustion. As I lay there, catching my breath, I realized something. I was alone, completely and utterly alone. Frank was gone. Maybe he was swept away. Maybe he found higher ground. I didn't know, and at that moment, I didn't care. All I cared about was survival. I needed to find a way out of this canyon, a way to get back to civilization. But with a sprained ankle, no supplies, and a storm raging outside, my chances seemed slim. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the fear and despair. But one thought kept creeping back into my mind. What if Frank wasn't gone? What if he was out there, somewhere in the darkness, watching me, waiting? The storm finally started to die down. The rain subsided to a drizzle, and the wind no longer howled like a tormented spirit. A sliver of pale light crept through the cave entrance, signaling the break of dawn. I hadn't slept a wink. Every creak and groan of the cave, every rustle of leaves outside, sent my heart racing. Frank's face, twisted in a menacing grin, kept flashing before my eyes. I knew I couldn't stay in the cave forever. I had to find a way out of this canyon, and I had to do it soon. My ankle was still throbbing, but I figured I could manage to hobble along. Besides, staying put wasn't an option. The thought of Frank lurking out there, maybe tracking me, was enough to get me moving. I cautiously emerged from the cave, wincing as I put weight on my injured ankle. The canyon looked like a war zone. Trees were snapped in half, Boulders were scattered everywhere, and the creek was still a raging torrent. Though the water level had receded somewhat, I started to make my way down the slope, using rocks and tree roots for support. The going was slow and painful, but I was determined to put as much distance between myself and that cave as possible. As I limped along, I noticed something strange. There were footprints in the mud, fresh footprints, leading away from the creek and up the opposite slope. They weren't my footprints. They were larger, heavier, and they had a distinctive pattern. I recognized the pattern from the boots Frank had been wearing. My heart sank. He was still alive, and he was out there, somewhere. I followed the footprints, a growing sense of dread creeping over me. They led to a small clearing, where I found the remains of a campfire. The ashes were still warm, and there were scraps of food scattered around, empty energy bar wrappers, a crumpled bag of trail mix. Frank had been here recently, but that wasn't the worst of it. Next to the campfire, I found something else, a blood-stained rock, the crimson stain still fresh, and next to the rock, a piece of fabric, ripped and torn, that looked like it had been ripped from a shirt. A shirt like the one Frank had been wearing. My blood ran cold. Had Frank been injured? Or had he hurt someone else? I didn't want to think about it. I turned and ran, ignoring the pain in my ankle, the fear propelling me forward. I had to get out of this canyon. I had to get away from Frank. But where could I go? I was lost, injured, and alone. And somewhere out there, in the shadows of the canyon, a madman was on the loose. I didn't stop running until I reached a massive boulder, its surface slick with rain. I crouched behind it, gasping for breath, my lungs burning, my ankles screaming in protest. I peeked around the boulder, scanning the canyon for any sign of Frank. Nothing. But that didn't mean he wasn't out there. He could be anywhere, watching me, waiting for the right moment to strike. I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to keep moving, find a place to hide, a place where Frank couldn't find me. But where? The canyon walls were steep, the terrain treacherous. There was nowhere to go. Then I saw it, a narrow crevice in the rock face, almost completely hidden by a curtain of vines. It looked like a tight squeeze, but it might offer some concealment. I crawled towards it, my heart pounding in my chest, praying that Frank hadn't seen me. I squeezed through the crevice, scraping my skin on the rough rock, the vines snagging on my clothes. The passage was narrow, dark, and damp, but I pushed forward, driven by fear. Finally, I emerged into a small, hidden grotto. It was a small, circular space, with a pool of water in the center and a few stunted trees growing along the walls. Sunlight filtered through a crack in the ceiling, casting an eerie glow on the mossy rocks. It was a strange, almost magical place, a hidden oasis in the heart of the canyon. I sank to the ground, my body trembling with exhaustion and relief. I had found a sanctuary, a place where Frank couldn't reach me. At least for now. But as I sat there, catching my breath, I noticed something. There were footprints in the soft earth around the pool. Footprints that weren't mine. They were the same distinctive pattern as the ones I had seen earlier. Frank's footprints, He had been here. He had found this place. And he knew I was here. A wave of panic washed over me. I scrambled to my feet, searching for an escape route, but there was none. The grotto was a dead end. Then I heard it, a sound, faint but unmistakable, the sound of footsteps approaching. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Frank was coming. I pressed myself against the wall, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath caught in my throat. The footsteps grew louder, closer. He was just outside the grotto now. I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the inevitable. But then the footsteps stopped. Silence. I held my breath, listening intently. Nothing. Had he gone? Or was he just waiting, toying with me? Then I heard it again, a soft, guttural sound, like a cough. It came from the entrance to the grotto. He was there. He was watching me. I opened my eyes, slowly, fearfully, and there he was, standing in the entrance, silhouetted against the light. His face was hidden in shadow, but I could see the glint of the knife in his hand. He smiled, a slow, cruel smile. "Found you," he whispered. The sight of Frank, standing there with that chilling smile, sent a surge of adrenaline through me. Fight or flight kicked in, and for a split second, I considered bolting past him, making a desperate run for it. But I knew it was futile. He was faster, stronger, and he had a weapon. "What do you want?" I croaked, my voice trembling. He chuckled, a low guttural sound that echoed through the grotto. "What do you think I want?" he said, taking a step closer. "I want what you have." "I don't have anything," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "I lost my backpack in the flood." He raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. "Oh, I know you lost your backpack," he said, "but you still have something I need." He took another step closer, and I could see the madness in his eyes. He was clearly delusional, probably a survivalist who had spent too long in the wilderness, his mind warped by isolation and paranoia. "What are you talking about?" I said, trying to keep him talking, to buy myself some time. "Your life," he said simply. "Your life force, your energy." Okay, now he was just plain crazy. I glanced around the grotto, desperately searching for a weapon, anything I could use to defend myself. But there was nothing, just smooth rock walls and a pool of water. Frank lunged at me, the knife flashing in the dim light. I instinctively raised my arms to protect myself, and the knife sliced through my forearm, a searing pain shooting through my body. I cried out, stumbling backward, my blood splattering on the mossy rocks. He lunged again, and I managed to dodge, the knife grazing my ribs. I kicked out, catching him in the shin, and he stumbled back, cursing. I saw my chance. I charged at him, head down, like a bull. I slammed into him, knocking him off balance. We both went down, crashing to the ground in a tangle of limbs. I wrestled with him, trying to get the knife away from him, but he was strong, surprisingly strong for an old man. He punched me in the face, the blow sending stars exploding in my vision. I tasted blood, my own blood, warm and metallic. He raised the knife again, aiming for my chest. I closed my eyes, bracing for the end. But the blow never came. Instead, I heard a gasp, a choked sound. I opened my eyes and saw Frank staring down at his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief. My eyes followed his gaze, and I saw it. A sharp, jagged rock protruding from the ground, right where he had fallen. He had impaled himself on it. He looked at me, his face contorted in pain and rage. He opened his mouth to speak, but only a gurgling sound emerged. Then his eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped to the ground, dead. I lay there, next to his lifeless body, my body shaking, my mind reeling. I had survived. I had actually survived. But at what cost? I was injured, exhausted, and alone, and I still had to find a way out of this canyon. I stumbled out of the grotto, the image of Frank's lifeless body seared into my brain. The rain had stopped, and a weak sun was trying to break through the clouds. I felt a strange mix of emotions, relief, exhaustion, and a lingering sense of horror. I had survived, but at what cost? My ankle was throbbing, my forearm was bleeding, and my whole body ached. I needed to get out of this canyon, and I needed to get help. But first, I had to deal with Frank's body. I couldn't just leave him there. I went back into the grotto, steeling myself for the sight that awaited me. Frank lay sprawled on the ground, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. The knife still clutched in his hand. The blood had pooled around him, staining the mossy rocks a dark crimson. I knelt beside him, my stomach churning. I gently pried the knife from his grasp, the cold metal sending a shiver down my spine. I then searched his pockets, hoping to find something useful. A map, a compass, anything that could help me get out of this mess. All I found was a battered wallet, a few crumpled dollar bills, and a small tarnished locket. I opened the locket, and inside was a faded photograph of a young woman with kind eyes and a warm smile. I wondered who she was, his daughter, his wife. A pang of sadness hit me. This man, this madman, had once been someone's loved one. I closed the locket and tucked it back into his pocket. I then dragged his body out of the grotto, the task made more difficult by my injured ankle. I found a secluded spot under a large tree and covered him with leaves and branches, a makeshift burial in this desolate place. I stood there for a moment, paying my respects to this troubled soul. Then I turned and walked away, determined to find my way out of this nightmare. I followed the creek downstream, hoping it would lead me out of the canyon. The going was slow and painful, but I pushed myself forward, fueled by a desperate hope. As the sun began to set, I came across a narrow path leading up the canyon wall. It was steep and treacherous, but it offered a glimmer of hope. I started to climb, my body screaming in protest, my vision blurring with exhaustion. Just when I thought I couldn't go any further, I reached the top. I collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, my heart pounding in my chest. I had made it. I was out of the canyon. I looked back at the rugged landscape, the setting sun casting long shadows across the deep ravines. A shiver ran down my spine. I would never forget this place of fear and death, but I had survived. And that was all that mattered. A park ranger found me the next morning, stumbling along a dirt road a few miles from the canyon. I was in pretty bad shape, dehydrated, delirious, and covered in cuts and bruises. They took me to the nearest hospital, where I spent the next few days recovering. The physical wounds healed, but the mental scars remained. I couldn't shake the memories of those days in the canyon, the fear, the desperation, the violence. I had nightmares, flashbacks, panic attacks. I couldn't be alone, couldn't go near any wooded areas, couldn't even look at a knife without feeling a surge of terror. The police investigated Frank's death, of course. They found his body where I had left it, and they identified him through his fingerprints. He was a drifter, a loner with a history of mental instability. They never found out why he attacked me, what he meant by life force and energy. Maybe he was just crazy. Maybe he was something more sinister. I didn't know, and honestly, I didn't want to know. I tried to move on, to put the whole experience behind me. I went back to college, tried to focus on my studies, tried to reconnect with my friends, but it wasn't easy. The fear was always there, lurking in the shadows of my mind. One night, a few months after the incident, I was lying in bed, trying to sleep, when I heard a noise. A soft scratching sound, like someone was dragging something across the floor outside my window. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The scratching continued, slow and deliberate. I got out of bed, my legs trembling, and crept towards the window. I peeked through the blinds, and my blood ran cold. There, in the dim light of the street lamp, was a figure. A tall, gaunt figure, with a scraggly beard and a weathered face. He was wearing a faded flannel shirt and cargo pants, and he was dragging something behind him, something that looked like a backpack. My backpack. He looked up, and our eyes met. He smiled, a slow, cruel smile. And then he spoke, his voice a low, guttural whisper that sent chills down my spine. "I told you," he said. "The woods have a way of revealing things." And then he was gone, vanished into the darkness, leaving me standing there, paralyzed with fear, the scratching sound echoing in my ears. I never saw him again, but I know he's out there, somewhere, waiting. The crisp autumn air whipped through my hair as I wrestled with the tent poles, the canvas flapping in the wind like a startled bird. "Whoa there! Easy, Tiger!" I chuckled, glancing at my son, Ethan, who was busy collecting firewood, his small figure a blur of activity against the backdrop of towering pines. He grinned, his cheeks flushed with excitement. "Dad, look! I found the perfect branch for roasting marshmallows." "That's my boy," I said, ruffling his hair. Always the eagle eye. We had finally arrived at our campsite after a long drive. It was nestled deep within the heart of Blackwood Forest, a place I used to visit with my own father when I was a kid. It was a secluded spot, miles away from civilization, offering the peace and tranquility I desperately craved. As I hammered the last stake into the ground, a shiver ran down my spine. I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, an unsettling sensation that prickled my skin. I glanced around, but there was nothing but the dense woods and the imposing silhouette of the mountains in the distance. "Dad, can we go explore the creek now?" Ethan asked, his eyes sparkling with adventure. I hesitated, the uneasy feeling lingering. "Sure, buddy," I said, forcing a smile. "But let's stick close, okay?" We ventured into the woods, the ground soft beneath our feet, a carpet of fallen leaves muffling our footsteps. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, a familiar aroma that brought back a flood of childhood memories. But as we delved deeper into the forest, the light began to fade, the towering trees casting long, ominous shadows. The once peaceful woods now seemed to whisper secrets in the wind, their rustling leaves sounding like hushed warnings. I felt a knot tightening in my stomach. Something wasn't right. This place, once a haven of fond memories, now felt alien and threatening. We reached the creek, its water gurgling over the rocks, a soothing sound that did little to calm my nerves. Ethan, oblivious to my growing apprehension, was already skipping rocks across the surface, his laughter echoing through the trees. As I watched him, I noticed a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. I turned, my heart pounding, but there was nothing there, just the dense undergrowth and the deepening shadows. "Ethan," I called out, my voice tight with anxiety. "Time to head back." He looked up, his face etched with disappointment. "Already, Dad? It's getting late," I said, trying to sound casual. "We need to set up camp before it gets dark." We retraced our steps, the forest growing darker with every passing minute. The once welcoming woods now seemed to press in on us, their silence broken only by the crunch of leaves under our feet. As we neared our campsite, I noticed something strange. The tent flap was open, swaying gently in the breeze. I had been sure I had zipped it closed before we left. A wave of panic washed over me. I quickened my pace, my hand instinctively reaching for the pocket knife I always carried. "Ethan, stay close," I whispered, my voice barely above a breath. We approached the tent cautiously, my eyes scanning the surroundings. There was no sign of any disturbance, yet the open tent flap was an undeniable indication that something was amiss. I took a deep breath and stepped inside, my senses on high alert. The tent was empty. Ethan's sleeping bag lay untouched. "Ethan?" I called out, my voice trembling. There was no answer, only the rustling of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. My heart pounded in my chest, a drumbeat of fear echoing in my ears. Where was Ethan? What had happened while we were gone? I rushed out of the tent, my eyes frantically searching the surrounding woods. "Ethan!" I shouted, my voice cracking with desperation. Silence. Then, a faint sound reached my ears, a whimper coming from the depths of the forest. I hesitated for a moment, fear battling with the primal urge to protect my son. But there was no choice. I had to find him. With my knife clutched tightly in my hand, I plunged into the darkness, following the sound of Ethan's cries. The forest seemed to hold its breath, the silence broken only by my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. As I ventured deeper into the woods, the whimpers grew louder, leading me towards the unknown. The feeling of being watched intensified, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. I emerged into a small clearing, the moonlight casting an eerie glow on the scene before me. There, in the center of the clearing, was Ethan, huddled on the ground, his face buried in his hands. "Ethan!" I cried out, rushing towards him. He looked up, his eyes wide with terror. "Dad!" he sobbed, clinging to me. "It's okay, I'm here," I said, holding him close, my heart aching at the sight of his fear. "Dad, I saw something," he whispered, his voice trembling. "In the woods." I felt a chill run down my spine. "What did you see, son?" He hesitated, his eyes darting around nervously. "It was tall and dark," he said, his voice barely a whisper, "with red eyes." My blood ran cold. The feeling of dread that had been gnawing at me all day intensified. We were not alone in these woods. "Come on, Ethan," I said, my voice firm despite the fear gripping my insides. "Let's get out of here." I scooped him up in my arms and turned to leave the clearing, but as I did, I caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. A tall, gaunt figure, its eyes glowing red in the darkness. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. The creature stepped out of the shadows, its form becoming clearer in the moonlight. It was unlike anything I had ever seen before, a nightmare come to life. Its skin was pale and stretched taut over its bones, its limbs long and spindly. Its face was a grotesque mask of sharp angles and hollow eyes, its mouth a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. I felt a surge of adrenaline, the primal instinct to protect my son overriding my fear. I turned and ran, clutching Ethan tightly in my arms. The creature let out a guttural roar, the sound echoing through the forest, sending shivers down my spine. I could hear its heavy footsteps pounding behind me, gaining ground with every stride. I stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. But I didn't stop. I couldn't stop. The creature was closing in. I could feel its hot breath on my neck, its rancid smell filling my nostrils. I glanced back over my shoulder and saw its outstretched claws reaching for me. I dodged just in time, the creature's claws grazing my arm. I cried out in pain, but I didn't slow down. I had to reach the campsite. To safety, the tent came into view, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I burst through the flap, collapsing onto the ground, Ethan still clutched in my arms. I scrambled to my feet, frantically searching for the zipper. My fingers fumbled with the flimsy material, my heart pounding in my chest. Finally, I managed to close the tent, sealing us inside. I leaned against the canvas, gasping for breath, my body trembling with fear and exhaustion. We were safe, for now. The tent was suffocatingly silent. Ethan was clinging to me, his little body trembling like a leaf. I could feel the frantic thump of his heart against my chest, mirroring my own. I tried to calm him down, whispering soothing words, but my voice shook with a tremor I couldn't control. "Dad," Ethan whimpered, his voice barely audible. "What was that thing?" "I don't know, buddy," I admitted, my throat tight. "But we're safe now. We're safe." I wasn't sure if I was trying to convince him or myself. The image of the creature, its skeletal frame, and those glowing red eyes, was burned into my mind. It felt like an eternity that we sat there, huddled together in the darkness, listening to the sounds of the forest outside, every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a fresh wave of fear washing over me. I knew we couldn't stay in the tent forever. We needed to get out of there, find help. But the thought of venturing back into those woods, with that thing lurking out there, it was paralyzing. I fumbled for my flashlight, the beam of light cutting through the darkness, momentarily blinding me. Ethan flinched, his grip tightening on my arm. "It's okay, Ethan," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "It's just the flashlight." I shone the light around the tent, checking for any signs of the creature. The canvas walls seemed flimsy, offering little protection against those razor-sharp claws. I felt a surge of helplessness. We were trapped, like mice in a cage, waiting for the predator to strike. "Dad," Ethan whispered, his voice filled with fear. "I'm scared." "I know, buddy," I said, pulling him closer. "I am too." I wished I could tell him everything would be all right, but the words wouldn't come. I didn't know what was going to happen. I didn't know if we would make it out of this alive. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed through the silence, followed by a series of heavy thuds. Ethan buried his face in my chest, his body shaking with sobs. I held him tight, my heart pounding in my ears. The sounds were coming from outside, close to the tent. It felt like something was circling us, pacing back and forth, like a predator sizing up its prey. I could hear its heavy breathing, its low growl, sending shivers down my spine. I gripped the pocket knife in my hand, the cold steel offering a small sense of comfort. I knew it was no match for the creature, but it was all I had. The pacing continued for what felt like an eternity, the creature's growls growing louder, more menacing. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening, heavy with anticipation. I held my breath, straining my ears for any sound. Nothing. Had it gone, or was it just waiting for the right moment to strike? Then, a blood-curdling scream pierced the silence. It was Ethan. I looked down and saw him pointing towards the tent flap, his eyes wide with terror. I followed his gaze, and my blood ran cold. The tent flap was slowly being pulled open, revealing a glimpse of the creature's grotesque face. Its glowing red eyes bored into mine, filled with malice and hunger. I knew then that we were no longer safe. The hunt was on. Time seemed to slow to a crawl. The creature's face, a grotesque mask of bone and sinew, filled the opening of the tent flap. Its glowing red eyes locked onto mine, and a wave of primal fear washed over me. I felt a surge of adrenaline, my body instinctively preparing for a fight. I knew I couldn't win. "Ethan," I hissed, shoving him behind me. "Get to the back of the tent, now." He scrambled back, his eyes wide with terror. I fumbled for my pocket knife, the cold steel a meager comfort against the monstrous creature before me. The creature let out a low growl, a sound that vibrated through the thin fabric of the tent. It lunged forward, its claws tearing through the canvas like paper. I screamed, lunging forward with the knife, a desperate attempt to defend myself. The blade connected with something solid, and the creature recoiled with a hiss of pain. I had managed to slash its arm, but the wound seemed to close almost instantly. It snarled, its rage palpable. It lunged again, and I barely managed to dodge its claws. The tent was in chaos, the canvas ripping and tearing as the creature thrashed around. I knew we couldn't stay here. We had to escape. "Ethan!" I yelled. "Run!" He hesitated for a moment, frozen in fear. I grabbed his arm and pulled him towards the back of the tent, where the creature hadn't yet reached. We scrambled out, tumbling onto the forest floor. The creature roared in frustration, its claws tearing through the remaining fabric of the tent. We were exposed, vulnerable. I pulled Ethan to his feet, and we ran blindly into the darkness. The creature was close behind, its heavy footsteps pounding the earth. We could hear its enraged growls, its hot breath on our necks. We stumbled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. I could hear Ethan sobbing behind me, his small legs struggling to keep up. "We have to keep going, Ethan," I gasped, my lungs burning. "We can't stop." We burst out of the trees and into a small clearing. The moon hung high in the sky, casting an eerie glow on the scene before us. There, in the center of the clearing, stood an old abandoned cabin. It was our only hope. "Ethan! The cabin!" I yelled, pointing towards the dilapidated structure. We ran towards it, our feet pounding the soft earth. The creature was still in pursuit, its roars echoing through the night. We reached the cabin, and I slammed the door shut, barricading it with a fallen log. We collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, our bodies shaking with fear and exhaustion. We were safe, for now, but I knew the creature wouldn't give up easily. It would be back. The cabin was small, just one room, with rough-hewn wooden walls and a dirt floor. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the boarded-up windows, casting long, eerie shadows across the room. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, and a chill hung in the air, despite the warmth of the summer night. Ethan was huddled in a corner, his eyes wide with fear, his body trembling. I knelt beside him, pulling him into a hug. "It's okay, Ethan," I whispered, trying to soothe him. "We're safe now." But even as I said the words, I didn't believe them. We were far from safe. The creature was out there, lurking in the darkness, waiting for us to make a mistake. I could hear it pacing around the cabin, its heavy footsteps crunching on the dry leaves outside. It was testing the walls, searching for a way in. The flimsy wooden door wouldn't hold it for long. I scanned the room, desperately searching for something, anything, that could be used as a weapon. There was a rusty old axe leaning against the wall, but it was too heavy for me to wield effectively. Besides, I didn't want to risk making too much noise and attracting the creature's attention. Suddenly, Ethan let out a gasp. "Dad, look!" he whispered, pointing towards the far corner of the room. I followed his gaze and my heart sank. There, in the shadows, was a small hole in the wall, just big enough for the creature to squeeze through. I felt a surge of panic. We were trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The creature let out a low growl, and I knew it had found us. It began to claw at the hole, its sharp talons tearing through the wood. I could hear the splintering of wood as it widened the opening. I grabbed Ethan's hand and pulled him towards the opposite corner of the room. We huddled together, our backs pressed against the wall, waiting for the inevitable. The creature's head emerged through the hole, its glowing red eyes scanning the room. It let out a triumphant roar, and I knew our time was up. The creature squeezed through the hole, its bony frame contorting in a way that shouldn't have been possible. It unfolded itself in the cramped cabin, its head almost brushing the ceiling. The stench of rot and decay filled the air, making me gag. Ethan was sobbing uncontrollably now, his tiny body shaking with fear. I wanted to tell him it was going to be okay, but the lie caught in my throat. The creature lunged at us, its claws outstretched. I shoved Ethan behind me, raising the axe in a desperate attempt to defend us. The axe connected with the creature's arm, a sickening thud echoing through the cabin. It howled in pain, stumbling back. I hadn't expected to actually hurt it, and the surprise gave me a surge of adrenaline. But the creature was quick to recover. It snarled, its red eyes burning with rage. It lunged again, and this time, I wasn't fast enough. Its claws raked across my chest, tearing through my shirt and leaving deep gashes in my skin. I cried out in pain, stumbling back. Ethan screamed, "Dad!" I saw a flash of movement, and then Ethan was between me and the creature. He had picked up a rock, no bigger than his fist, and hurled it at the creature's face. It hit the creature square in the eye, and it roared in fury. "Run, Ethan!" I yelled, scrambling to my feet. Ethan hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran towards the door. The creature lunged after him, but I tackled it, bringing it crashing to the ground. We wrestled, the creature's strength far greater than mine. I felt its claws tearing at my flesh, its teeth grazing my neck, but I held on, fueled by a desperate need to protect my son. I kicked and punched and scratched, anything to keep the creature away from Ethan. Ethan had managed to get the door open. "Dad, come on," he yelled. I saw my chance. I shoved the creature away from me, scrambling to my feet. I sprinted towards the door, the creature hot on my heels. We burst out of the cabin and into the night. The creature was right behind us, its roars echoing through the forest. We scrambled through the undergrowth, branches whipping at our faces, thorns tearing at our clothes. The creature was right behind us, its ragged breathing hot on our necks. I could hear the pounding of its feet on the soft earth, getting closer with every stride. Ethan was crying, his little legs pumping furiously. "Dad, I can't run anymore." "You have to, Ethan," I yelled back, my voice hoarse. "We can't stop now." I glanced over my shoulder and saw the creature gaining on us. Its eyes glowed like burning coals in the darkness, its claws outstretched like talons. Fear lent me a burst of speed I didn't know I had. I grabbed Ethan's hand, pulling him along with me. We stumbled through the trees, the forest a blur of shadows and moonlight. I didn't know where we were going, just that we had to get as far away from the cabin as possible. Suddenly, the ground gave way beneath my feet, and I tumbled down a steep embankment. I landed with a thud, the wind knocked out of me. Ethan cried out as he fell on top of me. "Ethan, are you okay?" I gasped, struggling to sit up. "I think so," he whimpered, his voice shaky. I looked around, trying to get my bearings. We were at the bottom of a ravine, the walls rising steeply on either side. The moonlight barely penetrated the thick canopy of trees overhead, plunging us into near darkness. And then I heard it, the creature's roar echoing down the ravine. It had followed us. I scrambled to my feet, pulling Ethan up with me. "We have to keep going," I said, my voice trembling. "There has to be a way out of here." We stumbled along the bottom of the ravine, the ground uneven and treacherous. The creature was above us now, its growls echoing down the walls. I could hear it moving, crashing through the undergrowth, searching for us. We were trapped, like rats, in a maze, and the cat was closing in. The ravine seemed to stretch on forever. We scrambled over rocks and fallen trees, the rough terrain tearing at our clothes and skin. I could hear the creature above us, its growls echoing down the walls of the ravine, a terrifying soundtrack to our desperate flight. Ethan was starting to flag, his breaths coming in ragged gasps. "Dad, I can't. Go on." I scooped him up into my arms, ignoring the searing pain in my chest and the burning in my legs. "I've got you, buddy," I said, my voice strained. "Just hold on tight." The ground leveled out, and we stumbled out of the ravine and into a dense thicket of trees. The moonlight was swallowed up by the thick canopy of leaves overhead, leaving us in almost total darkness. I could barely see a foot in front of me. We had to find somewhere to hide, and fast. The creature was still on our trail. I could hear it crashing through the undergrowth behind us. Suddenly I saw a faint light ahead, a small, flickering flame, like a candle in the window. Hope surged through me. Could it be a house, a cabin, anything with walls and a door that we could barricade? I pushed through the trees, my heart pounding with renewed hope. And then I saw it, an old abandoned church. Its steeple was crooked, and the windows were boarded up, but it was still standing. The light was coming from a single candle burning on the altar inside. "Ethan," I whispered. "Look." He looked up, his eyes widening. "A church?" "Yes," I said, my voice hoarse. "Maybe we can find shelter there." We stumbled towards the church, our legs aching, our lungs burning. The creature's roars were getting closer. We had to reach the church before it caught us. I fumbled with the old, rusty door handle, and it creaked open. We slipped inside, the door slamming shut behind us. I leaned against the heavy wood, gasping for breath. We were safe, for now. The church was deathly silent. The only sound was our ragged breathing and the pounding of our hearts. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay, and a chill hung in the air despite the warmth of the summer night. Ethan was clinging to me, his small body trembling. "Dad, I'm scared," he whispered. "I know, buddy," I said, my voice hoarse. "But we're safe now. We're safe." I wasn't sure if I believed my own words. The creature was out there, somewhere in the darkness, waiting for us to make a mistake. I pulled Ethan closer, trying to shield him with my body. I scanned the church, looking for anything that could be used as a weapon. There was nothing but old, rotting pews and a crumbling altar. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the church. I jumped, my heart leaping into my throat. Ethan screamed, burying his face in my chest. The bang came again, louder this time. It sounded like something was trying to break down the door. I felt a surge of panic. We were trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The banging continued, each blow shaking the old church to its foundations. I could hear the wood splintering, the hinges groaning. It wouldn't be long before the creature broke through. I looked around desperately, searching for a way out. There was a small window behind the altar, but it was boarded up. I grabbed a loose piece of wood from a nearby pew and started to pry the boards loose. The banging on the door grew louder, more insistent. I could hear the creature snarling, its hot breath seeping through the cracks in the wood. I worked frantically, my fingers tearing at the old nails. The boards finally gave way, and I tossed them aside. The window was small, but it was big enough for Ethan to squeeze through. "Ethan, go!" I yelled, pushing him towards the window. "Get out of here!" He hesitated for a moment, his eyes wide with fear. "But what about you, Dad? I'll be right behind you," I said, my voice strained. "Just go." He climbed through the window, disappearing into the darkness outside. I turned back to the door. Just as the creature broke through, the creature burst through the door, a whirlwind of claws and teeth. I barely had time to register its grotesque form before it was upon me. I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding its grasp. It slammed into the wall, the impact shaking the whole church. I scrambled to my feet, adrenaline coursing through my veins. I had to get out of there, find Ethan. But the creature was blocking the door, its glowing red eyes fixed on me. I lunged forward, a desperate attempt to distract it. It snarled, swiping at me with its claws. I ducked and weaved, narrowly avoiding its attacks. I could feel its hot breath on my face, its putrid stench filling my nostrils. I saw my chance. The creature lunged again, and I dove between its legs. I scrambled out the door, into the cool night air. I could hear the creature roaring behind me, its footsteps pounding the ground. I didn't look back, just ran. I ran as fast as I could, my lungs burning, my legs aching. I burst out of the trees and into the clearing where we had camped. The tent was still there, ripped and torn, a testament to the terror we had endured. "Ethan," I yelled, my voice hoarse. "Ethan, where are you?" There was no answer. I searched frantically, my heart pounding in my chest. Where was he? Had the creature caught him? And then I saw him. He was huddled behind a tree, his small body shaking with fear. "Ethan!" I cried, rushing towards him. He looked up, his eyes wide with relief. "Dad!" I scooped him up in my arms, holding him close. We were safe. We were finally safe. We left the campsite immediately, not stopping until we reached the highway. We flagged down a passing truck driver who took us to the nearest town. We never went back to Blackwood Forest. The memory of that night still haunts me. I can still see the creature's glowing red eyes, hear its terrifying roar. I can still feel its claws tearing at my flesh. I will never take my son camping again. The police, of course, didn't believe us. A wild animal attack, they called it. Maybe a bear or a cougar. They looked at me with pity in their eyes, like I was some grieving father who'd lost his mind to grief and trauma. I didn't bother correcting them. What was the point? Who would believe that a creature straight out of a nightmare had hunted us through the woods? We went back home, to our quiet suburban life. But things were different. The world felt off. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden danger. Every creak in the house sent shivers down my spine. I couldn't sleep. When I did manage to drift off, the nightmares came, vivid, terrifying nightmares of glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. Ethan was different too. He used to be such a happy, carefree kid. Now, he was quiet and withdrawn. He wouldn't go anywhere near the woods, wouldn't even play in the backyard after dark. The sparkle in his eyes was gone, replaced by a dullness that broke my heart. I tried to be strong for him, to be the father he needed. But the truth was, I was just as scared as he was. The fear had burrowed deep inside me, a constant companion that whispered doubts and anxieties in my ear. We went to therapy, both of us. It helped a little, but the scars remained. Invisible scars that ran deep, a constant reminder of the night we were hunted in Blackwood Forest. I still jump at every sudden noise, still feel a chill when I see a dark shape in the shadows. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I will never be truly free from the fear. The creature may be gone, but its memory lives on. A constant reminder that there are things in this world that we don't understand, things that go bump in the night, things that hunt in the darkness,